O Brasil é o país do agro. Grandes extensões de terra fizeram do nosso chão uma potência no campo. Mas sabemos que os produtores ainda encontram desafios como diferentes perfis de solo, clima, entre outros que solicitam uma dedicação grande do produtor. O uso da tecnologia auxilia e garante a demanda nutricional da cultura de forma sustentável. O fertilizante é a grande esperança quando falamos de nutrientes essenciais para o desenvolvimento das culturas. A adubação, bem como a aplicação da matéria orgânica, vem ganhando força devido à sua grande eficiência, mas de difícil acúmulo durante o ciclo da cultura. Por isso, os fertilizantes inteligentes estão crescendo através de processos inovadores, impactando positivamente a produtividade das culturas. Foi pensando em você, produtor, que tem entre seus desafios realizar uma adubação forte, racional, sem perdas, acertar o momento ideal de adubação, ter mão de obra disponível e eficiente. É que nos apresentamos. Muito prazer, somos a Campo Forte, uma empresa 100% brasileira, que já nasce forte e tem o DNA JBS de fazer negócio. O futuro da nutrição começa agora. Produzimos mais que fertilizantes. Contribuímos para o meio ambiente através da reciclagem dos nutrientes essenciais de fontes orgânicas das nossas operações, agregando valor e tecnologia no desenvolvimento, a fim de proporcionar alta produtividade e rentabilidade através de fertilizantes especiais, orgânicos e organominerais que promovem equilíbrio nutricional para as culturas, sempre com qualidade e respeito. Campo Forte. Nosso forte é fazer você produzir mais. Forte abraço!
Nas próximas décadas, o mundo tem um grande desafio: dobrar a produção de alimentos para atender à crescente população, ao mesmo tempo em que atua em harmonia com o meio ambiente. Nós, da Mosaic Fertilizantes, entendemos e abraçamos esse desafio para aumentar a produtividade no campo, a disponibilidade de alimentos no mundo e melhorar a realidade das comunidades onde atuamos. Mosaic Fertilizantes, ajudando o mundo a produzir os alimentos de que precisa.
Has a pulse, but the rhythm is fading. The soil feeding humanity is exhausted. We must challenge how we grow and bring food to the table. At Yara, we know we have a responsibility, but we cannot do it alone. Together, we can find the courage to grow a nature-positive food future. Let's keep the beat going.
Talvez você nunca tenha ouvido falar da gente. Mas olha à sua volta. Com certeza, tem muito do que ajudamos a construir. Nosso time e nossas máquinas, ao lado de quem faz acontecer, na linha de frente, nos 4 cantos de um país que não pode parar. Em obras, indústrias, minas, portos, apoiando a infraestrutura, movimentando alimentos e produzindo desenvolvimento. Dia e noite, com nosso imenso orgulho em servir. Da escavadeira ao gerador, da empilhadeira à plataforma, no campo, na cidade. Se o seu negócio tem um desafio, saiba que ele também é nosso. Armac, a gente tem o que você precisa.
O agro é da gente que levanta cedo no campo e na cidade. Da gente que planta arroz, que colhe feijão, que come arroz com feijão, de quem investe no futuro e de quem investe pro futuro. É da gente do campo, da cidade. O agro é de todos. Banco do Brasil, para tudo que você imaginar. Governo Federal, União e Reconstrução.
Pensou em câmbio? Pensou Brasabank. Pagamentos globais? É Brasabank. Brasabank, o banco de câmbio que te leva daqui pro mundo.
Somos a Eurochem, um dos líderes globais na produção dos 3 macronutrientes, nitrogênio, fósforo e potássio. Impulsionamos o desenvolvimento de soluções inovadoras e o compromisso com uma agricultura sustentável. Referência mundial na produção de fertilizantes. Possuímos 5 minas, sendo uma no Brasil. O Complexo Minero Industrial de Serra do Salitre, localizado no estado de Minas Gerais, que contribuirá com 15% da produção brasileira de fertilizantes fosfatados. Da mina à mesa, nossas fórmulas suprem as demandas de todas as culturas com eficiência e alta produtividade. Somos a Eurochem.
O agronegócio está na sua vida desde pequeno. Com ele, você vive jantares especiais em família. Você cuida da sua saúde, cria memórias com aromas únicos. O agro é vida, o agro é cuidado, o agro é movimento. É por isso que o agro também é Brasabank, o banco de câmbio que leva o importador e exportador do campo daqui para o mundo. Pensou em fertilizantes e outros insumos para o agronegócio? Pensou Brasabank. Acesse o site e fale com nossos especialistas.
Hidrovias do Brasil. Nascemos em 2010 como uma startup e em pouco tempo de existência transformamos o cenário logístico da América do Sul, ao oferecer soluções logísticas integradas mais competitivas, eficientes e sustentáveis. Atuamos em importantes corredores logísticos de norte a sul. Corredor Norte, a rota que mudou o fluxo das exportações de commodities no Brasil. Construímos 2 novos importantes terminais portuários na região norte do Brasil. E adquirimos ativos de navegação de alta tecnologia, criando um sistema logístico integrado que cobre uma área de 1.200 quilômetros de Itaituba a Vila do Conde, ambos no estado do Pará. Em 2017, abrimos um novo capítulo em nossa história, com o início da operação de cabotagem para o transporte de bauxita. Em 2020, marcamos presença no maior e mais importante porto da América Latina, com celebração do contrato de arrendamento do terminal portuário em Santos. Nos consolidamos como uma das melhores operadoras logísticas da América do Sul, garantindo excelência para nossos clientes, sempre com ética, segurança e sustentabilidade.
Nós, da ICL, criamos soluções impactantes, utilizando nossos recursos exclusivos, nossa capacidade tecnológica, espírito inovador e disruptivo. Fornecemos matérias-primas e soluções para as indústrias de fertilizantes de solo e foliar. Na linha de fertilizantes foliares, contamos com um amplo portfólio de matérias-primas, com mais de 30 produtos. Somos o maior produtor de micronutrientes para aplicação via solo. Dispomos de soluções e tecnologias inovadoras para sua granulação, mistura de grânulos e recobrimento. O nosso maior objetivo é agregar valor aos seus negócios.
O Brasa Bank zerou as tarifas para as suas operações globais no agronegócio. O Brasa é o maior banco exclusivo de câmbio do Brasil, segundo o Banco Central, e está sempre ao lado do empresário do campo. Vem pro Brasa e conheça a liberdade de verdade.
Olha como é que anda.
Muito bem, senhoras e senhores, sejam muito bem-vindos. Pedimos, por favor, que se acomodem para darmos início ao 10º Congresso Brasileiro de Fertilizantes. Sejam muito bem-vindos mais uma vez, é com grande satisfação que se inicia daqui do WTC Sheraton São Paulo
WTC Sheraton São Paulo Hotel, the 10th edition of the Brazilian Congress on Fertilizers, with a full broadcasting via YouTube. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We ask you to take your seats so that we can start our great day of the 10th Brazilian Congress of Fertilizers. You are all welcome here. We'll have a
Primeiramente, eu gostaria de me apresentar.
First, I would like to introduce myself.
Eu sou jornalista, apresentadora dos canais Terra Viva e AgroMais. Para mim é um grande prazer, uma honra estar apresentando com vocês ao longo do dia esta edição deste evento tão importante, tão fundamental para o nosso agronegócio. O Congresso Brasileiro de Fertilizantes é uma realização da ANDA,
is sponsored by ANDA, the National Association for the Diffusion of Fertilizers, with master sponsor of Adufertil, Alfamar Agência Marítil, Campo Forte Fertilizers, Mosaic Fertilizers, NaqGlobal e Ara Fertilizers. Golden Sponsor, AGI Fertilizers, Armac, Banco do Brasil, Brasabank, Euroquem, Hidrovias do Brasil, ICL. Silver Sponsor, Cesare, Arbor, Master, Porto do Açu, Rocha Terminals, and Williams. Before our official opening session, I would like to invite you to watch a video of our master sponsors of the Brazilian Congress of Fertilizers. Let's watch it.
A Alfamar é uma empresa que está entre os seus 25 anos
This is a story that started with the fertilizers market, and we are really very eager to invest more and more in this business because we believe a lot on the importance of this input to the business, Brazilian agribusiness. We look at the client and try and solve his problems, their needs, getting together with technology to speed up our business. We feel that with that we add value and focus on our clients and the market as a whole. That's why Alfamar is investing a lot in business intelligence. We've developed a platform, and today we have a team of experts that is on the main Brazilian ports collecting data of the entry of ships, collecting the frequency with the that the cargo is displaced, and this team brings the information to the platform. And we've been also working on the updates of the ships of Alfamar in the system. They are working with IMO technology, and it will be taken to the platform soon so that we can analyze the size of the ship, and we are also making the waiting time available, and it will naturally take to the use of the platform in an analysis of the moorage. And we also do a solid work in the late time analysis for clients. Hi, I'm Susana Martins Carvalho, Executive Director of Campo Forte Fertilizers. Welcome to the universe of Campo Forte Fertilizers, a company that tries its best so that the clients and the planet are okay. Our journey is pushed by the commitment to sustainability. At Campo Forte, we believe that innovation is much more than a word. It is part of our sustainability strategy and our business strategy. We invest in technology to create the most complete fertilizers line, and we think and design them to maximize the potential of the ground, reducing the loss of nutrients and reducing the carbon footprint. Sustainability and innovation demand a complete action. That's why Campo Forte works with the biggest company of animal protein in the world to reuse the organic matter generated by the company so that we can develop our fertilizers. This is the strength of action of circular economy. Therefore, we are side by side with our clients, producers, and commercial partners, providing the necessary nutrients to the production of sustainable food, complying with the demand in Brazil and the world. Campo Forte believes and wants to be a positive strength to agriculture and the environment. Strong at innovation and sustainability, so cheers to you. On the next decades, the world has a challenge to double the food production to comply with the growing demand. At the same time, we work to protect the environment. At Mosaic Fertilizers, we understand and embrace this challenge to increase productivity in the field, the availability of food in the world, and improve the reality of the communities where we work. We have global presence and operate in more than states in Brazil and Paraguay. Extracting from the nature the minerals necessary precisely because everything in nature is there. What is a mineral today is changed and go back to the field as a nutrient to the animals and to the ground as a fertilizers. And what reaches people's tables represent the value of the agrobusiness to the whole society. Mosaic Fertilizers, helping the world to produce the food they need.
Hello everybody, I'm Avdesh, President and CEO. I take great pleasure in introducing NaqGlobal to you.
NaqGlobal is the world's most unique organization, working solely for fertilizer quality improvements all over the world using our green technology products. That is the beauty of NaqGlobal. Today the world needs clean, green and sustainable fertilizers.
We aim to reduce carbon footprint, eliminate fertilizer quality problems, and avoid any harmful effects if there are because of overusage of fertilizers, and at the same time increase the nutrient use efficiency and reduce fertilizer costs. NaqGlobal's research and development, which started in Brazil about 15 years back, has brought various innovations to the fertilizer industry for environment-friendly mining chemicals, nitrogenous, phosphate and potash processing, granulation improvers, and multi-purpose coating agents for almost all types of fertilizers. Working with more than 200 fertilizer companies in 40 countries worldwide, we take pride in offering the latest technology, customized solutions, supported by prompt logistics and expert dedicated technical services. So let us embrace and adopt the technological innovations for everybody's benefits. The fertilizer industries are benefited because of operating at higher efficiencies, reduction in their losses, and then earning more profits. The farmers are benefited as they get higher efficiency fertilizers at lower costs. And we are able to reduce the carbon emissions for our environment and control the climate damage for our earth. Thank you.
Did you know that Earth has a pulse? That every 26 seconds, a beat runs through our planet. Like the heartbeats of living creatures. But the rhythm is fading. Species are disappearing. Farmland and natural habitats are drying up, burning, flooding, and vanishing. The soil feeding humanity is exhausted. What happens if the pulse suddenly stops? habits of how we grow and bring food to the table. Farmers, food companies, supermarkets, consumers and agricultural companies like us. Everybody must respond now. At Yara, we know we have a responsibility to lead this change. But we cannot do it alone. Together, we can find the courage to grow a nature-positive food future. Earth has a pulse. Let's keep the beat going.
Muito bem, senhoras e senhores.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll tell you that this edition of the Brazilian Fertilizers Congress will be neutral in greenhouse effect gas with the neutral stamp. And this event, neutral event, is with the responsibility, social environmental responsibility to bring awareness on the problem of climate change. We'll start now our opening session officially, so we ask everyone to put your devices at the silent mode. And for the opening session of the Brazilian Fertilizers Congress, we invite Mr. Eduardo de Souza Monteiro, the head of the Board of Administrators of UNDA, and let's greet him. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And to those with a low vision, we have translation to Braille, so I'm wearing glasses, a shirt, and a blue suit. First, I would like to greet the participants, authorities, associates, the board of directors of UNDA, businessmen and suppliers of the fertilizer industry, speakers, debaters, journalists, and the media, and all the participants who are here with their physical or virtual presence. I take this moment to greet, as mentioned before, that in our 10th edition of the Brazilian Fertilizers Congress promoted by UNDA, we respect sustainability, and we are having a carbon neutral event. This Congress is part of the agenda of the main thinkers and executives working in the Brazilian market and international market of fertilizers. And the goal is to enlighten the fertilizers to push the agribusiness with the food security and sustainability. The fertilizer sector opened this space for debate and exchange of knowledge because we believe on the dialogue and mingling knowledge so that we can promote our sector. The agribusiness in Brazil is 25% of the Brazilian GDP, contribution that is known as relevant and with world impact that is important for feeding, health, and environment. Fertilizers are consolidated as one of the protagonists of sustainability and productivity in the field, with income of more than 41 tons in 2022. This figure shows that the fertilizers industry is making their most to comply with the demands of the Brazilian market, supplying their full needs. This market growth is supported by the single condition of competitivity of the Brazilian agriculture, combining climate resources with natural resources, modern agriculture, highly technological, with the high productivity demanding the use of nutrients in the ground, in the soil, reinforcing Brazilian protagonism as the responsible to the production for more than 800 million people. This sector has offering a lot of effort to supply the market, the rural producers, helping the increase of deliveries at the proper time so that men and women in the field, as owners of their own business, have everything needed to organize their planning to the success of a great harvest. If on one hand Brazil is strong on the agribusiness with a lot of consumer fertilizers, on the other hand our dependence on importing fertilizers is huge. We consume about 80% of important fertilizers, so the fertilizers field has been trying to help in a relevant way to improve the strategy in the medium and long term to soften this dependence on this external market so that we can have the successful pathway of more than 55 years supporting the national agribusiness. We are all together to foster and spread and communicate the importance of fertilizers as a relevant input for a healthy society with nutrients in their food and tables. Together, we can create the way to offer the national offer of the input. This new chapter of our story provides improvements in the business environment, national competition in the fertilizers industry, relevant points that are linked to science, technology, innovation, and sustainability. The offer fertilizers for the agribusiness and all the logistics, freight, considering the vast areas of ports, also demand special attention and a good planning to stimulate the intelligent spreading of the production with a good position in the global scenario, and this is mandatory for the food security and to the environment. Thus we'll get closer to consecutive record harvest. We've been working with the strategy to reduce the external dependence, aware of the responsibility of the agribusiness and the economy and the population of our country. That's why we also defend the implementation of a national plan of fertilizer. Fertilizers are partners of sustainability. They preserve great active areas in the rural properties, generating employment in great scale, and are emphasized in the economy and in the balance of the country. We are advanced in terms of productivity, and it's a perfect example of the agriculture, tropical agriculture, exploring in a sustainable way our production with beautiful biodiversity. We owe a lot of the sector to the legacy of Minister Alisson Palmieri, who died this year and who was the head in the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock from 64 to 79. He modernized Embrapa, was part of the pro-álcool movement and fostered the economic movement in Cerrado, among other initiatives. It's also important to remember that we also had this year the celebration of the 50 years of Embrapa, and they are here with us, and they are responsible for innovation, technology, and genetic improvement of seeds. This is one of the best science and research institutions in the world. And fertilizers are part of the productive chain of the agrobusiness, and it brings acknowledgement, international acknowledgement to us. And I finish with my special thanks to the participants of the fertilizers industry for their relevant role to the Brazilian agriculture, complying to the full to the demand with record production. The strategic positioning of the segment to Brazil is there and is consolidated. Have a nice event. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Monteiro. Congratulations to Ander for this wonderful event. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to announce, like the speech of Dr. Antônio Junqueira de Queiroz, the Secretary of Supply in the state of São Paulo. Good morning, everyone. I am Antônio Junqueira, the Secretary of Supply of Agriculture in the state of São Paulo. I'm here to invite all my friends for the 10th Brazilian Congress of Fertilizers Recently, we've signed a solo mais fertile, and I believe that this is going to be an action that it's going to be very positive and very happy from the Secretary to help all producers in the state of São Paulo and Brazil. I wish you all great success and count on the Agricultural Secretariat. Thank you. So still in our opening ceremony, we have the pleasure to announce Dr. Carlos Favaro, the Minister of Agriculture, and Carol. Good morning, Minister. Welcome. Good morning. Can you hear me? So thank you very much. It's an honor to talk to you all. I would like to salute Eduardo Pimentel, the president of ANDA, and salute him and all the board of directors and all organizers of this 10th Brazilian Congress of Fertilizers. First, I would like to apologize for not being there physically. The agenda is quite full for this past few days, and we had to travel like Friday and Thursday. So that's why we had to put some things in the right time here in Brazil. But we are there connected with this beautiful event that is being held in São Paulo. And I believe that it's going to be very fruitful to this important sector. So firstly, just giving a brief context of everything that we already know, the importance of fertilizers. Fertilizers is a synonym of food. Fertilizer is a synonym of employment opportunities and economic growth and stability of the economy and also control of the inflation. We cannot produce food if we do not have fertilizers. Fertilizers means like national security. Fertilizers mean peace in the world, because when we have food, we have peace. I would like to say that we've went through a very difficult moment, knowing that Brazil is highly dependent on fertilizers, that it has been said, and also know that what it means of all vulnerabilities, and here with the due respect to all our international partners and friendly countries and the good commercial relation that we have, and it's done by like trade between countries, especially when we sell in terms of excellency and also what we lack. Strategically, this is very normal and important in the commercial relations all over the world. And for this level of dependency places us with a certain fragility in the subject. So when we had to recreate the confetti done by President Lula last May, with the management and governance and leadership of our Vice President and Minister of Industry and Commerce, Geraldo Alckmin, shows the strength and the importance and relevance of this topic. When the Vice President is always empowering all of us, all ministers in the productive chain, that we can sit at the table and find solutions to minimize impacts of this huge dependency. Obviously, we do not want to become self-sufficient for two reasons that I've mentioned. First, because there is a huge gap between what we import, what we consume, and what we import. And also because it's part of the good commercial relation to buy what our friendly countries have to offer us. But we must move forward in minimizing this dependency. Important measures bringing results. The meeting of confetti that deliberates like the program like engaged to employ and gives more competitiveness in the production of nitrogen in Brazil. Under the command of the Vice President Geraldo Alckmin, all environmental licensing began to have a normal flow. Integration between the ministries led by the Vice President, Agriculture Minister, Energy Ministry, and Environment Minister. We are all looking towards the same directions, and we are making things to happen. I always like to say, making an analogy here, that a plane doesn't fall for just one single reason. We have not got to this level of dependency in terms of imported fertilizers for one single reason. For sure, we have suffered due to tax reasons, prioritizing the import instead of domestic production. So check out where we got to. So the lack of logistic infrastructure, be it in the gas, railroads, ports, roadways, and it impacts the internal production and also in the distribution. And it takes too long for the licensing and the imprevisibility of who is going to invest if there is not a minimum forecast of the licensing for the industry to be installed in Brazil. So there is a whole set of actions that we cannot only sit and complain, but we have to work. We have to work hard to overcome all the challenges and create a better environment for investments, and then we can have the fertilizer sector grow in Brazil and be more efficient locally, more competitive, related to the international market, generating employment and opportunities here. I could not avoid saying the optimistic factor, to tell you all this optimism that we are going to live better days, and more than that, where we are moving forward in terms of consumption of fertilizers. I always like to say and remind you all that 50 years ago, the beginning of the 70s, we were importing food, but thanks to science and the creation of Embrapa, so important for this development of this country in the production of food. And mind that I would like to quote something. We look at the world as a world that has developed under the other countries' technology. So South Korea specialized very fast. In 50 years, became the worldwide leader in semiconductors and nanochips. India in artificial intelligence, China as a technological science, Japan, and this is all due to technological development that happened for the past 50 years. But we cannot move on as straight dogs. So Brazil must develop technology to produce food efficiently. Our harvest land produced and used by agriculture 50 years ago was around 27 million hectares, and we were importing food. And then with Embrapa and the private research that allied between producers and men and women were looking and found technology to develop technology, incrementing the production 40,000 million hectares for the past 50 years, 7% more occupied by land use. But more than that, 580% was our growth in terms of production and Brazilian productivity, science, dedication, technology. And what is our future? Is to occupy more 40 million hectares of land with a difference. This next 40 million hectares, a program that was created by the agriculture minister in partnership with Embrapa and BNDES and Banco do Brasil. The program is already running. We are collecting input and investments from outside. We are going to embed more 40 million hectares. But the difference that this time we won't need 15 years. In 10 years, we are already incorporating a lot of hectares in the land, and also an efficient pasture that became efficient and creating and generating more competitiveness. And we won't need to go and move towards the forest. We will have this 40,000 lands over pasture, preserving the environment and conserving it, transforming pastures that have been degraded and with a carbon emission in more efficient areas that capture CO2, that preserves the environment, and has best practices in terms of sustainability and labor. And for that to happen, and this is the optimistic point I want to highlight, there is only one way for us to change this degraded pasture in an area that is highly efficient. Investing in fertilizers is using fertilizers and correcting the soil that we make the land more productive. And then not good soils become more productive, generating new employment opportunities. This is going to be in new hands, this big opportunity. Brazil is going to be a partner. The government of the Lula's government will be a partner. And you'll find in Lula's government a very proper environment for us to increment the areas, increase our production, and continue producing on what we are already producing and reducing our dependency. So check the size of the challenge, but also understand the size of the opportunity. This 10th Congress will bring us inputs like information, knowledge, so the government will take action to make it a reality in this big program, decreasing the Brazilian dependency over the management, using strong companies, count to create new opportunities and new job positions. So success, and be sure that the ministry and the government are your partners. Thank you, Minister, for your live participation. Carlos Favre, the Minister of Agriculture, have a wonderful day. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will announce Dr. Geraldo Alckmin, Vice President of the Republic and Minister of the Industry, Commerce and Service, and the President of the National Fertilizers Congress. Conferte. Ladies and gentlemen, the Brazilian Congress of Fertilizers from the National Association for the Diffusion of Fertilizers under is a very opportunist initiative to build joint proposals to elevate the domestic production of fertilizers in Brazil. Our country is the fourth biggest agriculture producer in the country, the biggest export of soy on the planet, plus 85% of fertilizers that we use in the Brazilian production come from abroad. Between 1998 and 2001, and just for you to have an idea, there was an increase of 440% in the import of fertilizers. The external dependency in this area costs us $25 billion per year, money that leaves the country to generate resources and employment abroad. We must revert this case, investing in research, technology, always aware of inclusion and employment of clean methodology and methods of production. Under the lead of President Lula, we restructured CONFET, National Council of Fertilizers. In July of this year, CONFET began to work by means of the ministry teams of Agriculture, Ministry of Industry, Commerce and Service, Ministry of the Development, and the Ministry of Mines and Energy. By means of a qualified dialogue with the private initiative, we will launch in November the National Plan of Fertilizers, a plan with concrete measures that will reduce our dependency in fertilizers, minimizing our costs, our rural producers' costs, and generating employment in the industry and expanding the external markets for our agricultural production. On the person of Ricardo Tortorella, who is the Executive Director of ANDA, I would like to salute all these entity members that will give a huge contribution to our field and to our industry of fertilizers. Have a nice day, you all. Okay, now we close our opening ceremony of the Brazilian Congress of Fertilizer. We'd like to register the presence of all of you and the journalists who are covering the media, like 15 media companies that are providing support to this Congress. On this 10th edition, we'd like to thank you all, participants like you, live, watching us by YouTube. and honoring with their audience our event. We are live on internet with Libras, the Brazilian Sign Language, and everyone here has translation into English. Ladies and gentlemen, would you like to make an announcement? All comments, opinions, texts, images, tables, materials, and charts that will be presented here during our 10th edition of the concert are the sole responsibility of the speakers, debaters, or moderators, as much as of the companies or entities that they represent, and do not reflect the organizer entity.
Okay, as you saw, now we'll start the first panel, the first one of the day, approaching the new global mechanisms for the energy transition. So we invite the questions to the participants here are made in writing and sent to the receptionists that are in the room. And please use the questionnaire form that you have in the backpack that you received when you came to the event, so that we can standardize the questions. If you are watching us via internet, you can also send questions by sending them via chat with your name, the city where you are, to whom the question is. Your participation is more than welcome if you're following us online. And to coordinate this panel, I'm honored to invite Mr. Michael Costa, that is the Vice President of Supply Chain at Yara Brazil. Let's hear to him. As a speaker, Professor Marco Yankee, coordinator of the NaqGlobal Center. Professor Roberto Rodrigues, debater this morning and president of the Brazilian Academy of Agronomic Sciences. And we'll also have as a debater Ambassador Carla Barroso Carneiro, a permanent representative of Brazil along with the UN, who is online, and she's already here with us. And to start the panel, I'll pass the floor to you, Maicon. Have an excellent panel. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I hope you are all well, that the event was good at the beginning, and we have a good energy here for the first panel that will deal with the new global mechanisms for the energy transition. Talking about the energy transition is not necessarily something new, but it's not a secret that it's been quite relevant recently and a priority in the agendas, as well as it's starting to be to gain a little more scale in a practical way over the last years. In this sense, we want to understand the strengths, the mechanisms that are and will push up this energy transition, whether they are incentives or penalties, eventual penalties, to determine the viability and, I'm sure, the speed of this transition. Obviously, considering the topic, when we talk about energy transition, there will always be a huge impact to the society, and it will bring a lot of opportunities as well. And with that, a lot of risks to the system and to the current production model. In this context, our goal here today is to start promoting a discussion on these mechanisms and the risks and opportunities, focusing especially on our fertilizers industry and the agribusiness, and in this context, especially the farmer. And I'm honored here to be here today with Marco Yankee, Roberto Rodrigues, and Carla, who will help us understand a little bit more on this topic. I will now invite Marco for his initial words, and then we'll discuss by answering eventual questions from the audience. Thank you very much, Dr. Marcos. The floor is yours. Good morning, everyone. It's a huge pleasure to be back to this event. I've been to one of the last events of ANDA, and we were talking about these years of high turbulence that are happening in the agribusiness sector. And I think what we see this year is coming back to the normal after the pandemic, after the war, after the climate situation that are more and more extreme, inflation and geopolitics. So these are the facts for these turbulences and uncertainties of the last 3 years. And now what we see is the prices going back to normal, but in a very confused way, I would say. This year, we saw people that didn't want to sell soya and had a problem, and the purchase of inputs is completely chaotic. So, in fact, over the last 3 years, we had the relative prices completely damaged, and now we see things getting back to normal. And this is how we are going to look at Brazil, where it's going to, and I want to talk more about the agribusiness and bioenergy. And I know we'll have more specific panels later on about it. Now, going back to the slides, the idea of the panel is to analyze the insertion of Brazil in the agribusiness and in the global energy transition. So let's see where we are headed to. We've been having some simulations in the global scenario, considering all the projections that FAO and OECD and SDA have made and MAPA to the next 10 years to try and understand better the role of Brazil today in the international context. And basically, this is what I'll talk about. And I finish with the energy transition, given the link for the discussion on this fantastic frontier that is open now to countries that have bioenergy, biomass, and sun and wind and water. So basically, that's it. The turbulences after 2020, back to normal, the international market as a dynamic vector of the agribusiness growth. It's very important because the agribusiness is focused on exports. More than other countries, the countries in Latin America depend 40–50% of their production to the exports, differently from the United States and Europe that are about 30, and in Asia much less than that. So we have this vocation to export, especially because our markets are big, but not that big as the internal American market or the internal European market. So the exports are the dynamic vector of Latin Americas that are competent, and also the Brazilian ones. The name of the game to us is protein. The name of the game in the future might be bioenergy. We have 40 years of bioenergy, but with the Brazilian characteristics that were copied, just a little copied in the world, like in the United States, in India, but it's still in the beginning. But the energy transition opened these frontiers of bioenergy that is new and it's fantastic. And then decisions and opportunities. Starting with prices, everyone follows this graph here from FAO that started in January 19. And we see things going on with ups and downs and the boom of commodities and the great peak in 92 and now the big drop of this peak. And this is something important because commodities live like a roller coaster. The idea is that commodities are always going up. No. This graph shows exactly how this roller coaster is, and the expected would be to have this accommodation in 23. And the factors to tease the situation was the pandemic, the war, inflation, China, climate and geopolitics. I would say all of them unexpected at the levels they happened. Nobody would imagine the pandemic, a war in the center of Europe, or an inflation of 2 digits in the big countries, rich countries, or climate phenomena the way they are happening, especially here in the south, and nobody would imagine geopolitics being so strong as it is coming back in this polarization, like Russia and China on the one hand, on one side, and the Western world on the other. So the return started in 2022, and here we have the main products. The price is going back to what they were before the pandemic, and here the main inputs, among which the fertilizers that had strong peaks in 22, especially due to the war, and then they go back to normal. And oil somehow, yes, when we translate that into internal prices, it's not only the international prices drop that impacts, but also the value of real facing dollar. This is a phenomenon that is happening at this moment. And the size of the crops and the negative premiums that were practiced due to a crop that increased 25% to soy and 10% in corn with the stressed logistics. Thanks God there is a new logistics ongoing. Let's remember that. I'm insisting on the logistics that is improving. And this decade is the decade of the integrated systems and logistics, two things that are changing in the country. The integrated systems of productions, as we've never seen before, and the new logistics allowing the multimodal of trains and water roads that were mandatory for us to export 200 million tons of cargo, and we are reaching 250 or 300. So, in fact, it is improving, but this is the most stressed year of our history in logistics. The price of proteins is also decreasing, mainly the cattle protein with the adjustments you are following. So we are going back to normal, I would say. The abnormal is not 23. Abnormal is from 20 to 22. And here, surprising response of exports. So the same way prices go up and down, exports go up, and in a strong way, in a very accentuated way, forced by the prices and also by the volumes. And this is what is interesting, the Brazilian exports, not only price. It's a lot of the ability of the producer to react to good prices and surprisingly increase the volumes produced. So we go from $100 billion, that is the level that we've had for 10 years, almost 10 years. We go from 80 to 100, we go up to 160. And imports also go up, mainly due to fertilizers that represent this push. Doing the math, we've always calculated imports and exports in the agribusiness, analyzing only the products, but we need to look at the products and the inputs, because the agribusiness is the whole chain, and the main part of the agribusiness is in inputs and not products. We import milk and wheat, but the inputs are the main point of the imports, like machines, fertilizers, defensives. So considering the inputs, we go to 60 billion of imports, 160 in exports, and 100 as the commercial balance. So here's the agenda that is huge on commodities, because we have 10, 12 products where Brazil is the world leader. Another story that we hear is that we believe we are related to all the world food security. So we are related to strategic products. Basically, 10, 12 productive chains that altogether make Brazil to represent 8% of the world exports today. For years and years, it was 6. Now it's 8.5%. We are the third greatest one in the world. I'll show it that soon, but this is what we are. And 38% of this is soybeans, and 18% is meat. But the interesting here is to see the growth rates. So you see that the soy complex grows 12% a year in 22 years. And more than that, we have corn and cotton in 15% a year. And cotton, soya, and corn is the same It's the same area. So this is the synergic diversification I'm talking about. The second corn and the ILP allowed the same area to have many activities. So the agenda grows on exports without consuming any additional area. And this process won't stop. Today we have 20 million hectares of ILP, and Minister Favre said he'll search for investments for more 40 million of hectares. I hope we don't that via the state, but via the market, because obviously we can't imagine that there is an infinite market. So we need to dose all that. And we need to know how to dose, and the market is the one who does that. It's not the government, and the dosing is happening. Year after year, we are increasing 1.5 million hectares on pastures. And it becomes the first crop and second crop. It's very interesting. It's a very rich and single process that we have. And the most dynamic products on this agenda are soya, sugar, alcohol, and corn and cotton. These are the ones growing the most. The others grow about 8, 10%, 6%, just like meat, forest products, coffee, and someone goes lower, just like film and orange. But these are the products that are in the commodities agenda in a very dynamic way, mainly in the dynamics of the last years.
And here we have our import parts. The almost 60 billion that we import, 44% in 2022 were fertilizers. So almost half of all our imports in fertilizers. Then we have pesticides, and then animal health, and then wheat, fish, machinery, and dairy products. So inputs are heavy on us. And this is good, not bad. And it's necessary. Obviously, we get scared when we have a war that affected potentially all the supply, ended up not affecting that much, but it changed prices. We have all this discussion if we are going to increase like domestic production. However, this is how the world works, and it's due to trade. And trade is made Brazil to be this very important role in import of inputs. And it has to do with the competitiveness of the agribusiness. So on the product side, we have this growth in China. Remember that corn and cotton grow like 20%, and soy grows 12%, and China grows at 20% per year. So it's an incredible leap from 1 B to 55 billions, $53 billion. It's a spectacular leap. And below China, we have like the Asia and other countries, and then the European Union that has been in the past like half of the old exports. So it changed like its geography. We had a European geography, and now it's more related to Asia, and it's going to continue like that. And what explains all that? Everything that I've mentioned so far is productivity. This is the most important point. Productivity is sometimes people measure productivity comparing like planted area with all the overall area. This is the most, let's say, easiest way to understand, but it's a mistake because you don't add like tons of different products. So the best way to compare productivity is APTF, like the total production of the factors, and we work the land as a whole. And it's interesting enough when we look at this chart, and I put a lot of countries here on purpose. So the average world production, Brazil takes off after 95. And in 95, this was the moment of the maturation of the direct plant and the occupation of the Midwest, and then in the 2000s, the integration of agriculture and farming. It's interesting. The integration begins with this integration, and then you have the possibility to have like planted forestry, energy, renewable energy, and also carbon. And food, obviously. So it's a ELP, EFC, whatever. This is what we are doing, and this system is the one that grows up faster and explains this productivity gains. And Brazil is taking off related to all the other countries on an average rate. If we look from the 80s on, 2.8% per year, reaching for the past 2 decades 3.4% per year. So it's way above all the other economy sectors and way above all the other countries. Check the United States here, European Union. So the growth rates of the PTF, so the United States and Europe are much smaller than us. This is not a data from us, it's the USDA. This data comes from a sole technology from the USDA. And then when we break it down, it's done by the IPEA Institute. They just released a new paper, and we see that this breakdown is capital inputs growing quite a lot, and then land growing not that much. And then from 94 on, we have this chart that opens this huge gap, and it shows essentially like productivity growth, and it's due to technology. So it's the most important factor. And all the inputs are sub-items that come from technology that grow. If you look at 20%, capital grows like 40% in the same period, especially from 96 on. And it's related to the use of technology and also like labor that decreased. So we have currently an agriculture that's much more technological, that uses less land, and it's losing labor. Actually, it's losing labor in terms of agricultures, but needs labor in terms of qualified people. This is what the insanity of it all. So we have thousands of producers leaving, like the agribusiness, and they will do that. This is done by 500,000 and not 5 million. So 90% of the agro is 500,000 producers, but we are still missing people to work with the machinery and equipments and this ultra-modern agriculture that we have. And it shows here in this other chart, which is that the PTF by regions close to zero in the north and northeast, around 2.5 in the southeast and south, and more than 3.5 per year, the PTF growth in the Midwest. So what it shows us is a technology in scale, like the integrated systems that pull and are the big consumers of all the inputs that Brazil needs, like fertilizers, machinery, and defensives, and services, and so on. So we see that the concentration of the Brazilian agro is huge, separated by regions, mostly in the Midwest and also southeast and south. It's not north and northeast, even though we have a part of the northeast that it's kind of like Midwest, but it's a smaller region when we compare to the whole northeast region. And the average Brazilian medium is like 2.5 to 0.8% per year. Then we have the system, like the growth system, that somehow decreases in pasture areas and increases in the agricultural land. And this increase is amazing because we move from 40 to 80,000 hectares in produced area, and most of it happens due to integrated systems and productivity and the like. And cattle production decreases its area. So here what we see is this phenomena. On one hand, we have like the second harvest, the other one, the ELP grows and increases productivity of like cattle rising. It's still very low. We're talking like 3 berries per year. And this is curiously enough, like to have 10 soy producers and 10 corn producers in the Midwest, they're not that much different. But if we get 10 cattle producers, they're very different from each other. Sometimes like fence and fence results are completely different. So cattle raising is improving and will do even best due to the agricultural producer, but it's still very heterogeneous. But we are not going to use that much pasture, and it will increase in the use of technology. I'm not going to tell where soy has gone and corn and cotton. We could spend many different products with impressive results. We have forecasts like 32 and more realistic forecasts, but I'm not going to bore you with that. But I will show you some phenomena that are currently happening. This is Brazil going over like the United States. Soy 20 years ago was 6% to the U.S. and 30% Brazil. And now it's 30% U.S. and 60% Brazil. And this is not going to change. Brazil is consolidated as the biggest export in soy. And here Brazil passing the United States in corn production. So you see that the United States is the biggest corn producers, China also. But when it comes to export, the biggest player tends to be Brazil. Because soy is going to continuously growing along, and corn will continue to grow with soy. We have a corn expansion that it's called a soy area, and this is going to improve. So Brazil tends to become the second biggest corn export. And the same is going to happen with cotton. If we get the way cotton is being developed in the U.S. and in Brazil, it's completely different. And Brazil is doing this wonderful work in terms of cotton, using communication abroad and showing the differences of our cotton when we compare to the U.S. And you see what is happening in Asia. But Brazilian growth in corn is way above the U.S., and it will continue so. So that's why I say that the name of the game is protein, because the growth of soy and corn and the growth of meat, this big leap that cattle has achieved after the pandemic, and also like the swine production that took advantage of the plague in China, and the growth of poultry, all that together takes Brazil and makes Brazil like a big protein producer. This is the game. Today's game is the game that Brazil exerts in protein more than any other product, like wheat, cereals. That's not our game. Well, eventually it will if we have some tropical effect. But the name of the game today is protein. And it's a game of integrated system. It's not as one player alone maximizing and optimizing the use of land, which obliges the fertilizer companies to have a multiple strategy. So be it in the agro-defensive or the fertilizers. We are dealing with 10 activities that are happening on the face of the earth. So you go to the Midwest, it's corn, soy, wheat, cotton, like cattle, dairy, swines, poultry, and cellulose. So 10 different activities. They're all happening together and opening this new frontier that I'm going to talk about. It's bioenergy, that it's not only the sugarcane frontier. When I was the president of UNICA, we used to say that sugarcane was everything. There was no other energy source. Now we have biodiesel, and now we have ethanol, like from corn. And we are opening a new door, like finally, for the residues. We were wasting and using bad, like all the residues, like putting on the trash more of the bagasse, not using stray. And everything is going to come into play of this integrated systems. And this is an equation that has no parallel. You do not move around the world and finding that. We've made it possible due to the fact that we are under the tropics and using that in our favor. We have always been in the tropics, but we took advantage of it for the past 50 years. So in reality, I say that it was in the 90s. That was when we took off and when like Asia was purchasing more in the 90s. There is no revolution of offer if we have no demand. And that was a fabulous coincidence that Brazil promoted an agriculture revolution from the 80s, and China had a manufacture revolution at the same time, moving like 200,000 Chinese like from the farm, from the field to the cities, and it was phenomenal for us to be what we are today. So the name of the game is protein. And when we talk about protein, I had maps for all the different proteins, maps for per capita consumption. It's very visual. So the clear ones is where consumption is low, 5, 10, 15 kilos per inhabitant, and the darker ones is 100, 120 kilos per inhabitant. This is all the meat together, like cattle and dairy products. But what appears the same way is there is a protein deficit in the Southeast Asia. All maps show the same protein deficit. And deficit is a scale from 1 to 5, 1 to 8. What we're saying is that over there they are eating like 15 kilos of meat, and in rich countries we are eating 80, 100. So Brazil is in 100 kilos. So this difference that exists in cattle and in the field also happens in consumption of meat all over the world, among countries with very low protein consumption and looking for exits to get away from this problem.
In terms of commercial balance, what we see, and this is very interesting because this comes from the FAO report, and they project to 2032, as you can see here. And in 32, which will be the most important region? I mean, it's already today, but it wasn't in the past. The most important region will be Latin America, after North America, and the big competitor, or the real competitor, is Europe and Asia, the East Europe and Central Asia. And the bigger buyer are Africa and Asia. So the world goes deeper in this division between the Eastern world supplier and the Western world buyer. Obviously, there is a complicated geopolitical game here, because if the world is talking about friendshoring, nearshoring, this balance here is fragile. And what do I mean? That if China is related to Russia in a deep way, it may bring consequences to this balance that is designed today between the Americas and Asia as the regions with a greater superavit and deficit in the agribusiness. And here's Brazil. Brazil is the third greatest in the world. We launched now. We are much better than China with the figures of 22. We grow 10% a year. We are the ones growing the most. Before us, we only have the United States and European Union. European with a more diversified way, and the United States with a similar agenda, but we are growing better than them, as we can see here. China is also growing exports. China is the greatest export and the fourth greatest export, exporting $100 billion. People don't see that. People see China as importing, but the China exports well fruit, vegetables, and fish, and a lot of products with added value. Then we have Canada, Indonesia, and India right after us. So you see that Argentina has dropped, unfortunately, lost space. Unfortunately or fortunately, I don't know. But lost space. Australia as well, they are facing difficulties, and these are the greatest players. But the ones growing there are Brazil. Brazil is the one that is going up. In this last 22 years, the European Union was bigger, but now they are decreasing. the United States is reducing. China has grown, and dropped. Indonesia and India are exporters, but they have the challenge with the population. It's a huge challenge to them. Who will feed the urban India that is growing more than China and with a population greater than? So here's no great competition. Our biggest competitor here is the United States. I have no doubt about it. And in the future, Eastern Europe with the potential, and Russia. But at this point, they are also facing a complicated situation. So Brazil is growing, is far from reaching the United States. The United States has a history of more than 100 years, but we can get there. And I think Roberto is convinced of that. I don't know. I don't know if we'll see that happening, but in corn we can see, in soya we'll see, in corn, cotton we've seen, we've surpassed the United States. So about the importers, what calls our attention are the three greatest ones, because we talk a lot about China as a great importer. And in fact, they grow 11% a year in imports. But China today is just like the European Union and the United States. And in China, we are growing on market. And fast in the United States, we are losing market. To our neighbors, we don't see the United States as a market. We see as a competitor. And the Americans are growing a lot on their imports. They are growing 6% a year on their imports. And this is a big market, but this is not for what we compete with them. It's for the other things. But we export meat and so on, but we don't make use of the American market. And in the European market that is quite big, we are not making a good use. We are having difficulties. Even Europe has been more bigger than they are today, and with the restrictions, it will decrease even more. So we are concentrated on China, and we chose the United States as the greatest supplier. We are greater than the United States in China, but we have to be careful because China imports because they need, not because they like it. And all the countries in the world, I mean, the idea of the countries delivering their product supply to other countries is a fake idea. No country in the world, and it's been 35 years that I've been analyzing this business, no country in the world want to depend on another country regarding food. They want to be self-sufficient. They are not because they can't. And this is what happens to China. China doesn't open to wheat or rice. They open to chicken and pork when they need. When they don't, they close. But they open for soya, cellulose, cotton, but it's very punctual and selective. It's not a free market. Everything's quite strategically thought. Well, just to finish here with energy transition, this big map is a map that everyone knows, because the world starts with the first big wave of traditional biomass called steam. Then we have oil, then charcoal, gas, and all that is 85% of the world energy. And this is the problem of emissions, because 70% of the emissions are in transport and energy and related to these projects here, traditional biomass, gas, charcoal, and oil. Brazil is 45% renewable, and the world is 15% renewable. The energy transition will be slow and complex, mainly because the renewable energies are not stable. You have to deal with this intermittence. The wind, to stock, the famous stocking the wind quote of the former president, just like the sun, day and night, and water, because Brazil traditionally has a problem with water, and also biomass needs to be worked in an alternate way. So these are the main challenges of the energy transition. That would be basically to increase the number of renewables and reducing the fossils. Brazil does that, has been doing that for 40 years, since the alcohol program for cars, and then the flex cars, and the biodiesel program, and the cogeneration. It's a long story. This table is just to show the gains that we can have today when we converge cars to a renewable source. But this is a Brazilian product like jabuticaba. We don't have a lot of countries in the world doing what Brazil did, and when they did it, they made mixes of ethanol in gasoline or biodiesel in diesel. They didn't reach to the alcohol or the flex car the way we did. But what we see today, and I confess I was president of UNICA from 2007 to 2012, we've seen that, but it didn't happen. Roberto was there, and we used to see that there was this wave of new uses of bioenergy, but it was also difficult to happen. And suddenly the energy transition is there recent. I mean, this one that the world is aware, and this pressure that we have for energy transition is leading to this kind of thing. So it's very interesting to talk about the green ammonia in fertilizers, and talking about inputs like bioplastics, and talk about the frontiers that were there 15 years ago, but were not solved, were not clear. And we have at least 5 big frontiers. One is the second generation ethanol with the plants that Raízen is producing, and that can be, well, they are expensive, they have their own particularities, but this is a wonderful frontier, mainly due to the quality of the bagasse for electricity. Biomethane, that is going there, being used in some plants, and pork culture, some activities, and milk. And the so-called hard-to-abate sectors, the ones that have no way out, and maybe the 2 biggest ones are transportation and aviation, with the SAP, Sustainable Aviation Fuels, and the alternatives for ships, the bunker. And then we have civil construction, cement, and many other sectors that are super meters with a huge difficulty to get rid of the fossils. Then we have green diesel, especially the experience of HVO, that will be quite strong in the United States and can change the soil market and other oily seeds, and many companies announcing plants to produce more green diesel or hydro-treated diesel. And it's interesting because this diesel is the perfect successor of the current diesel produced in refineries. And if you increase the amount of oil to produce diesel, you can have some remainders. And there is an equation that nobody can deal with properly, and that can change the market a lot. And finally, the big future that I believe that we have know how to deny is electrification. We are going through electrification and hydrogen, and these are the 2 frontiers. If we get the projections of the International Energy Agency, what we see the most in 2050 is electrification. Electrification to this problem that we see today, that is based on which energy source, right? And obviously the hydrogen, where we can see an interesting role of biomass and ethanol. So this is a huge potential. The acronym for that, we talk about ILP, but the other one is IFES, Integrated Food Demand Systems, that is the integration in the use of the wastes. of agriculture in the production of energy. And a lot of policies to be created for hydrogen and mixes and incentives to biomethane and carbon regulation. So we have a lot of roads to be taken here, and we'll see in the future. And unfortunately, didn't happen 10 years ago, but now they are there and they have everything to happen. So that was that. I hope I could bring an overview to that. And I finish with bioenergy because I truly believe that we progressed a lot in agriculture and agrobusiness, and in bioenergy we also progressed, but in the national model. And today we have the opportunity of progressing in the global model. So this is our homework. That is to participate in the national debate and compare our energy sources, our ammonium fertilizers, to the ones that are produced in other countries with the technologies that are developed in other countries. I think that despite I didn't study so much, I think that the developed world has pointed a lot of ways out, and we know we have a lot happening here, but we can keep up with the speed of their spread. The same happens with technologies to reduce carbon in the agricultures. We know that in the tropics we are better, but we don't measure, we don't report, we don't validate as we should. And bioenergy to me is the same. So we need to be fast on that because everything is happening and we have clear ways out here. And possibly we would have cheaper productions with the tropical weather that we have here. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Dr. Marcos. So at the beginning, you were talking that we moved back to normal. Well, we did not agree fully, and then you explained a little bit more what normal meant. And then the fertilizer sector said, what kind of normal is that? It's like, well, we were all very agitated. And it's very clear by your words and data how much agriculture in Brazil has evolved for the past few years, especially when it comes to productivity in the broad sense that you presented so well. And then here is the challenge that our next step in terms of productivity is like beyond productivity is how we produce, meaning sustainability, and then connecting to the topic of the energetic transition, be it to the field and to the industry. And we'll talk more about it. And now I will pass the floor to our guest, like Carla Carneiro, the permanent representative of Brazil to the UN, FAO. And Carla, welcome. And you have like some time like to make your speech. Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Michael Costa, Vice President of the Supply Chain of Yara Brazil, Marcos Young, who was the Inspire Agro Global Center coordinator that I had the opportunity to work with. And you were the president of UNICA, so the director executive under our longtime partner, Mr. Roberto Rodrigues, like a inspiration, all-time source of inspiration. So I thank you all for the opportunity to talk to you here today. I bring the perspective of who is looking to this whole scenario from the observation post, which is working with 3 different entities from the United Nations that imply in food security on a global level, like the FAO, the World Program of Food, PNA, and the Fund for the Agriculture in the World, so FAO, and some specific cases, along with the 2 other organizations. It's responsible for the publication of many different reports and indexes. There are the reference in their specific areas, such as the indexes that Professor Young brought in many different slides. So we have like reports in forestry and commodities and fertilizers area, but maybe the most known one of all reports is the one that we publish annually and brings like the hunger map. So the technical name of this report is SWAP, is the is the state of food security and nutritional state in the world. So the last report was launched about 2 months ago, and it brings statistics in reference to 2022, and it comes to the first quarter of this year. It's the first year of the economy post-pandemic, but it's the year where we had the begin of the war in Ukraine, and we've been focusing on the topic. What we see is that FAO says that last year was characterized by high prices and volatile prices in terms of fertilizers and other agricultural inputs such as diesel, natural gas, and electricity. And FAO says that this volatility is due to multiple factors that had ammonia extracts and other nitrogen extracts that reach levels like 4 times bigger than the average perspectives of a pluriannual, which is that roller coaster that Professor Young has shown us. So in spite of the dramatic situation of last year, so FAO says that February last data that are embedded, so the urea and natural gas prices had decreased around 40% of the records that we had in the first semester of 2022. So it's most likely, Michael, what Professor Young is saying when he says that a new normal. So under our perspective here, working with all the UN agencies, and particularly with the UN agencies that focus in the nutrition, what we see is a situation that is still tense, with prices that are the double of what we had a few years ago. And due to this diagnosis and this scenario, these 3 UN agencies have been working with member countries and Brazil with the intention to expand its capacity of research, analyze, and develop in the commodity sector, like to understand the relation between the fertilizers market and also the relation with agricultural productivity. We've been working with a more granular analysis with production costs and developing indexes, many indexes that, among other things, will say that we can join tasks related to the stock of fertilizers much more accurate. This is the kind of work that we've been doing here. Another initiative in these reports that were made by FAO and up to the request of G20 and published in April of this year, along with the World Bank and OMC, were analyzing the implications between like the commodities market and the fertilizers market in particular, and also related to food insecurity. So what we see from these reports, like as I mentioned, like from April of this year, it brings some conclusions. First one is, it says that like how we look and ensure like food security and nutritional security. And the first one is the need to keep its full working in the world supply chains, preventing restrictions that we've been seeing increasing to the international trade. Secondly, unfortunately, is to keep and have resources to maintain the current levels of humanitarian assistance in this universe of the UN towards like nutritional security. It's issued by the PNA that last year had the biggest revenue. It reached $14 billion, which is a record that tends not to repeat itself. And it's likely will put more than 800,000 people under a more severe risk, people who are already facing food insecurity. And the third conclusion from this April report made by the FAO and OMC by request of G20 is related to our conversation today. And we said, even by the Minister Flavio and Michael, which is the need to increase efficiency in the use of fertilizers and also like resilience related to the changes that will be more constant in terms of climate circumstances that producers will have to face, like from now on. So in this scenario, so there is a consensus to count on new technology to optimize the applicability of fertilizers. And for that, one of the works that we've been doing here at FAO has to do with nutrient maps, which its main objective is to increase the use of fertilizers. So the minister said that, and also Minister Flavio and the Vice President Alckmin also talked about the soil and the importance of the soil. And I've watched it very closely from the beginning of this lecture, where they were talking about like the pulse of the soil, which is crucial to ensure that we have the food production. In 2019, FAO had an international code of conduct approved for the sustainable use of fertilizers. And the objective of this code is both to promote the policy of like soil nutrients in a sustainable way, increasing productivity. As a result of everything that happened around the code, was that this year, when we were looking at all the international network of use of the soil and fertilizer, I would like to call your attention that this network is not restricted to governments, but it incorporates the academia and the private sector. And one of the objectives when I came here was to increase the participation of Brazilian representatives in all these different initiatives in the realm of these three agencies. What I see, and it's been like 30 years of my professional career, is that the international deals, multilateral, they are moving, and they are moving in the direction to this, what we've been calling in an article that is yet to be published, international systems of evidence. What does it mean? We deal with governments, private sector, we deal a set of norms, but these norms will have the implementation of these norms must be monitored. So we can ensure monitoring. We have the indexes. So when we create the indicators, the indexes, you have a traditional process like to take out of the table like the traditional agents like from the government and leave only a few agents that do not reflect the interest of governments and the world realities. And once again, what Professor Young mentioned is the tropicality. When we talk about agriculture, I will say something that it's obvious, but maybe it's not obvious when we are talking about international trades that work with international systems. If you're talking about the negotiation in the human rights area, or in the financial area mostly, you do not have indicators that move according to specific regions. You have more harmonic indicators that enable us to bring in a harmonic way a world reality. So you have like the government to assess the supply of norms that have been negotiated previously. In the agriculture, obviously the indicators cannot be harmonized if they do not bring the region reality where food is produced. So I'll give an example here. I know that my time is almost ending, but I got a little bit lost here. But here at FAO is produces a lot of world indicators that are produced by FAO and then used by the World Bank, OMC, and BEAD. These indicators, they are hosted in a system called FAO-START that has all the indicators, possibly some of the indicators that Professor Young brought. Among the indicators, there is the use of soil. So it's an indicator of soil usage by FAO-START. And what happens is that very recently we found out that in this indicator, FAO was not seeing the fact such as since the 90s that we have more than one harvest per year, and in many cases sometimes three. So see the difference that we have an indicator when it comes like to soil usage, to use 1 harvest per year or 3 per year. So that's why I say that an international system of evidences only brings the regional implications if it has the participation of those countries that represent the regions. And then this is what I wanted to say, that it's a crucial the private sector participation, and I invite it on behalf of UNDA that you participate in meetings that happens 2 or 3 times per year of the Soil Alliance. This meeting is creating indicators, like we have around 20 indicators related to the soil, and the tropical indicators related to soil are not related to what we are saying. This is my perspective, my point of view, the way I see it. And I would like to thank once again the opportunity of being here with you all. And I am available to answer any questions that may come up. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Carla, for your participation. Among so many important points, like the one that understanding like tropical agriculture, thinking about Brazil, that obviously, as you said, it's different, but it's worth the understanding. So we can have the indicators of what is a sustainable agriculture in a different context. And with this, I would like to call to the floor our Eternal Minister, Roberto Rodrigues, to talk about his understanding and this repositioning of this energetic transition will bring to our sector.
Hello. First, I would like to thank UNDA for the invitation to such an important event with so many relevant people that I meet here. My role here is to talk a little bit about what Marcos and Ambassador already presented and honored us with their presence. But Carlos' lecture was so complete that I have nothing to say. Just emphasize some of the points that he mentioned, because we have the same training, the same history, the same background. So I won't repeat everything. So I'll just emphasize some of the points that he mentioned, starting with geopolitics, that in fact is the scenario that he portrayed here to us. So just a few people here come from the time that the world was divided between Russia and the United States. This was the global dichotomy. And it ended up when the Berlin Wall was destroyed, and it ended with an interesting way because ONU was the protagonist at the period, and they determined the new world order, based on 2 topics: cooperation and competition. There was no poetry on that. We knew it would be impossible to avoid competition among countries and sectors and so on. So competition was admitted as an important factor in the world, but with cooperation. I mean, it was not to fight, to create unnecessary elements to the world development. It worked well for a while, but then in the 21st century, this topic of cooperation was melted, and today we have a competition with the renewal, a strong renewal using mechanisms and elements to go beyond the process, the competitive process. But the fact is we are now going to another global dichotomy. On one hand, we have the Western world, rich, powerful, but with no leadership, therefore with no projects, and the multilateral corporations that are of Western inspiration, they lost their protagonism. Nobody knows the general director of the UN and so on. They lost protagonism in this process. So it is making the countries to get together in a different way. And then we have China with all their Asian apparatus and part of Europe as well, Russia participating on this process, that then the world is divided between the Western world and China. And what about us? We are a Western country who depends on China. So our position today is quite ambiguous and interesting. That is a risky position, but we need huge opportunities, and history is putting us in an interesting situation because we are a big country with the protagonistic role in the environmental area, as Marcos mentioned quite well, that can go on to a different direction. I mean, this transition from the traditional to the green economy with this decarbonization makes us work with it better than many people in the world. And even though a lot of people who lost the market to us are complaining a lot, but it's quite clear that the world is facing three big difficulties, the whole world, all people in the world. We are facing food insecurity, the energy problems, and the environmental problems that are basically treated with the climate changes. And these three topics must be solved undoubtedly by the whole world. And the agribusiness is who will discuss and take care of that. And no matter what the ONU's UN says or so on, we must have the problem solved by the countries, and those participating on the process is agriculture. But which agriculture? The tropical one. Marcos mentioned that clearly. It's in Latin America, Africa, and part of Asia, with this tropical component allowing these important changes that Marcos and our ambassador Carla mentioned. And why? Because in this tropical area, we have land to grow the rural production and increase a lot the production by hectares. And this is where we'll have the production boom of food, energy, and so on and on. So it's not, in fact, a deterministic matter. It is how it will happen. Agriculture will solve these problems in a way or the other. The three problems of food, energy, and environment and climate changes. But who is the leader? Who has the technological institutional leadership in this world? It's Brazil. We developed everything in a sustainable way with all the topics approached by Marcos, and therefore it gives us a potentially wonderful view of leadership of this world process. But it is not given to us. I mean, it is an opportunity that we have, but it's not given. So frequently we hear people say, no, they will depend on us for the whole life. No, nobody depends on us forever. We have had a wonderful revolution in the last 20, 30 years. So why can't other countries do that the same way? If they have the strategy and they developed it, they can. Marcos said something wonderful. Nobody wants to depend on anybody else. In Brazil, we don't import because we want to, but because we need. We've been importing wheat since we are there. And we want to be self-sufficient, and soon will be. We are struggling for that. So everybody wants to be self-sufficient or reduce the dependency on the other countries. So it's an illusion to believe that everybody needs us forever. No, if China wants to plant soy in Africa or in the irrigated desert, they do. They have the strategy and the technology. So what we need is a clear strategy so that this opportunity to lead this whole process involving the energy topic and the environmental area is developed. And this strategy goes through obvious points that it's scary not to have that worked already. The first point is the commercial agreements. We need them. It's mandatory for us. Today, what we are exporting, we took the competitors to take their places. Nobody is happy with that. They will try to develop something against us. all this discussion of the carbon market and deforestation and so on and on, this is part of the obvious competition, and it's natural. We can't pretend it's just a game of Europe. No, it's their strategy. They are defending their own producers, their continent, and they are right on that. You may think it's bad, it disturbs us, but they are right. We need to work on our side to do the same way with clear strategies. And without commercial agreements, we won't do anything. If China produces 10 million tons of soy next year, what will we do with our soy? So we need to analyze everything in a strategic way. So commercial agreements, to me, are mandatory. Second point is logistics and agriculture. In the 70s, we were on the coast, and now we are in the countryside. And I believe it's extraordinary that this story is not told every day, what the Americans did when they conquered the West. We did the same here. The difference is that we had problems with diseases like yellow fever, typhoid, because we had bad land degraded, and we improved the patrimony, and nobody talks about it. What people did in the south part of the country in the 80s is something huge. The history of the south part of Brazil, in the Rio Grande do Sul, Santa Catarina, Paraná, São Paulo, this is wonderful when nobody talks about it. This is something to make us proud. We should be proud of what we did. But no, people complain about it because we destroyed Cerrado vegetation. So I've worked a lot to have the Nobel Prize for pollination that would be fair, and nobody did that. But 50 years ago, we didn't have this problem in Cerrado, but this is the image that we have. So we need commercial agreement, infrastructure, and technology. What brought us here was technology, was dealing with this topic, and I'm very well concerned about our technology because we are melting. I was born in an area that produces a lot of oranges, and I adore that. And I can see that the state research in Brazil, the public research in Brazil is being dismantled. So we need to talk about it and think about technology and so on, and an income policy, because in Brazil we don't have any policy like that in the rural areas. In 2003, when I started working for the government, I created a rural insurance. And so many years afterwards, we don't have 15% of the population with this insurance. We need to think about the Brazilian producers and why they are off the market. And we can't look at that and do nothing. We need very articulated strategies so that Brazil can change this undoubtful opportunity that we have today to be the world leader in food security and energy and environment, and make it the crown of this process. But we need a real transformation. But I see the contrary. I see a native movement like the forest code. It's our win here in Brazil. We had more than 400 votes, but up to now, the environmental people are against this code, and they lose elections and voting, and they claim to the Supreme Court. But come on, we need to look at the country in a clear way to stop with the fights and the discussions on the oil in the Amazon forest. I'm sorry. I have something in my pain, and sometimes the pain is unbearable. But you know, when you are young, it's like this. I think it was because I was talking about it and Alexandre teased me here. But anyways, we have to finish with this stupid dichotomy. We need a strategy. Brazil was the world champion of what? Champion with Neymar? Never again. So we need the agribusiness to take Brazil to the core of the world. And it demands a strategy, integrated participation of the whole segment. When I received the invitation to come here, I got thrilled with this opportunity because this is what UNDA is doing, is to integrate all the territories in Brazil and to look from this productive chain optics. Because for us to be the champions, will the farmers win? No, no Brazilian will be out of that. So if we are the champions, it's Brazil. Brazil is the winner of all Brazilians. So we need to think about what we are selling, and we think about the chain of production. So if you sell jeans, if you sell newspapers, everything is agribusiness. Every Brazilian participates in this process. So this thing of being proud is something that we are missing. Being proud of what we did. I know my time is almost over, but let me tell you a story. In '85, I was the president of OCB. And I had an event with Ney Bittencourt Araújo, my personal friend, and I miss him a lot today. And back then, we were celebrating 58 million tons of grains, and we launched the idea of 100 million tons. And people thought that we were ridiculous. And 14 years later, we produced 100 million tons. By the way, 16 years later. In 2015, 299 tons. So we improved 100 million tons in 14 years. So when we talk about it, nobody cares. People don't know what is 1 ton. People don't know what is 1 ton, 1,000 tons. Nobody knows what is 100 million tons. It would be trucks filled with grain from Manaus to Porto Alegre 16 times. And nobody knows that. Nobody knows what it is. Thank you. No, the problem is not water. The problem is in my back. I'm just giving support. It's a shitty thing, you know. So I think that's what we have in Brazil. We miss in Brazil, to be proud of what we are doing to the whole world. And that's why we need a strategy. There is no Brazilian that can't demand a strategy to allow to be the world champion of peace. Wouldn't it be better? Is there anything better than that?
So this is what I wanted to tell you. I apologize for my bad word that I was cursing, but I was talking to Marcus, and he gave me a piece of paper saying that Confucius said then that humanity, like its existence, is due to rain, sun, and the first challenges of the soil. So who cares for all of that? We do. So let's be proud of it. I remember that there was a magazine called The Soil, and there was a sentence said that the soil is the country. So cultivates it, it gives its own value. So let's make Brazil bigger, so Brazil deserves it. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Dr. Roberto. You know, so like the passion is bigger than pain for the Brazilian agribusiness. Our time is almost up. I'd like to take this opportunity to ask a few questions to Dr. Marcus. You said, and it's sad that you have an understanding that the energy transition will be slow. And maybe because due to its complexity, we have some good initiatives in the industry here in Brazil. And I can say one example, like Yara is not the only one, but it's one example with the Raizen that from starting next year, it's replacing natural gas partially by biomethane, producing green ammonium, which is one of the biggest means for the transition, especially looking at us here in Brazil. So in your understanding, what could speed up this process? as your understanding says that it's going to be a slow transition. So talking about mechanisms and public and private investments, what could speed up this process in Brazil? I think that things are happening in this area very fast. So obviously there is technological development. Recently I was visiting plants that are producing biomethane for the trucks fleet testing in tractors. So there are lots of things that technology will take some time like to get there. But what I think it's interesting is that the world has taken on this compromise of like reducing the consumption of fossil fuels. So if you look at all the forecasts for 2030 and 2050, what is happening is that biofuels still have some role up to 2030, and then we have all these things coming up, things that we were talking about, like electrification and wind and sun and the CCS, like putting carbon to the ground, and this hydrogen frontier. And we do not see bioenergy in it. Not like openly. What we see is that a criticism to bioenergy that comes way back, like the history of food versus energy, and that it's not as efficient as older sources. And we know that here in the tropics, we know about this efficiency. This efficiency is being measured and computed. We know that one hybrid car moved in ethanol is more efficient than one electric car, especially like electric, those that you plug in the outlet. So these things demand numbers. They demand debate and international presence, because this is not a Brazilian debate, it's international. And we are wasting time. And we should be much more active and bringing all these numbers and everything that is happening, like and show it abroad and participate actively in the debates where they are happening. Because the impression that I have is that the world is dominated by those who speak English and come from a rich country. If you come from a country like Brazil, so attention is always like in the deforestation. So talk about Brazil is deforestation. It's not talking about like renewables, bioenergy. It's not talking about sustainable agriculture. Focus is in deforestation. We should like change this mind frame. Do we have to reduce deforestation? Of course, but we have solutions that we've been developing for the past 40 years that took us in terms of like productivity in agriculture and bioenergy, and we must take things out. This should be our agenda. Thank you, Dr. Marcos. Dr. Roberto. But I also say that we have to stop what is illegal. What I'm saying is that illegal deforestation is not acceptable. Like land grabbing is not acceptable. Like fires, like criminal fires, not acceptable. Like mining is not acceptable. Brazil has very good laws. We have to stop what is illegal. We cannot have like sustainable agriculture if like someone goes there and cut down all the trees, and then next morning like the British newspaper will show the deforestation. Like these are criminals, so put them in jail. So very good point, Dr. Roberto. Dr. Carla, 1 minute, our time is up. We have one question from Everton that says how Brazilian agriculture has this importance in terms of quality. So what Brazil should do to participate in the negotiation table around this topic, and not only be here like nodding and accepting everything. So you have 1 minute for your final remarks. I apologize for this. So I thank you again for this opportunity, this precious opportunity. Brazil has always been like an unilateral sources of negotiation, and it still is. And what I see as the most crucial is to bring what Minister Rodriguez mentioned, the story of our productivity in our agriculture. Every 15 years, we double the tons of export of grains with technology and also like sustainability. It must reflect in all our indicators, is in the indicators that are this is the big international doubt is in terms of like monitoring, and monitoring has to do with indicators. We must show with numbers and not only with images. We must show with figures that our agriculture is sustainable due to its subtropicality and the import technology, and we must show that to the world. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Carla. I would like to thank Dr. Carla, Professor Marcos, and Professor Roberto for their participation. And I will close our panel. And this is not exhaustive, but the evolution and the transformation in terms of energy and the way we do our agriculture goes through the agriculture must be paid accordingly, but what they produce and how much they produce, but how they produce it. And then we retrofeed all the chain. So it's a discussion that's ongoing. So thank you all for your contribution. Thank you all for your attention. Thank you for the coordination. Thank you very much. Congratulations, everyone, for this wonderful panel. So now we invite you and the video of our master sponsors.
A Alfamar é uma empresa que está indo para os seus 25 anos.
Alfamar is present for the past 25 years, and we're very proud of our history. It's a history that began with the fertilizers market, and we really we want to invest more in this business. We believe in the importance of this input for the Brazilian agribusiness. We're looking to the customer to solve their problems, their needs. And getting together with technology as to speed up our business. We felt that with that we may add a lot of value in the focus of our clients and in the market as a whole. And for that, Alfamar has been investing heavily in business intelligence. We've developed a platform, and today we have a special team of people. We are in the main points in Brazil collecting data of like the vessels' arrivals, collecting the frequency and where the load is unloaded every day. And this team is bringing information and inputting information to the platform. We are also working with its updating. So our vessels and systems are already working with IMO and WH, and it's going to be taken to the platform so we can analyze the size of the vessels. We are all putting it available like the waiting time, and that naturally is going to take to the usage of the platform for the mortgage analysis. And we are also doing a very solid work in terms of analysis for our clients. All right, so this was our first panel of the day. We would like to invite you to our coffee break that's going to be served in the sponsors room. For those who are with us from the internet, we will come back in 20 minutes. Have a great network.
Acho que eu vou botar o casaco, porque aí fora tá frio.
O Brasil é o país do agro. Grandes extensões de terra fizeram do nosso chão uma potência no campo. Mas sabemos que os produtores ainda encontram desafios, como diferentes perfis de solo, clima, entre outros que solicitam uma dedicação grande do produtor. O uso da tecnologia auxilia e garante a demanda nutricional da cultura de forma sustentável. O fertilizante é a grande esperança quando falamos de nutrientes essenciais para o desenvolvimento das culturas. A adubação, bem como a aplicação da matéria orgânica, vem ganhando força devido à sua grande eficiência, mas de difícil acúmulo durante o ciclo da cultura. Por isso, os fertilizantes inteligentes estão crescendo através de processos inovadores, impactando positivamente a produtividade das culturas. Foi pensando em você, produtor, que tem entre seus desafios realizar uma adubação forte, racional, sem perdas, acertar o momento ideal de adubação, ter mão de obra disponível e eficiente, é que nos apresentamos. Muito prazer, somos a Campo Forte, uma empresa 100% brasileira, que já nasce forte e tem o DNA JBS de fazer negócio. O futuro da nutrição começa agora. Produzimos mais que fertilizantes. Contribuímos para o meio ambiente através da reciclagem dos nutrientes essenciais de fontes orgânicas das nossas operações, agregando valor e tecnologia no desenvolvimento, a fim de proporcionar alta produtividade e rentabilidade através de fertilizantes especiais, orgânicos e organominerais que promovem equilíbrio nutricional para as culturas, sempre com qualidade e respeito. Campo Forte. Nosso forte é fazer você produzir mais. Forte abraço!
Nas próximas décadas, o mundo tem um grande desafio: dobrar a produção de alimentos para atender à crescente população, ao mesmo tempo em que atua em harmonia com o meio ambiente. Nós, da Mosaic Fertilizantes, entendemos e abraçamos esse desafio para aumentar a produtividade no campo, a disponibilidade de alimentos no mundo e melhorar a realidade das comunidades onde atuamos. Mosaic Fertilizantes, ajudando o mundo a produzir os alimentos de que precisa.
Has a pulse, but the rhythm is fading. The soil feeding humanity is exhausted. We must challenge how we grow and bring food to the table. At Yara, we know we have a responsibility, but we cannot do it alone. Together, we can find the courage to grow a nature-positive food future. Let's keep the beat going.
Talvez você nunca tenha ouvido falar da gente. Mas olha à sua volta. Com certeza, tem muito do que ajudamos a construir. Nosso time e nossas máquinas, ao lado de quem faz acontecer, na linha de frente, nos quatro cantos de um país que não pode parar. Em obras, indústrias, minas, portos, apoiando a infraestrutura, movimentando alimentos e produzindo desenvolvimento. Dia e noite, com nosso imenso orgulho em servir. Da escavadeira ao gerador, da empilhadeira à plataforma, no campo, na cidade. Se o seu negócio tem um desafio, saiba que ele também é nosso. Armac, a gente tem o que você precisa.
O agro é da gente que levanta cedo no campo e na cidade. Da gente que planta arroz, que colhe feijão, que come arroz com feijão. De quem investe no futuro e de quem investe pro futuro. É da gente do campo, da cidade. O agro é de todos. Banco do Brasil, para tudo que você imaginar. Governo Federal, União e Reconstrução.
Pensou em câmbio? Pensou Brasabank. Pagamentos globais? É Brasabank. Brasabank, o banco de câmbio que te leva daqui pro mundo.
Somos a Euroquem, um dos líderes globais na produção dos 3 macronutrientes, nitrogênio, fósforo e potássio. Impulsionamos o desenvolvimento de soluções inovadoras e o compromisso com uma agricultura sustentável. Referência mundial na produção de fertilizantes. Possuímos 5 minas, sendo uma no Brasil. O Complexo Minero Industrial de Serra do Salitre, localizado no estado de Minas Gerais, que contribuirá com 15% da produção brasileira de fertilizantes fosfatados. Da mina à mesa, nossas fórmulas suprem as demandas de todas as culturas com eficiência e alta produtividade. Somos a Euroquem.
O agronegócio está na sua vida desde pequeno. Com ele, você vive jantares especiais em família. Você cuida da sua saúde, cria memórias com aromas únicos. O agro é vida, o agro é cuidado, o agro é movimento. É por isso que o agro também é Brasabank, o banco de câmbio que leva o importador e exportador do campo daqui para o mundo. Pensou em fertilizantes e outros insumos para o agronegócio? Pensou Brasabank. Acesse o site e fale com nossos especialistas.
Hidrovias do Brasil. Nascemos em 2010 como uma startup e em pouco tempo de existência transformamos o cenário logístico da América do Sul ao oferecer soluções logísticas integradas mais competitivas, eficientes e sustentáveis. Atuamos em importantes corredores logísticos de norte a sul. Corredor Norte, a rota que mudou o fluxo das exportações de commodities no Brasil. Construímos 2 novos importantes terminais portuários na região norte do Brasil. E adquirimos ativos de navegação de alta tecnologia, criando um sistema logístico integrado que cobre uma área de 1.200 quilômetros de Itaituba a Vila do Conde, ambos no estado do Pará. Em 2017, abrimos um novo capítulo em nossa história, com o início da operação de cabotagem para o transporte de bauxita. Em 2020, marcamos presença no maior e mais importante porto da América Latina, com celebração do contrato de arrendamento do terminal portuário em Santos. Nos consolidamos como uma das melhores operadoras logísticas da América do Sul, garantindo excelência para nossos clientes, sempre com ética, segurança e sustentabilidade.
Nós, da ICL, criamos soluções impactantes, utilizando nossos recursos exclusivos, nossa capacidade tecnológica, espírito inovador e disruptivo. Fornecemos matérias-primas e soluções para as indústrias de fertilizantes de solo e foliar. Na linha de fertilizantes foliares, contamos com um amplo portfólio de matérias-primas, com mais de 30 produtos. Somos o maior produtor de micronutrientes para aplicação via solo. Dispomos de soluções e tecnologias inovadoras para sua granulação, mistura de grânulos e recobrimento. O nosso maior objetivo é agregar valor aos seus negócios.
O Brasabank zerou as tarifas para as suas operações globais no agronegócio. O Brasa é o maior banco exclusivo de câmbio do Brasil, segundo o Banco Central, e está sempre ao lado do empresário do campo. Vem pro Brasa e conheça a liberdade de verdade.
O Brasil é o país do agro. Grandes extensões de terra fizeram do nosso chão uma potência no campo. Mas sabemos que os produtores ainda encontram desafios, como diferentes perfis de solo, clima, entre outros que solicitam uma dedicação grande do produtor. O uso da tecnologia auxilia e garante a demanda nutricional da cultura de forma sustentável. O fertilizante é a grande esperança quando falamos de nutrientes essenciais para o desenvolvimento das culturas. A adubação, bem como a aplicação da matéria orgânica, vem ganhando força devido à sua grande eficiência, mas de difícil acúmulo durante o ciclo da cultura. Por isso, os fertilizantes inteligentes estão crescendo através de processos inovadores, impactando positivamente a produtividade das culturas. Foi pensando em você, produtor, que tem entre seus desafios realizar uma adubação forte, racional, sem perdas, acertar o momento ideal de adubação, ter mão de obra disponível e eficiente, é que nos apresentamos. Muito prazer, somos a Campo Forte, uma empresa 100% brasileira, que já nasce forte e tem o DNA JBS de fazer negócio. O futuro da nutrição começa agora. Produzimos mais que fertilizantes. Contribuímos para o meio ambiente através da reciclagem dos nutrientes essenciais de fontes orgânicas das nossas operações, agregando valor e tecnologia no desenvolvimento, a fim de proporcionar alta produtividade e rentabilidade através de fertilizantes especiais, orgânicos e organominerais que promovem equilíbrio nutricional para as culturas, sempre com qualidade e respeito. Campo Forte. Nosso forte é fazer você produzir mais. Forte abraço!
Nas próximas décadas, o mundo tem um grande desafio: dobrar a produção de alimentos para atender à crescente população, ao mesmo tempo em que atua em harmonia com o meio ambiente. Nós, da Mosaic Fertilizantes, entendemos e abraçamos esse desafio para aumentar a produtividade no campo, a disponibilidade de alimentos no mundo e melhorar a realidade das comunidades onde atuamos. Mosaic Fertilizantes, ajudando o mundo a produzir os alimentos de que precisa.
Has a pulse, but the rhythm is fading. The soil feeding humanity is exhausted. We must challenge how we grow and bring food to the table. At Yara, we know we have a responsibility, but we cannot do it alone. Together, we can find the courage to grow a nature-positive food future. Let's keep the beat going.
Talvez você nunca tenha ouvido falar da gente. Mas olha à sua volta. Com certeza, tem muito do que ajudamos a construir. Nosso time e nossas máquinas, ao lado de quem faz acontecer, na linha de frente, nos quatro cantos de um país que não pode parar. Em obras, indústrias, minas, portos, apoiando a infraestrutura, movimentando alimentos e produzindo desenvolvimento. Dia e noite, com nosso imenso orgulho em servir. Da escavadeira ao gerador, da empilhadeira à plataforma, no campo, na cidade. Se o seu negócio tem um desafio, saiba que ele também é nosso. Armac, a gente tem o que você precisa.
O agro é da gente que levanta cedo no campo e na cidade. Da gente que planta arroz, que colhe feijão, que come arroz com feijão, de quem investe no futuro e de quem investe pro futuro. É da gente do campo, da cidade. O agro é de todos. Banco do Brasil, para tudo que você imaginar. Governo Federal, União e Reconstrução.
Pensou em câmbio? Pensou Brasabank. Pagamentos globais? É Brasabank. Brasabank, o banco de câmbio que te leva daqui pro mundo.
Somos a Euroquem, um dos líderes globais na produção dos 3 macronutrientes, nitrogênio, fósforo e potássio. Impulsionamos o desenvolvimento de soluções inovadoras e o compromisso com uma agricultura sustentável. Referência mundial na produção de fertilizantes. Possuímos 5 minas, sendo uma no Brasil. O Complexo Minero Industrial de Serra do Salitre, localizado no estado de Minas Gerais, que contribuirá com 15% da produção brasileira de fertilizantes fosfatados. Da mina à mesa, nossas fórmulas suprem as demandas de todas as culturas com eficiência e alta produtividade. Somos a Euroquem.
O agronegócio está na sua vida desde pequeno. Com ele, você vive jantares especiais em família. Você cuida da sua saúde, cria memórias com aromas únicos. O agro é vida, o agro é cuidado, o agro é movimento. É por isso que o agro também é Brasabank, o banco de câmbio que leva o importador e exportador do campo daqui para o mundo. Pensou em fertilizantes e outros insumos para o agronegócio? Pensou Brasabank. Acesse o site e fale com nossos especialistas.
Hidrovias do Brasil. Nascemos em 2010 como uma startup e em pouco tempo de existência transformamos o cenário logístico da América do Sul, ao oferecer soluções logísticas integradas mais competitivas, eficientes e sustentáveis. Atuamos em importantes corredores logísticos de norte a sul. Corredor Norte, a rota que mudou o fluxo das exportações de commodities no Brasil. Construímos 2 novos importantes terminais portuários na região norte do Brasil. E adquirimos ativos de navegação de alta tecnologia, criando um sistema logístico integrado que cobre uma área de 1.200 quilômetros de Itaituba a Vila do Conde, ambos no estado do Pará. Em 2017, abrimos um novo capítulo em nossa história, com o início da operação de cabotagem para o transporte de bauxita. Em 2020, marcamos presença no maior e mais importante porto da América Latina, com celebração do contrato de arrendamento do terminal portuário em Santos. Nos consolidamos como uma das melhores operadoras logísticas da América do Sul, garantindo excelência para nossos clientes, sempre com ética, segurança e sustentabilidade.
Nós, da ICL, criamos soluções impactantes, utilizando nossos recursos exclusivos, nossa capacidade tecnológica, espírito inovador e disruptivo. Fornecemos matérias-primas e soluções para as indústrias de fertilizantes de solo e foliar. Na linha de fertilizantes foliares, contamos com um amplo portfólio de matérias-primas, com mais de 30 produtos. Somos o maior produtor de micronutrientes para aplicação via solo. Dispomos de soluções e tecnologias inovadoras para sua granulação, mistura de grânulos e recobrimento. O nosso maior objetivo é agregar valor aos seus negócios.
O Brasa Bank zerou as tarifas para as suas operações globais no agronegócio. O Brasa é o maior banco exclusivo de câmbio do Brasil, segundo o Banco Central, e está sempre ao lado do empresário do campo. Vem pro Brasa e conheça a liberdade de verdade.
O Brasil é o país do agro. Grandes extensões de terra fizeram do nosso chão uma potência no campo. Mas sabemos que os produtores ainda encontram desafios, como diferentes perfis de solo, clima, entre outros que solicitam uma dedicação grande do produtor. O uso da tecnologia auxilia e garante a demanda nutricional da cultura de forma sustentável. O fertilizante é a grande esperança quando falamos de nutrientes essenciais para o desenvolvimento das culturas. A adubação, bem como a aplicação da matéria orgânica, vem ganhando força devido à sua grande eficiência, mas de difícil acúmulo durante o ciclo da cultura. Por isso, os fertilizantes inteligentes estão crescendo através de processos inovadores, impactando positivamente a produtividade das culturas. Foi pensando em você, produtor, que tem entre seus desafios realizar uma adubação forte, racional, sem perdas, acertar o momento ideal de adubação, ter mão de obra disponível e eficiente, é que nos apresentamos. Muito prazer, somos a Campo Forte, uma empresa 100% brasileira, que já nasce forte e tem o DNA JBS de fazer negócio. O futuro da nutrição começa agora. Produzimos mais que fertilizantes. Contribuímos para o meio ambiente através da reciclagem dos nutrientes essenciais de fontes orgânicas das nossas operações, agregando valor e tecnologia no desenvolvimento, a fim de proporcionar alta produtividade e rentabilidade através de fertilizantes especiais, orgânicos e organominerais que promovem equilíbrio nutricional para as culturas, sempre com qualidade e respeito. Campo Forte. Nosso forte é fazer você produzir mais. Forte abraço!
Nas próximas décadas, o mundo tem um grande desafio: dobrar a produção de alimentos para atender à crescente população, ao mesmo tempo em que atua em harmonia com o meio ambiente. Nós, da Mosaic Fertilizantes, entendemos e abraçamos esse desafio para aumentar a produtividade no campo, a disponibilidade de alimentos no mundo e melhorar a realidade das comunidades onde atuamos. Mosaic Fertilizantes, ajudando o mundo a produzir os alimentos de que precisa.
Vamos retornando aqui. Sejam bem-vindos mais uma vez ao retorno aqui na plenária. Todos vocês que nos
our event, on the 10th edition of this event. And I would like to thank everyone for the presence if you are watching us online. And also I have to thank our sponsors, Fertil, Alfamar, Campo Forte, Mosaic, NaqGlobal, Yara Fertilizantes, and the golden sponsorship of G Fertilizantes, Armac, Banco do Brasil, Brasa Bank, Eurochem, Horizontes do Brasil, ICL. And the silver sponsors, we have Cesare, Habor, Masco, Porto Sul, Rocha. And our thanks to all the sponsors and thanks to all of you present here, honoring with your presence and enjoying this event. We'll go on with the agenda, with the second panel. And I would just ask you to make all your comments and questions on the tables, videos, and so on, everything that is presented during this 10th event of the confer. Our responsibility of the participants, the speakers, and this do not show the reality of the organization. So now let's go on with our panel. Okay, the second panel of the Brazilian Congress of Fertilizers will talk about an important topic in Brazil, that is Brazilian fertilizers as a solution to the global challenges. We ask the questions of participants present here are made in writing and sent via the receptionists that are in the room. And please use the questionnaire form that you received in your backpack. If you are watching via internet, via YouTube, you can also participate, and questions and comments are welcome. Send it via chat. Don't forget to write your name, the city, and to whom the question is addressed. To coordinate the panel, we are honored to invite Gustavo Orbaco, the Director President of Eurochem South America. As a speaker, Dr. Alexandre Mendonça de Barros, a partner of MB Agro Consultoria. Ms. Maísa Romanello as a debater. She's an expert on fertilizers and crops and market. And also Mr. Guilherme Bastos, coordinator, FGV Agro. Welcome you all. Now let's start the panel. I pass on the floor to Mr. Gustavo to guide the works. Have a nice and wonderful panel. Once again, good morning, everyone. I think it's not needed to say that our Congress is a milestone in number of participants and success. Our first panel talking about the challenges of energy transition showed that, and the second panel today we'll have here, well, let me read the emphasis I'll give to the title, Brazil and Fertilizers as the solution to global challenges. Maybe it seems a little pretentious to talk about it, but what we discussed in the opening of the Congress and in the first panel, in the speeches that we hear of the Vice President Alckmin and Minister Flávero, they show how relevant our industry is to the country. The topic is challenging, and the panel is challenging because the topic is challenging, but it opens the space so that we have a fruitful discussion on the topic. And I have to say that I feel comfortable because people that are here, like Alexandre, Maís, and Guilherme, they not only have a lot of knowledge to discuss that, and they will show that properly, but they are generous and clear enough in their explanations that will make the topics not only to be approached, but make this time of 60 minutes that will be here flows easily, and we don't even feel that the time is passing, and we'll see how fruitful and adding the topics were. So without any further ado, I would like to invite Alexandre, and I'm pretty sure everyone here will not only make good use of the topic, but will discuss that during lunch. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here. More than a pleasure, it's an honor. And is an association that we've been working with for many years. We respect it a lot. And it's a huge pleasure to be here. And being also with Gustavo, Maís, and Guilherme, we have divided the topics here among ourselves so that we don't repeat the topics. And I chose to follow a path in this 30 minutes that I have. I'll try to be sharp. But I decided that I will focus on the questions that I hear generally in the area. And we've been facing some years since the biggest sell in the story and the biggest drop in sales last year. And now the doubt, we are in August. And there is a big discussion in our sector about the size of the Brazilian market. I've been doing what I do for almost 30 years, and in fact, the last 3 years were difficult to imagine, because we generally say, well, this year there's something different and so on, but the turning of the world over the last 3 years is something that we've never seen in many aspects. I'll explain this idea, and then in the debate, we'll try to discuss a little more. So I would ask you to think, where have we came from, and where are we going to in this market of fertilizers? First thing that we've seen since the pandemic started, well, my first reaction as a market analyzer was wrong. I imagined that we would see a drop in food consumption, considering the drop of the world GDP. So we were predicting that. I mean, we didn't know about the dimensions of the problems of the countries. But the first reaction was the reaction of Chicago and international funds and agricultural commodities. And the reaction was saying, well, we'll go back on prices of food, and this is a challenge. 2 months after the beginning of the pandemic, we saw that no, the way was different. It would be the opposite, in fact. First, because there was a radical change. We can now have economic research and see the data and have this intuition. In a year like this one in the fertilizer market, we need to look at data to support what we are seeing and then understanding what is wrong. And now we have something to say. We can say that the consumer products have changed a lot. Although the purchase dropped a lot, they focused, the world focused on food and hygiene and healthcare. So that's why we could support the standard of food. And the second point is that the government had changed and transferred the taxes in a huge amount with emphasis to the rich world, but we did the same in Brazil, and many other countries started having this movement. And during the pandemic, people were receiving their income and focusing on this consumption. And we could see animal protein with higher prices and grains with more demands, and the inputs are more demanded as well, and there is an effect on the demand because it pushes the prices of all the inputs. Then there were the vaccines, which allowed economies to resume their work, and the services sector, that was one that suffered a lot during the pandemic because this is essentially a service that is work. And we saw that they came back and with more income. In the United States, we see some American banks estimating that only this August, they finished with the savings that they generated during the pandemic. And it generated an overload of purchase, and you see the prices being leveled in a very high prices. And the big topic of the world, if we analyze macroeconomy, was inflation, because we were dealing with unemployment and inflation. So we had problems with the taxes and the fees, and inflation was there. And for a while, the central banks of the world didn't know if the inflation was because of the disruption of the global chains, and clearly in the fertilizers and defensives, it disturbed a lot the offers during the pandemic. And I'm not talking about the war yet. But the fact is that last year, it got quite evident that there was a huge pressure of inflation worldwide, and the response to inflation is to elevate the fees, and it has a lot of effect on our markets. And I guess we don't develop that a lot. With the agricultural analysts who I've talked to said that, but well, we've spent 2 decades with a real rate that is zero or negative in the rich world. And we've seen the big hedge funds in the world starting to purchase everything, even agricultural products. The cost of opportunity of the capital was very low. So we are migrating to a world where the cost of money is high. Inflation has decreased to a level of 3. The interest rate will be 5.5. If we consider the company, it's even high. And we start dealing with the world of a positive real interest rate. And what is the reaction of the markets, even the agro markets, in the sense? Nobody wants to take that burden. And we've faced the balance of the agricultural markets in general that is kind of schizophrenic, because sometimes we don't even have the stocks recomposed, just like the crop that is over in the North Hemisphere. And only soybeans has a gain in stocks regarding consumption due to the giant Brazilian harvests. But on the other markets, we'll have, for example, wheat with a tight market, and rice with India having 40% of the trade. The prices of rice in Brazil are suffering due to that. We'll have a corn market on the world that is kind of stable. So to all the markets that we analyze, except for soybeans, there is no great recovery, and the prices decreased. And to me, this is a little bit of a reflect, because the stocks take a while to be refilled. This is true to deal that physically, and the ones that deal with the hedge funds in the world. They see that maybe it will drop because of the rain next week in the United States, so on, and they give up because they have the cost of opportunity of the capital. 3 years ago, with the interest rate in zero, it was worth risking. And today we see a more volatile market than usual, the first point. And high interest rates will be facing us in the next year, and maybe in 25 as well. To my understanding, we need to keep our mental model and learn that the opposite is also true. If there is low stocks in the global chains, if by any chance, like the rice in India now, so if by any chance any big player has a problem with the crop or restriction with the exports, it will take someone unexpectedly without rice needing to find it anywhere, and then we have a huge impact on the prices. So the combination of not comfortable stocks and climate shocks in an intensive way with high interest rates in an intensive way, it creates a situation of a high volatility.
This is what we see. This is what we are going to see like from this year to next. And I would like to insist on this point because sometimes we do not connect the dots, like stories like macroeconomics with the agriculture markets work. But I believe that this is a very different moment from the past years. Therefore, we've watched, like in the last panel, like a reversion in terms of pricing in freight and important, like for the perception of cost in the fertilizers of the Brazilian producer, because we are importers of fertilizers. It's also like when we have like the price shift with all the fertilizers, and here the beginning of this perception of the delay of the purchases of this year. So there's this huge shift on the price that happened last year. Marisa is going to elaborate. This I'm not going to talk about this because she will, but evidently last year we saw producers buying when the price was very high, and the expectation that was around in the Brazilian market, right or wrong, we're coming from an expansion year of our margins. Prices were high, like for grains, always ahead of the price of the inputs, and it created spectacular results never seen before. We Brazilians, we responded promptly. This is another important point, that we are all connected to the international market and to the Brazilian market. We have this elasticity in terms of response that is huge. And we must understand that the stimuli comes, there is an impulse for production. We incorporated 2.5 million. There is a technological stimuli, new machinery, and there was this pulse for huge investments. And Brazil today can move like prices in the world as we do with the soy. So 50 million tons above the U.S. Who could possibly think about it? And we saw, at least the way I do it, like 105, 110 million reais. So Brazil has grown in 2 years like 50 million tons in its production. Ukraine was exporting that before the war, which is the fourth largest export of grains in the world. So Marcos was talking about that Brazil is going to bring like 255 million tons of grains. So physically, this is huge. Ukraine's took like decades like to build this logistic structure, and we've made it happen in 2 years, the total of our exports. Now we can see like the potential of response, obviously like price correction that follow it, and everything that came before the inputs. There is a huge and strong correlation. I'm not going to go deeper into that, but we've developed models to correlate like pricing, especially the FAO price index that was presented and the fertilizers index that we use. And we estimate, given the current prices, where should be the phosphor or potassium and potash prices. And they were below the definition that since we have the international prices of our grains. Evidently, once again, you are going to elaborate this a little bit more than that. Evidently, it has effects over the producer's decision, but the Brazilian producer has suffered an additional consequences, like very negative words, because we could not handle like to absorb this expansion of the crop. And we were in a different position, like the south of Brazil has lost like 3 consecutive crops, and we did not notice of what had been built and the capacity of response. And this is what the Cerrado has seen this year. Perfect weather, investment well made, machinery, and we began seeing like an absurd in terms of the production that could not handle the demand. And then I talked about the interest rates, international market. We all know, just to help organize our thoughts. According to CONAB, so the stock of the production in 2013 was 145 million tons, and it jumped to 189 this year. But the crop moved from 190, and in our numbers, to 330. This is a huge crop. And if we think on the state coverage, like Mato Grosso moved from 30 to 45 million tons, Mato Grosso has a harvest like a crop of over 100 million tons. Mato Grosso became a full Argentina with soy and corn. So this environment has found a producer that in the previous year that had sold previously lost money because the price curve did not stop going up. And this year they did not sell. They could not see it. They were afraid of the politics and many different reasons. And then when we got into this crop, we did not sell that much, and yet it was the biggest crop in the decade. And the positive awards that we had all these years, so the award, like a reference compared to Chicago in the port, please mind that for the past years, like we had like between zero and positive all the time, and then we go dive deep in a negative award. And then Chicago drop due to a relative good crop, but there was a problem in terms of logistics. Our export was spectacular. There is no other word to describe it. There is a position in terms of logistics. We exported until last year 72 million tons of soy. This month is going to close above 80 million tons. This is a phenomenon. Last year, the whole entire year, we export 78.9 million tons, and we've done this week. And it's not true that our logistic has not improved, but the thing is that the productive system has responded to the price stimuli in an incredible way. And it's a system that is now, what I want to call your attention is it has been this way, like the growth on sales, a huge leap of like revenue margin and a positive relation trade, we respond. And what happens is 2-3 years, like incredible, amazing, and then this crop drops and price falls, and then we become dormant and we stop growing. So we must build like the periphery. You have to increase the size of. We have to absorb this growth. Obviously, we will have negative prices, and this creates a. It's not stimulating enough for them to grow at the same pace they were. So the soy market says, well, we can't do that. It will take maybe 2-3 years. Obviously, if there is something that happens outside of Brazil, that eventually will happen because the stocks are not huge. First thing that we have to take away is, and precisely this year, the producer did not do their protection mechanism. And there is a practical proposition in a short range. There is no environment for the producer to think about buying soy in March, or fertilizers, I'm sorry, using like the crops that we have without knowing where they're going to put it. All the markets, inputs, there was a retraction, there was a delay in the purchases. I spent 3 months, like from March to June, while joy is coming, we are going to plant the same area, maybe like 300,000 hectares more. This is our number. It's not possible. We're not selling. We're not selling seeds. We are not selling fertilizers. There was no environment for the producer to make a decision to anticipate, and the prices were eroding. And what is the time? What is the exchange and the deal relation? We could not find it. Well, the market was coming afterwards. So the market came a little bit delayed, and it happened, and it's still happening. Now we are seeing the same thing with the safrinha. Safrinha is going to melt. So there is no margin for this small crop. So look at what happened to the soy price. So prices became positive. So now that we took away 50,000 million tons of soy, then we had like the storehouses opening its space, and so prices became positive, and the price became better, and things moved. And then I have like a similar parallel what is happening with corn. We are now on the peak of our corn offer. I asked for someone in my team to conduct an exercise. It will be, I'm talking, but I'm moving a little bit too fast. But please mind how soy export is an incredible phenomenon. But the most important thing is to think about like a cash flow, like for the soy in Brazil. And these green bars indicate the availability of soy in the initial stock. And month after month, we have available in terms of soy. On this flow of like the entering of soy, we reduce the mowing of soy and the rhythm of export for soy. And then we have this design of availability of soy towards the end of the year. So please notice how the light green bar it disappears by the end of the year. So check that the prices become more positive, the soy price gets stable, the dual trade moves, and the market moves. And we enable it because things must happen. So our agriculture calendar, we have to look at it and we must face it. So there's a combination in this direction. And I see that with corn, pretty much the same thing is going to happen. As I see it, the flow of corn, if I'm designing it accordingly, will export 55,000 tons of corn. Consumption of corn in Brazil is huge. If we do the right math, thinking about the second crop based on the initial data that we have, we will see that towards the end of the year, the crop, like the corn offer, much better. The producers will react. So check that the availability of corn is that it's peak of August and September. That's not the moment for the producer to think about. It should be the moment to be thinking about like fertilizers for the second crop, but they don't know where to store it. So everything is like open air. So it's a very different moment for decision making. What I'm saying is that second crop is coming. So you can ask me, well, that I was wrong, or absolutely, we've been making mistakes. But I think that it's a mistake to say that we are not going to plant for the second crop because I'm not selling like chemicals and seeds. I believe that it's going to be late. And for those who are in the fertilizer market, the market was happening like right there on spot. I'm talking about chemicals. People got used to selling like the year in May, and then the year was already closed. It's not going to happen the same way. And not even next year if we once again like not selling that much, and eventually if the crop is huge, we will see a repetition of this movement. So this is a moment, it's a much more nervous, hectic moment on spot. But are we going to have time like to have it? Because like imports decreased, I don't know. This is one of the questions that we have no answers. I did not say that last year, that we're going to have like a shortage in raw material. But this year, I begin getting a little bit worried because the sector decelerated the imports. And if I'm right, it's going to happen right on the spot. And I don't know if we are going to make it happen. This is a challenge for this year. And producers will see how much it costs like to test the limits. At the same time, no one wanted to sell soy. It created an effect So one of the best books that I've read. So microeconomics and consequences macroeconomics. Individually, people say, well, I won't sell because those who sold it anticipated the loss. I'm not going to buy inputs because prices are falling. But if no one does anything, when everyone decides to do it at the same time, the price will fall, but everything else will go up. What can we do? But this is what I think is going to happen with the second crop.
So just to organize what I'm saying here, we have a sequence of events inducing the market to be later. This is true for fertilizers, chemicals, and seeds. This is a different way and much more nervous, much more similar, like to the past, when we had Benedito and the other guys that would do that and say, well, the market's not coming, but it was 30-70 to the market. So they were nervous, would it be here or not, the raw material or not? It was quite similar to what we had in the past. Very different from the anticipations that were quite shy. Okay, I'm getting lost in time here, I'm sorry. So what I would like to bring as a discussion is that I won't skip from giving numbers for this year with all the risks that we have in this environment, but I would like to bring some math that we did and we've been doing since last year so that we can think together here in this environment about what's happening. First of all, as I said, everybody knows this because of CSEX, so imports are reduced. So the question is the size of the stock, because we don't know the deliveries of the last months. But if there are deliveries, considering the rhythm of imports, we don't have this surplus that we had in the last years. We have this late analysis, and I'm sorry for not bringing the figures, but it can give us an idea. And then we developed some work in other companies as well. And it's been for more than a decade to develop this concept that is agronomic, relevant, and with nutrient extraction. So based on what we used, what we produced, what was extracted from the ground, we say, well, can we use less manure this year than last year? And obviously, we need to have a baseline of manure, and the technical details are quite relevant because the devil lives in the details. But I'll summarize it here. The idea is that if I do the math for many years, I'll establish what is the nutrients base in the ground for a full crop in Brazil. And then I balance if I have more at some point or extracted more. How do I balance that? And how does it work? And what we see, mainly in the case of potassium, but also in the case of phosphorus, that we had intense manure procedures. And yes, we created something above the baseline. The baseline is in light brown, as you can see. We believe this is the basis to have the minimum in the ground for a corrected manure. So considering the extraction, there was something left. And this year there is a net extraction, okay? It was less fertilized. The market fell for 41 tons, but it was possible to be done because there was a surplus of that. And why did the producer do that? Because the exchange relation was good, so they make good use of that to prevent from the bad moment. So if we estimate and considering that we had a decrease, what would be the needs in phosphorus and the total sales converted into products? And the same idea goes to potassium. And we consider an extra surplus. So it would be possible to fertilize more this year with potassium, according to our math. But considering this improvement in the exchange relation, we have a number that is, if the fertilizing rate goes back to the levels of 21, and a number because of the favorable exchange relation in case it doesn't happen. So if I do the proper math, in the limit case of using fertilization just like last year, and considering that I extracted a lot, I could work this year with 40 million tons of manure or fertilizer, but we understand there are new areas that need to be incorporated and corrected, but we work this year thinking about some surplus. The exchange relation is positive, and we believe this market can get, and when I get distraction and what we lost and what we the debts in fertilization, it would be 42.8 on the market. I think it's possible to reach 42.5, and I'm speaking truly here. It's very difficult. We have model for everything, but we know this is an atypical year. So we have to bring two more ingredients to this situation. We made efforts to convert what we have of production of manure, vinasse, in equivalent to fertilizer equivalent. So take the nutrients in the organic products and convert in fertilizer equivalent, and we reached 6 million tons of equivalent fertilizer. So I don't know how much of this is being published. I don't know. I don't know how much last year was applied. I don't know 2 years ago how much was applied. But maybe 1 million tons last year would be explained by the increase in the use of organics, okay? Maybe 1.5 million. The margin was so good to the fertilizers industry that it's stimulating the use of organic matter. So when the price of fertilizer drops, people will give one step back because it's expensive to distribute. We need water, but the reality is here today. In our situation, we never took into consideration that. So just to make it clear, so that there is no semantic doubt, I don't know how much was used, fertilized with organic last year or this year or 21. We have no statistics. But I have no doubt of part of nutrition of plants being made greater than 2 years ago. This is a reality that we need to understand according to the figures that we have. And just one more point here. And this is a story to Anda and to all the leaders in the industry that are in this room. I think that over the last year, there was an increase in the understanding that seems to me wrong, that we can have giant crops with less fertilization, okay? This is something that we learn in statistics that is crucial. That relation doesn't mean causality, okay? But it's a fact, and sometimes people change it because you can have a correlation, but I don't know the adjustment in technology, in the level, in the doses of fertilization to test the limits once again. Do you understand it clearly? I mean, we need to reinforce the nutritional basis. Probably we need a frustrated crop so that people say, well, less fertilization has impacted, so that we come back to that. I don't know. Probably this is a link of a hypothesis that I'm creating because I go to many events and I talk to many people. And this is something to be worked by our industry. So just to make it clear, I think the market will happen late. We need to deal with logistics by the end of this year. I'm not here to defend myself, okay? Maybe we'll go to January, but the delivery will be so late that the calendar year won't close with what I'm saying. So probably there will be deliveries in January that are according to this math, okay? I'm just saying that it's going to be so late that probably it will be pushed to January. But the second crop will be there, to my understanding. It won't drop. Maybe the technological level will drop a little and it will affect the market. Okay, thank you very much for your attention. I took 4 minutes more of my time. I'm sorry to my colleagues, and I'm here to answer your questions during the debate. Thank you. Alexandre, thank you. And I think in the questions, it will be quite clear that numbers and figures are something that calls the attention of our audience. And I remember former Minister Mailson da Nóbrega, when he left the public career, he would be a consultant. And he said, the most difficult question to answer is the rate of dollar. And this question is regarding our volume. And in a courageous way, you shared this understanding, and I'm pretty sure it will reflect to the questions that we have. But I'll have to ask Marisa now to talk about the market crops and the view that we have on the Brazilian market this year. Marisa, please. Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to be here on the 10th Brazilian Fertilizers Congress as a debater in such an interesting panel about Brazil and the fertilizers as a solution to the global challenges, along with many personalities on the market like Alexandre, Guilherme, and Gustavo. When I saw the title of the panel, I was very happy to bring Brazil and fertilizers as a solution. It was mentioned in the previous panel by Roberto Rodrigues that the agribusiness is still seen with some wrong understandings, and bringing that as a solution, as being a solution and not the problem, is important. Regarding what Alexandre mentioned, we in fact have faced atypical years like 2020 with the pandemic, 2021 with the consequences of the pandemic, and 2022 that would be a calmer year had the Russian-Ukrainian war with a great impact mainly on the prices of fertilizers. In 2022, we saw the commitment of the companies to plan and to provide fertilizers to the farmers, even in a critical moment that we have a dependency on Russia that is so important. And we had our stocks and made everyone calm and proved that fertilizers would not be missing in Brazil and producers could have the input in 22. But obviously there was a very high price, and even with the challenge, the farmers could use it to the most, their technical knowledge. And we've seen that farmers use fertilizers in a strategic way, so we could use the soil stocks, and that's why we had a reduction in consumption and imports in 22 compared to 21. But in 21, we have to remember that we had a record in imports due to having good exchange relations. So the price of agricultural commodities are very important to guide the demand. So the exchange relations guide the demands by the farmers, the investments they will do in their plantations and in their decision-making processes. And this is the point to the 23-24 crop and the second crop of corn. And we see urea with a very volatile market. We have a great influence of the natural gas that is the main raw material to produce nitrogen, and it involves climate problems, and Europe will dictate the demand for natural gas, and it will influence the prices of urea and corn. The perspective is of low prices and everything affecting the exchange relations. So if we had the crop in 22-23 with high costs, we had agricultural commodities very favorable, and if they plan to purchase fertilizers at the proper time, they had a good profit. And now in the 23-24 crop, we had the decrease in the production costs and the importance of assertive purchase and contracts to deal with prices and to deal with risk protection. And the exchange relations are quite favorable compared to the previous crop if you can in fact plan and have this dealing with the costs. And regarding consumption, we in fact have this exchange relation in a very important way. So to corn in the second crop, we have this concern about urea, and as Alexandre mentioned, we may have a drop in the technological levels due to the crop not being so profitable at the moment. So it is a point of concern.
Well, we also have like dollar at a very low rate, favoring like exports, but it also makes the price of commodities go down. So the message, the most important message for the agriculture and for the industrial sector is to observe this exchange relations, because they are the ones that dictate the demand behavior. To close and pass the floor to Alexandre, I believe that in the fertilizers market, so the importance is like to follow the indicators as it has been mentioned in the previous panel. We must take into consideration that we do more than one crop per year, and the indicators renew themselves very quickly. So we do have for the fertilizer sector a challenge. Uncertainties in the stocks like climate, El Nino might impact in this crop of 23-24. And we are looking at how this crop is going to unfold. And we have like stocks for corn, and now productivity of the crop for 23-24 is going to be very important for the market, and volatility. So for the nitrogen market, we have to look at natural gas and phosphates, potash, and the offer is much better this year. We had geopolitics issues that affected the market of potash mostly. We were very concerned that we wouldn't have it, according to the Belarus attitude, and then the war between Ukraine and Russia, and now things are much more favorable. We have a more favorable scenario, and it's been mentioned last panel to the return of normality, but we still have a lot of challenges facing all the uncertainties and volatility of the weather and crop. This point of attention for the corn crop, it's an important point of attention. We had the worsening of the situation related to corn and urea, and the price is still falling. And this is crucial for our decision making. Also applied to the crop for 23-24 for corn, and also for our second crop, where the values should be followed very cautiously, like to prevent losses. I believe that this is it. My final message is I would like to say that we had a reduction in the application of the last crop due to the high prices. And then we had to use the stocks of nutrients. And as in any other years, we had the well preparation of the soil. This reduction did not cause any losses in productivity that we broke records. Besides, we have new increments in technology and genetic improvements, and also the weather favored us. So this reduction did not bring any losses in productivity, and we broke records. But in this crop, those who reduced the applications have their soil analysis well made and expect productivity and do the right math to replace the stocks and ensure the production. And for the second crop, the current drop in the corn price, and urea is very much used in the corn plantation. And urea is volatile in soil, so stocks must be replenished all the time. So for the corn production, they have like a situation very tight and very risky, but they still have time to get ready. And as Alexandre mentioned, we see the market happening right on spot, and this is a big challenge for the 23-24 crop compared to the 21-22, because we made our purchases in advance and we were afraid that we wouldn't have fertilizer, so we end up like buying it at the first semester, even with higher prices, but we guarantee that the input was getting to the place where they were going to be used. And we saw like this price drop to buy, and we took on some logistic risks. So we have to ponder, so the producer must consider taking risks, but also looking for what is best for the plantation, and trying to balance these two factors that are extremely important for productivity, and so we can continue having like record crops. I will pass the floor to Gustavo now. Thank you very much. Thank you, Marisa. So we saw on the first panel this morning that Brazil had a jump in its productivity that was very clear in the charts that we saw. One big contributor to this jump, for it happened, and we are very proud of it, it was Embrapa participation, and then later on in the Congress we will refer to it again. And Embrapa is not the only think tank here in terms of agro in País. FGV Agro has taken this position, and it's going to be very clear in Guilherme's presentation. Guilherme, please, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Alexandre, Gustavo, Maísa, Eduardo Tortorello. Thank you very much for this invitation. I'm very happy to be here, like the coordinator of the FGV Agro, and participating in this panel and thinking on how Brazil is going to bring fertilizers as a solution for the global challenges. I would like to remind you, I was here last year in the government, and there was this doubt of the size of the crop. And I would say that this was work Eduardo Tortorello and many different meetings, so we could work in alternatives to supply. And the sector made it happen. And we see data, the last data launched by CONAB, reaching 320,000 tons, and it's still open. This topic that Alexandre has raised, how we got there, and it doesn't mean for the producer that this is a guarantee to remain with the same strategy. The price is high, and I am not being well paid with the current commodity prices that had dropped, and then I will postpone or reduce. In fact, this is not science, so we must be very careful. Meanwhile, other fronts are being worked on, and I see Director Pilon from Embrapa here with us. The important work that Embrapa did last year with the idea to promote and improve the efficiency of fertilizers usage in the properties. So there is something important here to have an indicator of how this whole process effectively helped in the rational use of and the outcome of this brilliant crop that we had this year. Another important point that it's worth mentioning, so Brazil, due to its dependency in imports, and we lived two very tense moments in our story, beginning with the pandemic, where we could have our ports closed without receiving fertilizers. So I would say like a physical problem. It was not even pricing. And then we had the Ukraine war. So the diplomacy that we call related to fertilizers must continue. We have to intensify the sources of our inputs. And there is another point that the Brazilian society must think about, and it's very sensitive. It's the exploration of the existing resources. Obviously, it's very clear for society, and society is betting on in terms of sustainability and so on, and not exploiting its reserves. But that may, that in the future we might face a problem because we do not know, like the war must continue and should last a little bit longer, but we don't know what's coming ahead of us. So here there is a debate that must be brought to the society in strategic terms, reminding you that we are working with food production and food security, not only in our country, but abroad. So this risk, we must assess it, and everything is possible today, like explorations, all explorations, if they are done with all the proper care, it's possible like to minimize risk. There is another important point to bring to you, is related to, as our Vice President and Minister of Development, Industry and Commerce has presented, is the CONFERT, like the National Plan of Fertilizer. If we are going to reduce our dependency up to 2050, we do not know. But once again, because of a strategic and food security reason in the country, we must move this plan forward. This interaction between government and private initiative and society must be strengthened, like from now on, so we can think strategically in our leader positioning, and also thinking ahead how we are going to do it. So the last estimates we have, and then I want to see Professor Marcus Young said that we are going to work in an outlook for the next 10 years. We have the Agriculture Ministry already signalizing that in 10 years we will be producing 75,000 tons more in grains. So we will have 14,000 more hectares to be cultivated. So these are points that are extremely important, thinking on how we are going to supply this additional area that are going to be placed in the country for the next 10 years. And also thinking that these estimates, year after year, they are being underestimated. And this power of our tropical agriculture, how we can produce in a sustainable and responsible way. With Minister Roberto that was here posed a challenge with the FD Agro that we can look even further and look at Brazil in 2050. And this is a task, Alexandre, that we have to see in terms of modeling how we are going to place Brazil and its importance in this core center of consumption and offering of food. There's another point, thinking on this global role that also has been mentioned by Minister Favaro, related to the recovery of the degraded pasture lands. And there is another point related on how and how much in terms of fertilizers and the benefits, not only increasing the number of like cattle rising, but also productivity and also reducing carbon emissions. So this is one more line of our team in GV Agro, working with bioeconomy. And last year we had a study presenting an estimate of the need to recompose 30 billion hectares of degraded pasture lands between moderate and severe. And there is an estimate like net removal of 1 billion tons of carbon in 8 years.
So this is a significant amount that has to be brought to this debate about the environmental services that our agriculture in general is delivering. So in Brazil, and I think it's quite clear with Professor Marcos Young's speech, he shows how we are progressing and taking the leadership in many markets, but we have to remember that, first of all, Brazil is exporting sustainability. Every grain of soybeans or corn or every ton of meat that is exported goes with at least 20% of legal reservoir in APP and 25% of energy matrix in a renewable way. But unfortunately, we can't show that we can generate added value so far. So just to finish, I think this is a point that I like to bring all the time, and people say that, oh, communication of the agribusiness and so on. First of all, we have a base problem, that is the problem of information. Ambassador Carla Lanafalf mentioned it clearly. We have a problem with FAO indicators. We need to be ahead of them and show the Ministry of Agriculture must take this protagonism. There were initiatives in the Agro Observatory, and this has to be sustainable and shown. When we have that in the Ministry of Agriculture, but we don't have the number of a sector or a center, we have the number of Brazil, and this is what we need to strengthen, because this is the only way for us to progress in this environmental agenda and to show and make it clear regarding the fertilizers, whether they are chemicals, biologicals, or as you've shown in the table, regarding all the waste that and their potential use. But in this aggregate, we have how to show how our agriculture can in fact deliver with low cost to the environment, and instead of suffering with all the international debates, and obviously we are being commercially threatened, we have to show what we see, what the tropical agriculture can deliver with the sustainability and responsibility. That's what I had to say. Thank you very much. And Gustavo, the floor is yours. Thank you to the three of you. I have no doubt that these were speeches and topics that will be discussed a lot, and it will reflect on the questions that we've received. And considering the time, I'll have two questions, but they are interrelated. So both are to Alexandre. I would say that you would receive more questions, but it's not about volume. It's about a topic that we have to discuss more frequently, that is the alternatives for sustainability in the agribusiness. So the first question was via YouTube from João Vitor, and it's to Alexandre. And the question is, given the sustainability discussion that is present in the agenda of the companies, it's a reality, how do you see the transition of conventional fertilizers to a market of biofertilizers and special fertilizers? This is an important agenda. Let me just say something. Going back to the agronomy classes, we need a lot of manure to substitute inorganic fertilizer. This is not possible. Based on that, using what we can calculate of waste, it should substitute 6 million somehow, and there is a hypothesis. I won't go into details, but we are talking about big figures. This is the first point. So I believe that we'll go in this sense, and I think it's unavoidable. If we are talking about micronutrients, we are talking about high productivity. And that's why we have the thermodynamic laws, because a thermodynamic system will produce more energy once it has more energy put to the system. So I think it's very difficult to substitute the inorganic in the rate that we have today and in the way we will have in the future. However, we can do a lot today. And I think this is unavoidable. It won't be substituted, but it will complement what Maísa and Guilherme mentioned about efficiency in the use. I mean, precision agriculture allows that. We have very good ways of doing it. We'll discuss culture rotation and take the mass of other cultures as part of the next one and so on and on. But the system as a whole, I think we cannot even think about substituting it the amount necessary to feed 8 billion people. If we consider that FAO recommends about 450 kilos grains per person, so it's almost half a ton. We are talking about high volumes. It can't imagine biology solving that, because the system is always extracting and the consumer is using that. And we can reuse waste, and there's a lot to happen, but everything has an energy waste as well. So just to give you an example of what I mean, we've seen last year plants to dry vinasse to throw potassium further. And I've started seeing people that with the price of potassium today, it almost doesn't is not even worth it to drive in us, and they buy more potassium for that. So things have to follow the market prices as well. But I think there's no way out. We'll have more participation of this kind of fertilizer. And the last question, a little bit discussing the analysis that you made on the carry-on and the residual fertilizer and the impact of it. We have a question from the professor Luis Roberto from the Federal University of Lavras, and he asks, regarding our estimates of reservoirs in the soil, how do you see the possibility of non-potassium, in fact, is there to be stored in the soil, especially the soils in the frontiers that are more sandy soils? I guess it was taken into account, and probably the sandy soil doesn't allow this availability of waste. Well, it's a wonderful question. Let me develop that, Professor. So let's go beyond that. We've learned in the basic agronomy classes the importance of correcting the soil. We try to estimate how much is being sold of calcium and the application and the depth of that. So it's much more complex. We have an interaction because the soil chemistry is difficult, the correction of the soil and the depth that we are talking about. So we deal with that, but there is a simplified model because we are talking about a huge complexity in Brazil. And I agree that it's difficult to estimate. What we do is that over the years, and here we are talking about big numbers, we are talking about a whole city and not a farm. We don't have the specification of the kind of soil in the city, so this is a model to simplify reality, and it's not able to deal with complexities. But if we look over time how much we could produce, this is how we estimate the minimum baseline necessary to correlate with good crops without extreme losses. So with the narrower, and we are going to newer areas, we are going to sandy areas, so we may distort the average on a certain region. That's why we have an interval on estimates of what we believe makes sense to model by distraction. We need to analyze the exchange relation because when it's better, they produce more due to these reasons. My single perception, just to reinforce this point that is quite relevant, is that we'll need professors of nutrition and soil to reinforce this kind of position. Nobody is saying here that fertilizers are not necessary, but I can see when I go around that maybe we can do with less. Maybe we can correct better the soil and then have differences. So we see this kind of reality go into the field, and I think we need to be quite well prepared to show the difficulties that are there, the problems that are there of fixating nutrients and the difficulties in availability. But once again, it's a simplified model to explain the Brazilian market that is complex enough. But we can do it. Just to give you numbers, last year, if you are our client, you know our calculation would be a market of 41.7 via extraction model. Then we corrected. We had the data from other countries that would be 41 tons that matched last year's deliveries. But this is nothing beautiful, okay? I would believe we would sell more than that last year. I wouldn't say go back to 21, but I didn't believe in 41.7. I think it would be a little above due to the exchange relation in the beginning of the year. But when the fertilizer exploded, we said, no, we'll go more to extraction. So it ends up helping us to design such a complex and important system to the industry, the price of making the stocks wrong. Well, I think we have time for two final questions, and the first one is not even a question. It's a little instigation because I received a comment here that says the market in 23 will be 44,200,000 tons because of soy, sugar cane, and corn that are increasing. So this is just for us to see that this topic talks to everyone, and maybe in the next one we can have a bet on how much the market will be. But just to finish, your number is clear. You are very brave to say that. I won't ask you to do it again, but the last question from Rodolfo Galvani Jr., that is a strong debater in this sense, but he has two comments. Well, first of all, Pacific points that Brazil is and will keep being a relevant grain exporter. Obviously, we see a big deficit of stocks that tend to be more severe with increasing the production that everybody's foreseeing here. But could we think about increasing the stocks in the export ports and create some mechanisms to help the financial flow coming from that? I think, well, both of you could answer. FGV Agro and IMB, they could answer because this is an interesting point. Well, regarding the stocks, this is a problem, and Ale also showed that he showed exactly this deficit, but I think there is a point that people generally don't take into consideration, that is the flow. So if we think how much was exported and smashed, we think that we need to analyze much more than simply increasing the static ability. We should at least analyze strategically where we are having the bottlenecks so that there the action is taken, and probably we'll never need a static ability equivalent to the size of production, especially because we harvest from January to August, and it ends up being diluted, different from the United States that you have a big harvest concentrated in 2.5 months. I think this is one point. The ports are mandatory, and I would also like to remember a comment from Professor Marcos Yankee, because in fact our logistics evolved. The negative premiums we've seen in the past in a much more intense way, with waiting times in the ports of more than 100 days. So, in fact, we are following. Obviously, not the pace at the pace that the sector is progressing. And there's a point that I think is very important to remember as well, especially regarding the whole logistics of internalization of the fertilizers. That is the need to stock in the background so that we can operate the logistics of operation of imports and distribution of fertilizers. So I think that were the points. Well, first I would like to mention my respect to his work. I think the question is quite intelligent, and I think that yes, and I see many points in this question. Well, first of all, in the ports, I'm pretty sure we'll have growing volumes of exports. If we analyze anywhere in the world where we have structures to export, we are becoming the greatest in the world. And it's necessary to have the backstage, like the lungs, so that we can breathe efficiently in the export. So we have to think that. And by the way, I didn't mention, we'll have a decrease in corn in the first crop, and it has an effect in the nutrients consumption. And the second crop is 110 tons, and this year it will be 25, 30 if we reduce the area. It's a great change, and the Brazilian meat sector is concerned about it. They need corn the whole year, so we'll harvest August, September, and take the stocks to the areas where there is no first crop, first harvest. So the problem is of the producer that will increase because they have also seen that they want to be more powerful to negotiate better. In the United States, we have the elevator that are regional buyers that are connected to the logistics system, and there will be a hybrid one. We'll have our elevators, we'll have producers, we'll have the lungs that we'll need to have in the ports, and I insist the Brazilian meat industry is being repositioned to change that idea of buying only during the first harvest and so on and on. So I see that our storage system will be broad.
But it takes some time. I agree with Guilherme that we must have the whole crop, but the peak is very high, and that demands an absorption capacity during the peaks. So perfect. So once again, and personally, I would like to thank Maísa, Alexandre, and all of you. A little bit more than 60 minutes, but worth it. So thank you. We had explanations, no doubt, that were more than controversial. They were very clear and straightforward. So thank you all very much. So thank you, Gustavo, and all of you. Congratulations for this excellent panel. Some announcements, but first I would like you and also our online audience like to watch the video of our master sponsors, so Campo Forte and Mosaic. I am Susana Martins Carvalho, the Director Executive of Campo Forte Fertilizantes. Welcome to the universe of Campo Forte Fertilizers, a company that looks for the best for our clients and for the planet. Our journey is propelled by the commitment of sustainability. At Campo Forte, we believe that innovation is much more than just a word. It's part of our strategy of sustainability and our business strategy. We invest in technology to create the most complete special fertilizers line, where we think and we project like to maximize the earth potential, reducing the loss in nutrients and the carbon footprint. In sustainability, it requires a concrete action. So Campo Forte collaborates with the biggest company of animal protein company in the world to reuse the organic residues created by this company, and then we develop and we return our fertilizers. This is the condition for us to work. So this way we work hand in hand with our customers, producers, and our commercial partners, providing nutrients necessary for the production of sustainable food, supplying the demand in Brazil and in the world. Campo Forte believes and wants to be a positive strength for the agriculture and the environment. Focus in innovation, focus in innovation. The next decades, the world has a big challenge. Double its productions of food to supply the growing demand of the population, at the same time working with harmony with the environment. We, from Mosaic Fertilizers, we understand and embrace this challenge to increase the productivity in the field and availability of food in the world, and also improving the reality of the communities where we are present. We have global presence and operate in more than 10 states in Brazil and in Paraguay. We extract from nature the necessary minerals very carefully and precisely. Everything in nature is cyclic. What is it goes back to the field as nutrients for the animals and to the soil as a nutrient. And what gets to the table of the population represents the value that agribusiness has for all the society. Mosaic Fertilizers, helping the world produce the food that it needs. All right, great. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for staying here. 2 invitations for each one of you, reminding you and reinforcing like the invitation for the cocktail offered by NaqGlobal in the sponsors room, and also the launch of the platform Alcamar that will be held at the Casa Petra at 7 p.m. You can use the transfers to the local of the event. So get information at the Alfamar in the sponsors room. 2 important events, and we count on your participation right after the 10th edition of our Brazilian Congress of Fertilizers. We invite you all to lunch at the sponsors room. So for those who are following us online, we will get back at 2 p.m. So please be on time. At 2 p.m. we will resume the event. Thank you. Have a great lunch. Have a nice network.
Som.
O Brasil é o país do agro. Grandes extensões de terra fizeram do nosso chão uma potência no campo. Mas sabemos que os produtores ainda encontram desafios, como diferentes perfis de solo, clima, entre outros que solicitam uma dedicação grande do produtor. O uso da tecnologia auxilia e garante a demanda nutricional da cultura de forma sustentável. O fertilizante é a grande esperança quando falamos de nutrientes essenciais para o desenvolvimento das culturas. A adubação, bem como a aplicação da matéria orgânica, vem ganhando força devido à sua grande eficiência, mas de difícil acúmulo durante o ciclo da cultura. Por isso, os fertilizantes inteligentes estão crescendo através de processos inovadores, impactando positivamente a produtividade das culturas. Foi pensando em você, produtor, que tem entre seus desafios realizar uma adubação forte, racional, sem perdas, acertar o momento ideal de adubação, ter mão de obra disponível e eficiente, é que nos apresentamos. Muito prazer, somos a Campo Forte, uma empresa 100% brasileira, que já nasce forte e tem o DNA JBS de fazer negócio. O futuro da nutrição começa agora. Produzimos mais que fertilizantes. Contribuímos para o meio ambiente através da reciclagem dos nutrientes essenciais de fontes orgânicas das nossas operações, agregando valor e tecnologia no desenvolvimento, a fim de proporcionar alta produtividade e rentabilidade através de fertilizantes especiais, orgânicos e organominerais que promovem equilíbrio nutricional para as culturas, sempre com qualidade e respeito. Campo Forte. Nosso forte é fazer você produzir mais. Forte abraço.
Nas próximas décadas, o mundo tem um grande desafio: dobrar a produção de alimentos para atender à crescente população, ao mesmo tempo em que atua em harmonia com o meio ambiente. Nós, da Mosaic Fertilizantes...
Senhoras e senhores, Congresso Brasileiro de Fertilizantes é a 10ª edição, grande sucesso. Muito obrigada pela presença de todos, também a cobertura jornalística, todos que estão nos acompanhando aqui presencialmente e também via internet pelo YouTube. É uma satisfação contar com a participação de todos vocês. Obrigada, gente. Não, tá bom. Ah, porque ficou muito barulho, será?
Eu acho que tava muito alto.
Tava, será?
Ai, idiota, já passou. Quer fazer de novo? Vai.
Eu vou aproveitar, então vou fazer de novo, tá? Olá, muito bom dia, sejam todos muito bem-vindos à 10ª edição do Congresso Brasileiro de Fertilizantes. É uma grande satisfação contar com todos vocês aqui presencialmente e também a nossa audiência online. Nós temos, então, a transmissão para todo o Brasil e internacional também, claro, pelo YouTube. Todos vocês podem acompanhar esta 10ª edição do Congresso Brasileiro de Fertilizantes, uma realização da ANDA, Associação Nacional para a Difusão de Adubos. Obrigada. Obrigada.
Together, we can find the courage to grow a nature-positive food future. Let's keep the beat going.
Talvez você nunca tenha ouvido falar da gente. Mas olha à sua volta. Com certeza, tem muito do que ajudamos a construir. Nosso time e nossas máquinas, ao lado de quem faz acontecer, na linha de frente, nos 4 cantos de um país que não pode parar. Em obras, indústrias, minas, portos, apoiando a infraestrutura, movimentando alimentos e produzindo desenvolvimento. Dia e noite, com nosso imenso orgulho em servir. Da escavadeira ao gerador, da empilhadeira à plataforma, no campo, na cidade. Se o seu negócio tem um desafio, saiba que ele também é nosso. Armac, a gente tem o que você precisa.
O agro é da gente que levanta cedo no campo e na cidade. Da gente que planta arroz, que colhe feijão, que come arroz com feijão, de quem investe no futuro e de quem investe pro futuro. É da gente do campo, da cidade. O agro é de todos. Banco do Brasil, para tudo que você imaginar. Governo Federal, União e Reconstrução.
Pensou em câmbio? Pensou Brasa Bank. Pagamentos globais? É Brasa Bank. Brasa Bank, o banco de câmbio que te leva daqui pro mundo.
Somos a Euroquem, um dos líderes globais na produção dos 3 macronutrientes, nitrogênio, fósforo e potássio. Impulsionamos o desenvolvimento de soluções inovadoras e o compromisso com uma agricultura sustentável. Referência mundial na produção de fertilizantes. Possuímos 5 minas, sendo uma no Brasil. O Complexo Minero Industrial de Serra do Salitre, localizado no estado de Minas Gerais, que contribuirá com 15% da produção brasileira de fertilizantes fosfatados. Da mina à mesa, nossas fórmulas suprem as demandas de todas as culturas com eficiência e alta produtividade. Somos a Euroquem.
O agronegócio está na sua vida desde pequeno. Com ele, você vive jantares especiais em família. Você cuida da sua saúde, cria memórias com aromas únicos. O agro é vida, o agro é cuidado, o agro é movimento. É por isso que o agro também é Brasa Bank, o banco de câmbio que leva o importador e exportador do campo daqui para o mundo. Pensou em fertilizantes e outros insumos para o agronegócio? Pensou Brasa Bank. Acesse o site e fale com nossos especialistas.
Hidrovias do Brasil. Nascemos em 2010 como uma startup e em pouco tempo de existência transformamos o cenário logístico da América do Sul, ao oferecer soluções logísticas integradas mais competitivas, eficientes e sustentáveis. Atuamos em importantes corredores logísticos de norte a sul. Corredor Norte, a rota que mudou o fluxo das exportações de commodities no Brasil. Construímos 2 novos importantes terminais portuários na região norte do Brasil. E adquirimos ativos de navegação de alta tecnologia, criando um sistema logístico integrado que cobre uma área de 1.200 quilômetros de Itaituba a Vila do Conde, ambos no estado do Pará. Em 2017, abrimos um novo capítulo em nossa história, com o início da operação de cabotagem para o transporte de bauxita. Em 2020, marcamos presença no maior e mais importante porto da América Latina, com celebração do contrato de arrendamento do terminal portuário em Santos. Nos consolidamos como uma das melhores operadoras logísticas da América do Sul, garantindo excelência para nossos clientes, sempre com ética, segurança e sustentabilidade.
Nós, da ICL, criamos soluções impactantes, utilizando nossos recursos exclusivos, nossa capacidade tecnológica, espírito inovador e disruptivo. Fornecemos matérias-primas e soluções para as indústrias de fertilizantes de solo e foliar. Na linha de fertilizantes foliares, contamos com um amplo portfólio de matérias-primas, com mais de 30 produtos. Somos o maior produtor de micronutrientes para aplicação via solo. Dispomos de soluções e tecnologias inovadoras para sua granulação, mistura de grânulos e recobrimento. O nosso maior objetivo é agregar valor aos seus negócios.
O Brasa Bank zerou as tarifas para as suas operações globais no agronegócio. O Brasa é o maior banco exclusivo de câmbio do Brasil, segundo o Banco Central, e está sempre ao lado do empresário do campo. Vem pro Brasa e conheça a liberdade de verdade.
O Brasil é o país do agro. Grandes extensões de terra fizeram do nosso chão uma potência no campo. Mas sabemos que os produtores ainda encontram desafios, como diferentes perfis de solo, clima, entre outros que solicitam uma dedicação grande do produtor. O uso da tecnologia auxilia e garante a demanda nutricional da cultura de forma sustentável. O fertilizante é a grande esperança quando falamos de nutrientes essenciais para o desenvolvimento das culturas. A adubação, bem como a aplicação da matéria orgânica, vem ganhando força devido à sua grande eficiência, mas de difícil acúmulo durante o ciclo da cultura. Por isso, os fertilizantes inteligentes estão crescendo através de processos inovadores, impactando positivamente a produtividade das culturas. Foi pensando em você, produtor, que tem entre seus desafios realizar uma adubação forte, racional, sem perdas, acertar o momento ideal de adubação, ter mão de obra disponível e eficiente. É que nos apresentamos. Muito prazer, somos a Campo Forte, uma empresa 100% brasileira que já nasce forte e tem o DNA JBS de fazer negócio. O futuro da nutrição começa agora. Produzimos mais que fertilizantes. Contribuímos para o meio ambiente através da reciclagem dos nutrientes essenciais de fontes orgânicas das nossas operações, agregando valor e tecnologia no desenvolvimento, a fim de proporcionar alta produtividade e rentabilidade através de fertilizantes especiais, orgânicos e organominerais que promovem equilíbrio nutricional para as culturas, sempre com qualidade e respeito. Campo Forte. Nosso forte é fazer você produzir mais. Forte abraço!
Nas próximas décadas, o mundo tem um grande desafio: dobrar a produção de alimentos para atender à crescente população, ao mesmo tempo em que atua em harmonia com o meio ambiente. Nós, da Mosaic Fertilizantes, entendemos e abraçamos esse desafio para aumentar a produtividade no campo, a disponibilidade de alimentos no mundo e melhorar a realidade das comunidades onde atuamos. Mosaic Fertilizantes, ajudando o mundo a produzir os alimentos de que precisa.
has a pulse, but the rhythm is fading. The soil feeding humanity is exhausted. We must challenge how we grow and bring food to the table. At Yara, we know we have a responsibility, but we cannot do it alone. Together, we can find the courage to grow a nature-positive food future. Let's keep the beat going.
Talvez você nunca tenha ouvido falar da gente. Mas olha à sua volta. Com certeza, tem muito do que ajudamos a construir. Nosso time e nossas máquinas, ao lado de quem faz acontecer, na linha de frente, nos quatro cantos de um país que não pode parar. Em obras, indústrias, minas, portos, apoiando a infraestrutura, movimentando alimentos e produzindo desenvolvimento. Dia e noite, com nosso imenso orgulho em servir. Da escavadeira ao gerador, da empilhadeira à plataforma, no campo, na cidade. Se o seu negócio tem um desafio, saiba que ele também é nosso. Armac, a gente tem o que você precisa.
O agro é da gente que levanta cedo no campo e na cidade. Da gente que planta arroz, que colhe feijão, que come arroz com feijão. De quem investe no futuro e de quem investe pro futuro. É da gente do campo, da cidade. O agro é de todos. Banco do Brasil, para tudo que você imaginar. Governo Federal, União e Reconstrução.
Pensou em câmbio? Pensou Brasabank. Pagamentos globais? É Brasabank. Brasabank, o banco de câmbio que te leva daqui para o mundo.
Somos a Euroquem, um dos líderes globais na produção dos 3 macronutrientes, nitrogênio, fósforo e potássio. Impulsionamos o desenvolvimento de soluções inovadoras e o compromisso com uma agricultura sustentável. referência mundial na produção de fertilizantes. Possuímos 5 minas, sendo uma no Brasil. O Complexo Minero Industrial de Serra do Salitre, localizado no estado de Minas Gerais, que contribuirá com 15% da produção brasileira de fertilizantes fosfatados. Da mina à mesa, nossas fórmulas suprem as demandas de todas as culturas com eficiência e alta produtividade. Somos a Euroquem.
O agronegócio está na sua vida desde pequeno. Com ele, você vive jantares especiais em família. Você cuida da sua saúde, cria memórias com aromas únicos. O agro é vida, o agro é cuidado, o agro é movimento. É por isso que o agro também é Brasa Bank, o banco de câmbio que leva o importador e exportador do campo daqui para o mundo. Pensou em fertilizantes e outros insumos para o agronegócio? Pensou Brasa Bank. Acesse o site e fale com nossos especialistas.
Hidrovias do Brasil. Nascemos em 2010 como uma startup e em pouco tempo de existência transformamos o cenário logístico da América do Sul ao oferecer soluções logísticas integradas mais competitivas, eficientes e sustentáveis. Atuamos em importantes corredores logísticos de norte a sul. Corredor Norte, a rota que mudou o fluxo das exportações de commodities no Brasil. Construímos 2 novos importantes terminais portuários na região norte do Brasil. E adquirimos ativos de navegação de alta tecnologia, criando um sistema logístico integrado que cobre uma área de 1.200 quilômetros de Itaituba a Vila do Conde, ambos no estado do Pará. Em 2017, abrimos um novo capítulo em nossa história, com o início da operação de cabotagem para o transporte de bauxita. Em 2020, marcamos presença no maior e mais importante porto da América Latina, com celebração do contrato de arrendamento do terminal portuário em Santos. Nos consolidamos como uma das melhores operadoras logísticas da América do Sul, garantindo excelência para nossos clientes, sempre com ética, segurança e sustentabilidade.
Nós, da ICL, criamos soluções impactantes, utilizando nossos recursos exclusivos, nossa capacidade tecnológica, espírito inovador e disruptivo. Fornecemos matérias-primas e soluções para as indústrias de fertilizantes de solo e foliar. Na linha de fertilizantes foliares, contamos com um amplo portfólio de matérias-primas, com mais de 30 produtos. Somos o maior produtor de micronutrientes para aplicação via solo. Dispomos de soluções e tecnologias inovadoras para sua granulação, mistura de grânulos e recobrimento. O nosso maior objetivo é agregar valor aos seus negócios.
O Brasa Bank zerou as tarifas para as suas operações globais no agronegócio. O Brasa é o maior banco exclusivo de câmbio do Brasil, segundo o Banco Central, e está sempre ao lado do empresário do campo. Vem pro Brasa e conheça a liberdade de verdade.
O Brasil é o país do agro. Grandes extensões de terra fizeram do nosso chão uma potência no campo. Mas sabemos que os produtores ainda encontram desafios, como diferentes perfis de solo, clima, entre outros que solicitam uma dedicação grande do produtor. O uso da tecnologia auxilia e garante a demanda nutricional da cultura de forma sustentável. O fertilizante é a grande esperança quando falamos de nutrientes essenciais para o desenvolvimento das culturas. A adubação, bem como a aplicação da matéria orgânica, vem ganhando força devido à sua grande eficiência, mas de difícil acúmulo durante o ciclo da cultura. Por isso, os fertilizantes inteligentes estão crescendo através de processos inovadores, impactando positivamente a produtividade das culturas. Foi pensando em você, produtor, que tem entre seus desafios realizar uma adubação forte, racional, sem perdas, acertar o momento ideal de adubação, ter mão de obra disponível e eficiente, é que nos apresentamos. Muito prazer, somos a Campo Forte, uma empresa 100% brasileira, que já nasce forte e tem o DNA JBS de fazer negócio. O futuro da nutrição começa agora. Produzimos mais que fertilizantes. Contribuímos para o meio ambiente através da reciclagem dos nutrientes essenciais de fontes orgânicas das nossas operações, agregando valor e tecnologia no desenvolvimento, a fim de proporcionar alta produtividade e rentabilidade através de fertilizantes especiais, orgânicos e organominerais que promovem equilíbrio nutricional para as culturas, sempre com qualidade e respeito. Campo Forte. Nosso forte é fazer você produzir mais. Forte abraço!
Nas próximas décadas, o mundo tem um grande desafio: dobrar a produção de alimentos para atender à crescente população, ao mesmo tempo em que atua em harmonia com o meio ambiente. Nós, da Mosaic Fertilizantes, entendemos e abraçamos esse desafio para aumentar a produtividade no campo, a disponibilidade de alimentos no mundo e melhorar a realidade das comunidades onde atuamos. Mosaic Fertilizantes, ajudando o mundo a produzir os alimentos de que precisa.
Has a pulse, but the rhythm is fading. The soil feeding humanity is exhausted. We must challenge how we grow and bring food to the table. At Yara, we know we have a responsibility, but we cannot do it alone. Together, we can find the courage to grow a nature-positive food future. Let's keep the beat going.
Talvez você nunca tenha ouvido falar da gente. Mas olha a sua volta. Com certeza, tem muito do que ajudamos a construir. Nosso time e nossas máquinas, ao lado de quem faz acontecer, na linha de frente, nos 4 cantos de um país que não pode parar. Em obras, indústrias, minas, portos, apoiando a infraestrutura, movimentando alimentos e produzindo desenvolvimento. Dia e noite, com nosso imenso orgulho em servir. Da escavadeira ao gerador, da empilhadeira à plataforma, no campo, na cidade. Se o seu negócio tem um desafio, saiba que ele também é nosso. Armac, a gente tem o que você precisa.
O agro é da gente que levanta cedo no campo e na cidade. Da gente que planta arroz, que colhe feijão, que come arroz com feijão, de quem investe no futuro e de quem investe pro futuro. É da gente do campo, da cidade. O agro é de todos. Banco do Brasil, para tudo que você imaginar. Governo Federal, União e Reconstrução.
Pensou em câmbio? Pensou Brasa Bank. Pagamentos globais? É Brasa Bank. Brasa Bank, o banco de câmbio que te leva daqui pro mundo.
Somos a Euroquem, um dos líderes globais na produção dos 3 macronutrientes, nitrogênio, fósforo e potássio. Impulsionamos o desenvolvimento de soluções inovadoras e o compromisso com uma agricultura sustentável. Referência mundial na produção de fertilizantes. Possuímos 5 minas, sendo uma no Brasil. O Complexo Minero Industrial de Serra do Salitre, localizado no estado de Minas Gerais, que contribuirá com 15% da produção brasileira de fertilizantes fosfatados. Da mina à mesa, nossas fórmulas suprem as demandas de todas as culturas com eficiência e alta produtividade. Somos a Euroquem.
O agronegócio está na sua vida desde pequeno. Com ele, você vive jantares especiais em família. Você cuida da sua saúde, cria memórias com aromas únicos. O agro é vida, o agro é cuidado, o agro é movimento. É por isso que o agro também é Brasa Bank, o banco de câmbio que leva o importador e exportador do campo daqui para o mundo. Pensou em fertilizantes e outros insumos para o agronegócio? Pensou Brasa Bank. Acesse o site e fale com nossos especialistas.
Hidrovias do Brasil. Nascemos em 2010 como uma startup e em pouco tempo de existência transformamos o cenário logístico da América do Sul ao oferecer soluções logísticas integradas mais competitivas, eficientes e sustentáveis. Atuamos em importantes corredores logísticos de norte a sul. Corredor Norte, a rota que mudou o fluxo das exportações de commodities no Brasil. Construímos 2 novos importantes terminais portuários na região norte do Brasil. E adquirimos ativos de navegação de alta tecnologia, criando um sistema logístico integrado que cobre uma área de 1.200 quilômetros de Itaituba a Vila do Conde, ambos no estado do Pará. Em 2017, abrimos um novo capítulo em nossa história, com o início da operação de cabotagem para o transporte de bauxita. Em 2020, marcamos presença no maior e mais importante porto da América Latina, com celebração do contrato de arrendamento do terminal portuário em Santos. Nos consolidamos como uma das melhores operadoras logísticas da América do Sul, garantindo excelência para nossos clientes, sempre com ética, segurança e sustentabilidade.
Nós, da ICL, criamos soluções impactantes, utilizando nossos recursos exclusivos, nossa capacidade tecnológica, espírito inovador e disruptivo. Fornecemos matérias-primas e soluções para as indústrias de fertilizantes de solo e foliar. Na linha de fertilizantes foliares, contamos com um amplo portfólio de matérias-primas, com mais de 30 produtos. Somos o maior produtor de micronutrientes para aplicação via solo. Dispomos de soluções e tecnologias inovadoras para sua granulação, mistura de grânulos e recobrimento. O nosso maior objetivo é agregar valor aos seus negócios.
O Brasa Bank zerou as tarifas para as suas operações globais no agronegócio. O Brasa é o maior banco exclusivo de câmbio do Brasil, segundo o Banco Central, e está sempre ao lado do empresário do campo. Vem pro Brasa e conheça a liberdade de verdade.
O Brasil é o país do agro. Grandes extensões de terra fizeram do nosso chão uma potência no campo. Mas sabemos que os produtores ainda encontram desafios, como diferentes perfis de solo, clima, entre outros que solicitam uma dedicação grande do produtor. O uso da tecnologia auxilia e garante a demanda nutricional da cultura de forma sustentável. O fertilizante é a grande esperança quando falamos de nutrientes essenciais para o desenvolvimento das culturas. A adubação, bem como a aplicação da matéria orgânica, vem ganhando força devido à sua grande eficiência, mas de difícil acúmulo durante o ciclo da cultura. Por isso, os fertilizantes inteligentes estão crescendo através de processos inovadores, impactando positivamente a produtividade das culturas. Foi pensando em você, produtor, que tem entre seus desafios realizar uma adubação forte, racional, sem perdas, acertar o momento ideal de adubação, ter mão de obra disponível e eficiente, é que nos apresentamos. Muito prazer, somos a Campo Forte, uma empresa 100% brasileira, que já nasce forte e tem o DNA JBS de fazer negócio. O futuro da nutrição começa agora. Produzimos mais que fertilizantes. Contribuímos para o meio ambiente através da reciclagem dos nutrientes essenciais de fontes orgânicas das nossas operações, agregando valor e tecnologia no desenvolvimento, a fim de proporcionar alta produtividade e rentabilidade através de fertilizantes especiais, orgânicos e organominerais que promovem equilíbrio nutricional para as culturas, sempre com qualidade e respeito. Campo Forte. Nosso forte é fazer você produzir mais. Forte abraço!
Nas próximas décadas, o mundo tem um grande desafio: dobrar a produção de alimentos para atender à crescente população, ao mesmo tempo em que atua em harmonia com o meio ambiente. Nós, da Mosaic Fertilizantes, entendemos e abraçamos esse desafio para aumentar a produtividade no campo, a disponibilidade de alimentos no mundo e melhorar a realidade das comunidades onde atuamos. Mosaic Fertilizantes, ajudando o mundo a produzir os alimentos de que precisa.
has a pulse, but the rhythm is fading. The soil feeding humanity is exhausted. We must challenge how we grow and bring food to the table. At Yara, we know we have a responsibility, but we cannot do it alone. Together, we can find the courage to grow a nature-positive food future. Let's keep the beat going.
Talvez você nunca tenha ouvido falar da gente. Mas olha à sua volta. Com certeza, tem muito do que ajudamos a construir. Nosso time e nossas máquinas, ao lado de quem faz acontecer, na linha de frente, nos quatro cantos de um país que não pode parar. Em obras, indústrias, minas, portos, apoiando a infraestrutura, movimentando alimentos e produzindo desenvolvimento. Dia e noite, com nosso imenso orgulho em servir. Da escavadeira ao gerador, da empilhadeira à plataforma, no campo, na cidade. Se o seu negócio tem um desafio, saiba que ele também é nosso. Armac, a gente tem o que você precisa.
O agro é da gente que levanta cedo no campo e na cidade. Da gente que planta arroz, que colhe feijão, que come arroz com feijão. De quem investe no futuro e de quem investe pro futuro. É da gente do campo, da cidade. O agro é de todos. Banco do Brasil, para tudo que você imaginar. Governo Federal, União e Reconstrução.
Pensou em câmbio? Pensou Brasabank. Pagamentos globais? É Brasabank. Brasabank, o banco de câmbio que te leva daqui para o mundo.
Somos a Euroquem, um dos líderes globais na produção dos 3 macronutrientes, nitrogênio, fósforo e potássio. Impulsionamos o desenvolvimento de soluções inovadoras e o compromisso com uma agricultura sustentável. Referência mundial na produção de fertilizantes. Possuímos 5 minas, sendo uma no Brasil. O Complexo Minero Industrial de Serra do Salitre, localizado no estado de Minas Gerais, que contribuirá com 15% 100% da produção brasileira de fertilizantes fosfatados. Da mina à mesa, nossas fórmulas suprem as demandas de todas as culturas com eficiência e alta produtividade. Somos a Euroquem.
O agronegócio está na sua vida desde pequeno. Com ele, você vive jantares especiais em família. Você cuida da sua saúde, cria memórias com aromas únicos. O agro é vida, o agro é cuidado, o agro é movimento. É por isso que o agro também é Brasa Bank, o banco de câmbio que leva o importador e exportador do campo daqui para o mundo. Pensou em fertilizantes e outros insumos para o agronegócio? Pensou Brasa Bank. Acesse o site e fale com nossos especialistas.
Hidrovias do Brasil. Nascemos em 2010 como uma startup e em pouco tempo de existência transformamos o cenário logístico da América do Sul ao oferecer soluções logísticas integradas mais competitivas, eficientes e sustentáveis. Atuamos em importantes corredores logísticos de norte a sul. Corredor Norte, a rota que mudou o fluxo das exportações de commodities no Brasil. Construímos 2 novos importantes terminais portuários na região norte do Brasil. E adquirimos ativos de navegação de alta tecnologia, criando um sistema logístico integrado que cobre uma área de 1.200 quilômetros de Itaituba a Vila do Conde, ambos no estado do Pará. Em 2017, abrimos um novo capítulo em nossa história, com o início da operação de cabotagem para o transporte de bauxita. Em 2020, marcamos presença no maior e mais importante porto da América Latina, com celebração do contrato de arrendamento do terminal portuário em Santos. Nos consolidamos como uma das melhores operadoras logísticas da América do Sul, garantindo excelência para nossos clientes, sempre com ética, segurança e sustentabilidade.
Nós, da ICL, criamos soluções impactantes, utilizando nossos recursos exclusivos, nossa capacidade tecnológica, espírito inovador e disruptivo. Fornecemos matérias-primas e soluções para as indústrias de fertilizantes de solo e foliar. Na linha de fertilizantes foliares, contamos com um amplo portfólio de matérias-primas, com mais de 30 produtos. Somos o maior produtor de micronutrientes para aplicação via solo. Dispomos de soluções e tecnologias inovadoras para sua granulação, mistura de grânulos e recobrimento. O nosso maior objetivo é agregar valor aos seus negócios.
O Brasa Bank zerou as tarifas para as suas operações globais no agronegócio. O Brasa é o maior banco exclusivo de câmbio do Brasil, segundo o Banco Central, e está sempre ao lado do empresário do campo. Vem pro Brasa e conheça a liberdade de verdade.
O Brasil é o país do agro. Grandes extensões de terra fizeram do nosso chão uma potência no campo. Mas sabemos que os produtores ainda encontram desafios como diferentes perfis de solo, clima, entre outros que solicitam uma dedicação grande do produtor. O uso da tecnologia auxilia e garante a demanda nutricional da cultura de forma sustentável. O fertilizante é a grande esperança quando falamos de nutrientes essenciais para o desenvolvimento das culturas. A adubação, bem como a aplicação da matéria orgânica, vem ganhando força devido à sua grande eficiência, mas de difícil acúmulo durante o ciclo da cultura. Por isso, os fertilizantes inteligentes estão crescendo através de processos inovadores, impactando positivamente a produtividade das culturas. Foi pensando em você, produtor, que tem entre seus desafios realizar uma adubação forte, racional, sem perdas, acertar o momento ideal de adubação, ter mão de obra disponível e eficiente, é que nos apresentamos. Muito prazer, somos a Campo Forte, uma empresa 100% brasileira, que já nasce forte e tem o DNA JBS de fazer negócio. O futuro da nutrição começa agora. Produzimos mais que fertilizantes. Contribuímos para o meio ambiente através da reciclagem dos nutrientes essenciais de fontes orgânicas das nossas operações, agregando valor e tecnologia no desenvolvimento, a fim de proporcionar alta produtividade e rentabilidade através de fertilizantes especiais, orgânicos e organominerais que promovem equilíbrio nutricional para as culturas, sempre com qualidade e respeito. Campo Forte. Nosso forte é fazer você produzir mais. Forte abraço!
Nas próximas décadas, o mundo tem um grande desafio: dobrar a produção de alimentos para atender à crescente população, ao mesmo tempo em que atua em harmonia com o meio ambiente. Nós, da Mosaic Fertilizantes, entendemos e abraçamos esse desafio para aumentar a produtividade no campo, a disponibilidade de alimentos no mundo e melhorar a realidade das comunidades onde atuamos. Mosaic Fertilizantes, ajudando o mundo a produzir os alimentos de que precisa.
Has a pulse, but the rhythm is fading. The soil feeding humanity is exhausted. We must challenge how we grow and bring food to the table. At Yara, we know we have a responsibility, but we cannot do it alone. Together, we can find the courage to grow a nature-positive food future. Let's keep the beat going.
Muito bem, senhoras e senhores, uma ótima tarde. Muito obrigada a todos pelo retorno aqui pontualmente à plenária. A todos vocês que nos acompanham online também, sejam muito bem-vindos mais uma vez para o nosso período da tarde, aqui no 10º Congresso Brasileiro de Fertilizantes. É um grande prazer, uma honra ter a participação de cada um de vocês aqui presencialmente e também a todos que estão nos acompanhando online. O Congresso Brasileiro de Fertilizantes é uma realização da ANDA, Associação Nacional para a Difusão de Adubos, com o patrocínio master da Adufértil, Alfamar Agência Marítima, Campo Forte Fertilizantes, NaqGlobal e Ara Fertilizantes. Patrocínio ouro da AGI Sistemas de Fertilizantes, Armac, Banco do Brasil, Brasabank, Euroquem, Hidrovias do Brasil e ICL. Temos o patrocínio prata da Cesare, Arbor, Master, Porto do Açu, Rocha Terminais e Williams. Senhoras e senhores, informamos que esta edição do CBFER está sendo neutra em emissões de gases de efeito estufa, com o selo Evento Neutro da Ecaplan. O Evento Neutro é um programa voluntário de responsabilidade socioambiental para organizações conscientes sobre o problema das mudanças climáticas. Nós daremos início em instantes à nossa segunda parte do evento. Eu quero desde já aproveitar também para dizer que todo o nosso evento está tendo a tradução simultânea para o inglês, e a todos que nos acompanham via internet também podem conferir a Libras, Língua Brasileira de Sinais. Mais uma vez, peço a todos, por favor, que se acomodem. Daremos início, então, neste momento, à nossa segunda parte do evento.
Okay, as you've seen, now we'll have the presentation of Nutrients for Life, an initiative, and we are happy to invite to the stage Walter Casarin, Scientific Coordinator of NPV, and Miss Bianca Naves, Coordinator of Nutrition in NPV. So let's have a round of applause to them. Welcome. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I would like to thank the organization for the opportunity of presenting a little bit of what we have, because I know we have just a short time to introduce Nutrientes para a Vida. I'm Walter Casarin, General Coordinator and Scientific Coordinator of Nutrientes para a Vida. And let me introduce myself, okay? Okay, but first of all, I introduced myself first because we'll talk about the nutrients of plants. And as an agronomist, I do that. And as a nutritionist, I do that as well. Yeah, but you nurture people. This is another part, so please introduce yourself. I'm Bianca Naves. I am nutritionist. I guess I'm the only healthcare professional here. Is there anyone here from the healthcare area? I imagine. And I'm pretty honored and happy to represent nutrition in this world of fertilizers, and mainly because my history started at a farm. I was born in a farm. I am a daughter and sister of agronomists. My family works with agribusiness, and due to many coincidences, whether they exist or not, I'm here with you working on the initiative that I'm very honored and pleased to participate and to add and bring nutrition. And you add a lot, because while you're producing in the field, when it gets to the people's table, the one to guide the other part is you. Yes, so we are happy to be together in this chain. So Bianca, just for us to show to people what Nutrientes para a Vida does, that is a noble mission, and please tell them, okay, so why am I here as a nutritionist with this initiative? Because our mission is to clear and inform to the Brazilian society based on scientific studies, that is awareness on the importance and benefits of fertilizers in the production and quality of food and nutritional intensity of food and their proper use. And this is a hard work, right? Because talking to society that's bombed all the time with news against agribusiness, against fertilizers, makes it more and more difficult. Then we have a little bit of what in 2016 we found on an important spontaneous survey in Paulista Avenue about what people think about the fertilizers. Hear them. It kills. It kills. Poison. So this is it, right? And it's scary. And I see that every day. And this is the same conception, despite people are changing their minds with this their work. And this is exactly what we want to show, that the image of the fertilizers has changed over these 8 years that Nutrientes para a Vida is working with many actions, many activities. And we could bring this 22 survey so that we can have a comparison. So here on the right, in 2016, fertilizers had an added image that was related to agrodefensives and agrotoxics, and over this 8 years, we see that this fertilizers is now here as cheap, despite artificial means, but Bianca, it's far from the manure, and it's the same, right? Yes, and when we act to communicate in agrobusiness and now taking this whole concept to the healthcare audience and healthcare professionals, and mainly to the ordinary audience, we see many doubts, especially with all the confusions that we have with the terms, fertilizers, manure, agriculture defensive, and so on and on. And we are here to demystify and to clear and to educate and inform to all of you who need to know more about these terms, and mainly about the power and the need that our agriculture have to receive the fertilizers. So let's then show a little bit of what we have to have this evolution, this perception, or this demystification of the fertilizer term as it happened in the last years. So we have some of our activities here. One of this is videos to clear what is a fertilizer. I'll play just a little bit. Have you heard about fertilizers? Despite being mandatory to the production of food worldwide, it's always very important to our health. Fertilizers are a source of essential nutrition to the plants. Due to the fertilizers, we save the forests, we produce more in the same area. Hello, this is episode 2 of Talk Show from Nutrientes para a Vida with 2 guests, Walter Casarim, agronomist and general coordinator of Nutrientes para a Vida, and Dr. Paula Pires, endocrinologist. I loved this. It was very nice to me. But besides that, there is more. Yes, from AgriShow, on behalf of Nutrientes para a Vida, Bianca Naves, nutritionist and coordinator of nutrition in NPV, I'm here to talk to people about their perception regarding the use of fertilizers, and mainly to clear their doubts about this important topic to our sustainable agriculture.
So that was it. We had this talk show with interviews talking about fertilizers and the relation between fertilizers and the environment, health, and with a chef. We had like 4 episodes, and our very first production of a talk show, we went on YouTube and other social media, bringing professors like from ESALC, our coordinator, Dr. Paula Pires, endocrinologist, Carol Brandão, like a super chef, bringing this topic in a very light way, and moreover, like in fun way. When people are like consuming this content, they learn about the adequate use of fertilizers. So another thing that we've been doing, like articles, magazines and newspapers and blogs talking about fertilizers and about nutrition. These articles, they are available on our pages, and they may be accessed by anyone. And we've been noticing that very few companies are using this material. So I invite you, your company, to explore our material and also help us like to disclose this information in our initiative. So moving on. What else do we have here, like related to your talk show that you ran a show? And we are continuing with our talk show. And today, persuasion in social media is very big. People are much more connected on their cell phones than on television. So we believe that this communication is crucial and essential to bring this information, especially educating like people so they can know better and the role of fertilizers in our food production. And we also have our lectures like Walter workshops, courses all over the country. And we have this basic course that begins next week. We did it last year. It's destined to companies. So your workers, those who do not have a direct connection with fertilizers, those who are in the office, they know about what they are working with, which is the fertilizers, and they have arguments at home, like to talk good about fertilizers. So what else do we have here? So the participation on Agri Show, which was great, very intense. We had the opportunity to talk to the organizational team and the public that was there, tourists and rural producers, and moreover, with those who were with the rural producers. It was really cool. So the courses and classes that we have with like full audience and congresses, we've been participating and bringing information about our initiative. Well, we could also invite you now, like to visit our booth. We are there with all the other exhibitors and answer questions and exchange experience related to our work. And moreover, put ourselves available to help you all. Our main objective is like to produce content and produce information so we can achieve a larger number of people. I believe that together we can nurture plants and also nurture life. So before we finish, I would like to thank ANDA and all the board of directors for the support and incentive that they give us so we can bring this initiative to you all with activities and effective action that are bringing positive results. So I thank ANDA, Nutrients for Life, and New Marketing for giving me this big opportunity and representing the nutritional world. Thank you. All right, thank you all very much. Thank you, Walter. Thank you, Bianca. Congratulations, Nutrients for Life. Congratulations, ANDA as well. So I would like to take this opportunity for an announcement. I'd like to thank the presence of Katia Abreu, who is here, like our former Minister of Agriculture, in our 10th Congress of Fertilizers in Brazil. So another very important moment in our Congress now. So you're all very welcome to the ceremony of the second edition of the Carlos Florence Award. So we thank you all for being here in a very special moment of our event. Also for those who are online on YouTube. And before we begin giving the awards, I would like to pay a tribute to an institution that the agribusiness do a lot of respect. So it's impossible to talk about scientific research, which is a reason for us to be very proud. And we are talking about Embrapa, the Brazilian company of research, and 50 years of research in Brazil. So to pay the tribute, we'd like to invite Jorge Wagner Bonifácio Souza, Vice President of the Administrative Board of ANDA. A show of hands, please. And to receive the award, we would like to invite Dr. Clayton Ailton Pilon, Director Executive of Research and Innovation of Embrapa. A show of hands, please. So a special moment for the photo. And it is a homage that the Vice President of UNDA is giving to Dr. Pilon. Our entity recognizes the effortless use of Embrapa. And we are so proud, and we wish more and more new research and innovation, like to make the rural producer easier and more efficient, and the agribusiness even stronger. Congratulations, Dr. Clenio and Embrapa. So I would like to kindly ask you, to stay here on stage, Dr. Wagner and Dr. Clenio, to participate in the offering of Dr. Florence 2023. I would like to invite Dr. Eduardo Souza Monteiro, the president of ANDA, along with Professor José Carlos Polidoro, president of the Judging Commission of Carlos Florence Award 2023, to join us on stage. You're welcome. So, ladies and gentlemen, let you know this initiative is a homage to our Carlos Florence, who left us in 2021 after decades of dedication to our sector. So, Florence, highlighted as a executive director, he founded the AMA Brazil, and he led a long process of organizing the sector, helping consolidating the fertilizers' role in the productive chain of the agribusiness. So the existence of this award represents our eternal gratitude to all his legacy, Carlos Florence legacy. We'd like to give a special thanks to the 40 researchers that turn in their work. And the receptiveness of Brazilian universities come to what we want, and this is the objective of the award, to foster innovation and research and gather all the best works related to fertilizers in our country. So we are very proud to say that Carlos Florence Award moves towards to be consolidated as the biggest award in the fertilizer sector in the country due to the volume of work. So effectively, we had a national reach. And competing for the award, we have 23 researchers from 14 universities in 7 different states in the 5 regions of the country. So you have an idea. If we put all the work together, enrolled in this edition, we will have a document with more than 1,000 pages with the best of the academic research related to fertilizers. So we are very proud and happy with this achievement so far. And in face of all these numbers, so can you imagine the work that our judges had in our screen, in our panel? So they worked hard, and that's why we thank them deeply. To the 3 members of the commission formed by researchers, professors, and you can check Mr. José Carlos Polidoro, Vinícius de Mello Benítez, and Heitor Cantarella. Now we thank very much our judges in 2023 of the Carlos Florence Award. And to talk on behalf of the judges, we will invite Professor Polidoro. Ladies and gentlemen, great afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the organized commission and the judges, Editor Cantarella, Veitor, we would like to express the amount of the honor that was given to us to judge those 23 magnificent works, but most of all, to pay a tribute on behalf of a person that made so much for the Brazilian agriculture due to its political activity with all the words, our dearest Carlos Florence. I would like briefly to, well, obviously I want dare to give Carlos Florence a biography here, but I would like to say why our opinion, especially mine, of the well, this is going to be the pride of those who will receive the award. When I was 13, I was in the thematic chamber of inputs, and Carlos Florenci was representing AMA Brazil, which is part of ANDA. And the fertilizers was a topic that was always present. At that time, Brazil exploded its consumption in fertilizer 4 times. And during that time, we were talking a lot about the fertilizers policy that was so necessary, so we wouldn't get to the point that we talk about today, like the risk of national security importing almost 90% of this input. So Carlos Florenci, I can say that he was my antithesis, especially my friends, my colleagues, like researchers, just say what this policy should be. And when someone goes to the dictionary, antithesis is opposite, but in the same direction. We all wanted the policy, but Carlos Florenci was the person that I can say made me think on how this policy should be. And today, we do have the national policy for fertilizers, which is a state policy. State because it was done by the public and private sector in each line of it. That is put down in the document as a decree. And for the next 27 years, after 40 years without a decent policy that this sector expects, now we have a way to go. And earlier, someone was asking me about the national policy, if it would influence the policy. It has already, for the better. And I know that if it was going to be something bad, especially the productive sector would complain on the very first hour. So this is what makes Carlos Florenci be a person that deserves our applause. And there is another Carlos Florenci that I don't know if you all know or knew. It's Carlos Florenci of the Chronicles. I got surprised when I received the message, Carlos Florenci, chronist. And I will read like parts of some of them that I received on May 6, 2021. With words that had nothing to do with that picture of that old man, not even with his speeches, even against me during all the discussions in our agribusiness forums. So passing very many moments, like for Florence, there was no uncertainties, only certainties. I've not seen anyone who was so sure about things that he was talking about, just like to be against you. So doesn't have like the red lips, not syphilis. And I live like this smooth solitude. For me, this was a surprise when I read like this poem between what was improper and trilogy.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to have chosen, along with my colleagues. And if you want innovation, Carlos Florença Award was made for that. But besides choosing the best work, that was hard, we also suggested let's award 4 more wonderful works due to their merit to stimulate this youth who surprised us by daring us with their work, and their tutors that obviously guide them in many works without charging anything else. So thank you very much for the honor. Thank Anda. And I would like to ask you, please, not to leave me here speechless. So let's have a round of applause to Carlos Florenci. Okay, thank you. Congratulations on the judgment of the works. And as the coordinator of the commission mentioned, we had 4 works that deserve the mention for their honor. So let's know and acknowledge them now. So in 5th place, Maria Carolina Teixeira from the Agronomic Institute of Campinas, who worked with inhibitors of nitrification and ureas as a strategy to mitigate the volatilization of NH3 in areas of sugarcane cultivation with the addition of organic waste. So in 5th place. In 4th place, Mayla Adriele Silva, Gustavo Ferreira de Souza, Luiz Roberto Guimarães Guilherme, from the Federal University of Lavras for the work 4C Management of Selenium in the Brazilian Soybeans, Dose, Source, and mode of use. So in third place, Jéssica Frangeli Kaminski Ramos from the Federal Rural University of Rio by the work Chemical, Mineralogical Characterization and Agronomic Efficiency of Different Phosphates in Brazil. Also, congratulations to Jéssica. Second place, André Luiz de Freitas Spinova from Exalc with the work Agronomic Potential of Organomineral Fertilizers from the composting of yield and waste. So as they are here in the ceremony, so come to the stage to receive your acknowledgement. First of all, Maria Carolina Teixeira, please, a round of applause. Okay, the official picture, Maria Carolina Teixeira. Congratulations for your work as well. Please, Maria Carolina, stay here on the stage, okay? So let's receive the other fellows, Mayla Adriele Silva and Luiz Roberto Guimarães Guilherme, who are also here with us. So a round of applause to them. Okay, the official picture as well with Mayla and Luiz Roberto, who are also being awarded with the Carlos Florence Award and the honor for the work provided. I ask them to stay on the stage. Jéssica Franchelli Kaminski Ramos is also here, so let's have her here with a hand of applause. Congratulations as well. And one more here that is honored and acknowledged with the Carlos Florence Award, André Luiz de Freitas Espinosa. A round of applause to him. Okay, André Luiz also being awarded with the Carlos Florence Award with the acknowledgement for the work provided to the research in our country. Let's have a picture of everyone. Please come everyone to the front of the stage so that we have the official picture with you and your award. Please come closer here to the light. So let's record this important moment to you who received this award from Carlos Florence Award. Another round of applause to them. Okay, thank you very much for your Carlos Florence Award 2023. Please go back to your places on the audience, and I ask you, misters, to stay on the stage with us. Okay, thank you once again. So now let's see the winner of the second award. Mr. Polidoro has the envelope, so please, Mr. Polidoro, come here to tell us who is the winner of the second edition of Carlos Florence Award. Dr. Clênio, Jorge, Eduardo, you already know. I'm the only one who knows, who doesn't know. So on behalf of the National Association of Fertilizers, the organizers, and the judges of this award, I'm pleased to announce the name of the person contemplated with the Carlos Florence Award 2023. He comes from the Federal University of Lavras, author of the work Technologies for Nitrogenated Fertilizers, Agronomic Efficiency on Greenhouse Effect Gas Emissions. And the winner of the second edition is Leonardo Fernandes Sarquis. Congratulations, Leonardo. Leonardo, unfortunately, I guess it only happens with me. She had logistic problems with his flight. So Professor Douglas, his tutor at the Federal University of Lavras, will be receiving the award on his behalf. While Professor Douglas is being greeted, so once again, Leonardo Fernando Sarquis, he is on his way, so maybe soon he'll be here to receive his award on the stage. So on his behalf, his tutor, Professor Douglas Guelph, is receiving the award, who also participated on this important research work. Professor would like to invite you to have your words right after the official pictures on the event. So, Professor Douglas. So, good afternoon, everyone. First, to me, it's an honor to be here at this moment. I had the opportunity of working with Carlos Florence in Nutrientes para a Vida since 2015, when the program, the initiative, was created. So he was a wonderful person. I have no words to describe him. I'm very honored to receive this award. It's a pity that Leonardo didn't arrive yet. I like him to be here with me. Just to explain, he left Rio Verde today at 11. He is in Marginal Tietê, about to arrive. I would really like to be sharing the stage with him. But anyways, I think I have to talk a little bit about the project, because since I started my career working with fertilizers, we've always tried to bring innovative solutions to fertilizers that we have on the market. During the speeches here, it was quite clear that one of the ways for us to improve the efficiency in the use of fertilizers is innovation, and this project awarded here has many innovations and technological solutions to the industry of fertilizers and to the agricultures in general. The results delivered are very important. It comes from the management of the nitrogen of fertilizers. We go to coffee and the greenhouse effect gases. And this is one of the most complete projects in the world. I have no doubt in saying that to manage the fertilization in the coffee plantations, this is something that we deliver to society with many technological solutions. Lastly, I would like to thank, because these awards are not individual, they belong to a team. This work is my second child, because it was born the same year of my son. It's a long-term project, so this is my second son, and it's an honor to receive this award. I'm very touched here. Lastly, I would like to thank a lot and dedicate, and thank, in fact, people from the team, the project team. Without them, it would be impossible. I won't mention any names, but it's a huge team in Brazil and outside. And Yara Fertilizers is part and was mandatory for us to have the project there in the field with the innovative results that we have. Without Yara and NaqG farms that are the greatest producers of coffee in the south of Minas, it would be impossible to develop this work alone. I also thank the Federal University of Lavras, who provides the infrastructure to us, which is excellent, and Department of Soil Sciences and the post-graduation program in Sciences of the Soil. We have a program, and I think the best works in Brazil come from there. We have many high-level professors and wonderful professionals. Just to finish, I would like to dedicate this award to two important people that are the pillars of our university, Dr. Alfredo Chardi Lopes and our beloved Alisson Polideri. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Douglas. Congratulations, Leonardo. Obviously, we'll also record this moment of the awarded that is delivered now. Okay, now we finish the Carlos Florence Award. We thank the authors, the judges for participating on this step, and we wish to see you again next year. So congratulations, everyone. See you in 2024. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we ask the people on the stage to take your seats, and let's have a round of applause to them. While they are going back to their seats, I would like to emphasize the invitation to two events that we'll have right after the Brazilian Congress of Fertilizers. The cocktail offered by NaqGlobal by the end of the Congress on the sponsors' room right after the Congress at 6 p.m. And then we'll have the launch of the Alfamar platform that will be at 10 p.m. at Casa Petra. You can go there by taking the special transfer to the site of the event. So please be informed about it on the sponsor stand, on knowing how to participate. These are two important events, and we would like to invite you all. It's an honor to have your presence there. Now, going on with the event, we'll start panel number 3 of this afternoon.
All right, so our first panel this afternoon is the third one of the 10th edition of our Congress. We will begin now to panel number 3, which is going to talk about challenges to meet the new global climate goals, impacts on logistics and infrastructure. Would kindly ask you to turn in your questions and do it in written. And we have our receptionists, so give the papers to them using the form that you found in the backpack that you received. And for those who are watching us online via YouTube, you can participate sending your questions using the chat. Do not forget to write your name, the place where you are watching us. And for those who the question is addressed to. So to coordinate this panel, we would like to invite Dr. Susana Martins Carvalho, Executive Director of Campo Forte Fertilizers. As a debater, Ms. Joanita Maestri Karoleski, President of the JBS Fund for the Amazon. Mr. José Firmo, CEO of Porto do Açu. Mr. Daniel Furlan Amaral, Director of Economics and Regulatory Affairs of Abiovi. Okay, now I'll pass the floor to Susana for conducting the work, and I wish you all a great panel. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to coordinate this third panel and talk about the challenges to meet the new climate goals and what are the impacts on logistic and infrastructure. I would also like to thank for the invitation for the Board of Directors of UNDA to be here. I also would like to thank the presence of my colleagues, my speakers, Joanita, Firmi, and Danielle. And I would like to take the opportunity to talk to you a little bit about what we are going to approach today. Our objective is to meet the expectations of the production of the main cultures of grains in face of these challenges of the energy transition, and talk about precision agriculture and what are the new challenges in terms of infrastructure and logistics in face of this green economy linked to the decarbonization of the chain, and what are the challenges to gain investments and bring attraction to our investments. I also would like to provoke and say if Brazil is ready for the necessary investments and reduce the foreigner dependency, how our roadways and our models will be. But talking a little bit about the climate change, agribusiness must be the pillar of this transition in terms of climate in Brazil. So when we talk about the climate issue, is urgent and demands attention. So the Paris Agreement signed in 2015 stated that all nations must reduce their emissions of greenhouse effect gases. So the world temperature in 2050 doesn't go above 1.5 degrees in the pre-industrial period. Therefore, we are talking about extreme daring goal. Brazil is among the 10th biggest greenhouse effect gases emissions, but we do have an important role. Most of the countries come from the energy generation, approximately 30%, and the industries, approximately 20%. When we talk about Brazil, it's approximately 50% of all emissions are caused by deforestation and 20% caused by agriculture and livestock. However, we must take into consideration that agribusiness is the big economic vector in Brazil, and that contributes in an important way, like to provide food to the world. Therefore, we can say that the sector has concentrated 36% of all Brazilian exports in 2022, according to EBGE. But the provocation is how the agribusiness can supply the new goals related to global climate changes. So let's talk about sustainable agriculture, like direct planting is a methodology already applied in 80% of the Brazilian territory. We can also talk about irrigation systems in an artificial way that propels growth and increases productivity. We can also say about the nitrogen biological fixation. We can also say about like reducing like degraded pasture and its conversion in agriculture, the integration of the forest and agriculture, like sustainable practices that the Brazilian agriculture already practices in a way that is very professional in large extensions when compared to all the countries in the world. For example, in Brazil, it's possible to produce more than one crop in the same agriculture calendar. This morning, we heard from one of our speakers in the morning talking about this same topic. It's possible to go beyond like integrating the same crop in the same agriculture calendar, production of grains, pasture, and use the soil to have a production that is more sustainable with time. So this change in the transportation of infrastructure, specifically grains, may bring benefits to the climate with a reduction estimated in 80% of the emissions. And also when we talk about profitability, diminishing 26% in transportation costs. This change foreseen in the National Logistic Plan for 2035 suppose like more using like the roadways for grains transportation. According to the plan, the use of roadways will drop like from 72% to 51%, and the railroads will increase from 20 to 41%. And the intermodal has been approached like the advancement of the arch north in the agricultural production in Brazil, and the potential of the waterways models. And when we talk about the goals, like for climate change, we should always talk, when we talk about agribusiness, about the carbon credits and bioenergy. We also saw this morning, when we talked about bioenergy, we'd just like to bring it back briefly, how agribusiness, infrastructure, and logistics can adapt to this energy transition, and then focus on bioenergy. As Brazil is a reference in the production of clean energy, especially to its hydroelectrics and biodiesel and ethanol. And the energy market, we highlight some biofuels, some products that are being fully used in the agribusiness as a biofuels like traditional ones, and we're talking about ethanol and biodiesel. We also want to talk about the FVO, which is the renewable fuel for aviation, alternative fuel that replace diesel directly in the industrial use, in the roadway transportation, seaways, and aviation. Biogas may replace natural gas and also serves as raw material for ammonia production. We can also talk about like biomass residual, replacing like charcoal, fossil charcoal, and wind production in the maritime transportation. Recently, we saw a case of the vessel Pix Ocean that was moved by wind. Many of you already know, and it was freighted by Cargill, and was moved by wind with special sails. With this inaugural trip from China to Brazil, this trip with wind sails has the potential to reduce 30% of the emissions created by a vessel, cargo vessel. So you see that the logistic is being adapted to this energy transition. I also would like to comment on the Novo TAC. It's a strong partnership between the federal government and the private sector, aiming to reduce inequalities, social inequalities regionally, with a common effort and commitment to the ecological transition, new industrialization, growth with social inclusion, and sustainability. So the new PAC is organized in institutional measures and new investment axes. And here I will talk a little bit about some of the axes that fit our panel and begin our questions to our panelists. So when we talk about the sustainable and efficient transportation, this axis gathers like investments in roadways, railroads, ports, and waterways everywhere in Brazil, aiming to reduce the cost of domestic production for the internal market and also elevate competitiveness of Brazil abroad. With this investment of 349 billion of reais, this new PAC, in fact, has important investments, but there is something missing here about, and I would like to ask you a question. So if you could bring, in your opinion, what would be necessary in terms of changes in the infrastructure area under the perspective of a short and long run, is also with the new constructions of waterways, roadways, and railroads? Thank you, Susanna. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure being here representing ABIOV. This is a very good question, and I thank you. So when we look like from the ABIOV point of view, like big contractors like roadways, waterways, and railroads, we do have a vision that we must look under these two aspects, like short and long run. Obviously, because if we look at the long run, we see many different projects ongoing, already being worked on, and we cannot wait for the logistic Brazilian to provide more offer in terms of services. We cannot wait that long. You mentioned the P&L 2035. So in our case, we see that in the short run, like the key word is efficiency, and the other one is productivity. So the infrastructure that already exists can bring more results. So we had an advancement recently with the recovery of the public budget for the maintenance of roadways. We know that many roadways are crucial for the load transportation, but maybe in the near future it will be viable with a private concession. So without the public participation, the state participation, we will leave big regions to the destiny of a precarious infrastructure, as we've seen recently, that all the value that we create under the production, it gets lost in transportation, and then there is no gain for anyone. Trucks breaking down, accidents happening, no gain for the country. So in this particular case, like in a short run or a very short run, we have a relief situation with the recovery of the budget. But there is a lot to be done. When we look at new investments, we are talking about like a single document that is still under discussion. How we're going to have this single document that effectively reduce the number of documents, simplifies, and brings more, doesn't bring like extra cost. And we must integrate all the documents like fiscal documents and transport documents. This is going to be a big achievement. Also, when we talk about safety on the roads, we must face this. Recently, we produced an article in Agro-Analysis talking precisely about that. If we don't have a huge intelligence services and crime retention, we'll disincentivize the most important person in this process, who is the driver, because the driver in many different senses doesn't feel incentivized to continue its profession due to the risks that they face.
So we need to face this process as well, and these are important points, and I would like to talk a little bit about the roads now, railroads, I'm sorry, because when we analyze the new investments, and this is very important, if we have good railroads, they could offer more services to the shipment. So we need the regulatory agency, ANTT, to work closer to the reality of what's going on today, because it's nothing new. It's been happening for a while, but as the crops increase at a certain level, and thank God that Brazil has this wonderful situation of growing crops, but as it happens, we get closer and closer to the railroad transportation that cannot grow the same way. So we need to understand the same way, starting with the transparency of information that we believe is quite low yet. We hear all the time in Bjorge and outside about situations of companies saying, well, I would like to put my cargo on the railroad, but they say it's not possible. So what's going on when offer and demand do not respond? We need to understand. I mean, we truly don't have the capacity, we don't have investments to overcome the bottlenecks, or what is the situation happening? The accessory services is another situation. It's also a situation that makes the user, puts the user in a difficult situation, because there is a transport fee that has a regulation, but the accessory services don't have a specific rule. So we need a rule, because we are talking about a monopoly, and we are working on a specific region with a clear condition, and this is a service that is a public service of public interest. So in this sense, we also need to attack this point. Otherwise, we'll keep seeing ships wandering to put cargo in, and without a way on having clear answers, why not? And we'll see the bottlenecks there over time without a clear solution. And even the management model where we have transport fee regulated, but the accessory services are not regulated at all. And these are services that theoretically should have competition, but in practice terms, we know it doesn't happen. So the regulatory agency is mandatory so that we can make this asset that is already there can offer more value to society, because we can't keep waiting for investments to happen. Now, looking at the long term, in fact, we need to migrate to the long cost models, and it cannot be postponed. We have to start with the railroads. We talked about the important investments, and Ferrogram is one of them. We need to have a good access to our grain producer in Mato Grosso until the port in Pará. It is important to do that. And it's also important that we have a better management of our water roads. We need that. We see here in Tietê, Paraná, the works ongoing to give more productivity to our water roads. It's very important. We are also talking about Madeira that can possibly receive a new management model with a public-private partnership with clear definitions on the role of the maintenance. And we also think about safety and security. They need special attention in the sense about the safety, the public safety regarding the transportation of the cargo. So we are truly aware that Brazil can overcome that and make this transition, even from the environmental point of view, with carbon to better and more adequate models to long distances, even with a better energy intensity. This is our understanding, that we need to invest in the short term with better regulation so that we can give more productivity. And in the long term, it's very fast, given the need that Brazil has on the crops, and we need to have these new investments working. In the case of the water roads, much more in terms of partnerships, so that we can give more productivity. And this is what we think. Thank you very much. Firmo, I would like to go in this line about the efficient and sustainable transport and the investments in the road. And I would like to say that despite this investment in railroads or water roads or airports, and despite all that, we still have a lot of bottlenecks. We've seen in the first semester that Brazil has lost about $750 million in grains of soy and corn due to the bottlenecks in export. The road model represents 38% of transportation in Brazil, whereas in Brazil, as a comparison, this percentage is only 14%. In your opinion, what should be done for a strategy of globalized infrastructure, and with the integration of the meshes, can we integrate them, and how to work on the port areas? Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to be here, daring to be a part in a fertilizers congress. So it's a great opportunity to be here talking a little bit of what we believe about logistics. Well, I've come from 38 years in the energy, in the oil and gas industry, and I'm still learning the logistics over the last 5 years. And this is my first Fertilizers Congress, and it's a huge learning to me. So I'll use some slides. If someone can help me, I will disobey Ricardo. He asked me not to bring slides, but I have to anchor my ideas on the slides to try and address a little bit of what you said. And this morning, it was very interesting to hear the debates on how Brazil is overcoming all their difficulties, and even though detached from the world curve about almost everything that I hear now. So it comes to my mind at least this dilemma that is, if we can optimize or if we can squeeze from the Brazilian logistics despite the non-problems a lot, so that we can respond to this eager Brazilian agribusiness. However, I think that more important than looking at what we've done so far is to understand if there is any doubt that it's impossible to follow this growth curve of the agribusiness if we don't do something material or emergency in logistics. So this is a little bit of my debate here. From the logistics point of view, I won't try to explain the whole logistics to you because probably you can teach that to me. But the railroad ways in the southeast connect to Centennial Port and big centers, big cities. So this is the first characteristics that we have of ports that can comply with the demands. And I think now I've heard a lot that necessarily a lot has to be done, but we are complying with that. And we can connect with the Brazilian production. At least here I'm showing obviously the southeast part and not what's happening on the north part, but definitely it wouldn't be possible to imagine that these ports in big cities would be able to incorporate the necessary growth for the next decades. The creation of a port far from a big city has this idea of creating a port with the frontiers of operations being broader. So the idea of connection and EF 118, that is the connection between Vitória and Rio, connecting both ways, it's being discussed for a while about what it's capable of doing to logistically balance these ways and escape from the port. What we know so far is that if we have a problem of access in the road, we have a huge challenge when we get to the port. And there was an interesting question in the previous panel about what else can the port do to integrate these logistics in such a way that they participate in a less passive way. What can the port do from the point of view of storage and giving the guarantee of purchase and processing? And I think one of our greatest views here is that Brazil, besides having the potential to keep being a greater commodity exporter, and this is our natural vocation over the last decades, we may also start to think about what is possible to do from the point of view of industrialization, along with the productive chains to maximize the socioeconomic value of this growth. So definitely logistics is there. We know that it could follow not necessarily the way we wanted, but they could follow this Brazilian work in the agribusiness. So we truly believe there is a material need to connect better this infrastructure so that we can do what the agribusiness needs on the next decades. The road connection obviously is not the better, neither from the physical point of view, nor from the point of view of carbon footprints, nor costs. However, it is the one that is available. I currently work with the road projects because the railroad solution will take longer and we cannot wait anymore without having any investment. So the Brazilian roads are definitely, despite not ideal, they definitely need the same attention because unfortunately we don't have this condition in Brazil of having one or the other. We need to do both, and consequently the expansion and maintenance and the ability of the railroads, they have the same level of attention. To us, this is the first message, and it's quite important. Demonizing any part of the model may be quite dangerous to Brazil. We need to decarbonize and expand everything at once. This is our concept of multimodality here. What was created, the logistic tool created and available today, is what you see here. It's a small port of 130 kilometers squared. And I'm not wrong in the number. It's 130 kilometers squared. The part touching the water, both the offshore terminal exporting oil and minerals and the terminal of 7 kilometers for the drainage, has as its work to enter and leave and be dedicated to everything that is happening there. This part is 50% used. That is, we still have 50% of capacity, and the connection with the agribusiness is quite new. In 2021, we started having fertilizers. In 2020, from Bahia to Rio Grande do Sul, the only state who didn't import fertilizers and who didn't export grains was Rio. And we decided to change that in a very small way and organically, so we could import fertilizers starting on 21, and for the first time this year we are exporting grains in volumes that I can't even mention here because they are very small volumes, very small amounts compared to the Brazilian agribusiness. However, this is the first seed, the necessary step so that we can create the logistic of return and operate in an efficient way. This logistic tool that is there has, and we've talked about the capacity of storage in the ports and processing and industrialization in the agribusiness. So it has 44 kilometers squared of area available. We don't call it a retro area. We call the area of industrial development because it is connected to the retro area, but it has a vocation that goes beyond simply storage. This is the green part that is back there. And on the right, a reservoir that is a Restinga, where we have a work of recovery. And this is a biome in Mata Atlântica, in the rainforest, that is the most affected one because it's in the shore of Brazil. So we only have 5% of this vegetation. It's almost extinct, and we have a wonderful project to work on that. So this is my advertisement on the port. I had to do that to create in you this curiosity about this logistic tool that we have available.
Here the volumes that are very timid, 150,000 tons of fertilizers and 75,000 tons, and we will do approximately 250,000 tons of grains. We began with non-transgenic because it was our natural due to the segregation capacity, but we quadrupled the capacity of storage in the port this year. And two things that I would like to say to close. First one is the opportunity of gas that Brazil has. And now I can say that for quite a long time because I know well. For the last decades, Brazil as a nation abdicated for gas for the industrialization process, but we doubled the gas production in Brazil in the last decade, and only 15% came to shore. The rest was re-injected in the reservoirs, so we did not develop gas as we should. But still, even if we wanted to do it today, like these projects are still injecting gas and it doesn't come to us. So there is a scarcity of molecules. That's why we pay $12, $13, $14 the million BTUs, and we do have international gas available for $2. But the best news for gas and fertilizers, nitrogen fertilizers in Brazil happened this year when Equinor and its partners, Petrobras and Repsol, made the decision to invest development BMC 33, where they will make available 16 cubic meters of gas in Brazil new in 2027. This is the best news for all of us, nitrogen. So there is a huge volume of gas. So Brazil consumes, taking the thermal demand, like 45 million. And 1/3 of it will be available at extra in 2027. This is good news. Our bet, along with companies that are represented here, is that this will enable us to design and implement a process, a production process of nitrogen in such a way that we will be competitive. And this is shared luck. Our port is right at the arrival of the gas. The gas doesn't have to travel too long, and therefore competitiveness is huge. But this idea that Brazil moved from 93% of nitrogen imports, we talked about 80%, generally speaking, in fertilizers, but nitrogen is even more, 93, 95 of imports, and have a balance in such a way that we are not that dependent from the external market is the concept that we believe not only correct but economic viable with the arrival of this representative volume of gas BMC 33. And gas is a fuel or transition, and it decarbonize when it arrives because it's like 15 less emits 15% less compared to charcoal, but it's the only first step. What we have as a commitment with society is to dream about zero carbon or carbon neutral, and this is one more advertisement. Brazil, last year we ran our energetic matrix at 92% renewable. The only country in the world that compares to us was Norway, that was 92%. All the others are below 50, with some countries that are under development and developed running below 20. So we do have the renewable matrix available, and we must think what we want to be in the future. So the idea of hydrogen to be the solution as like liquid fuel in the future, it seems to be like the world idea. We have more than 500 projects of green hydrogen in the world. Almost 409 are MOUs. So the object, there are only like 10 running. But Brazil, on the left side, we have electric resilience that is extraordinary. And this opportunity of the Brazilian electron becoming like an export product is absolutely one of the biggest opportunity for Brazilian industrialization. If we lose this window of gas, the hydrogen window is open once again for us. On the right-hand side is use. Brazil may dream like exporting ammonia to Europe, like we have contracts of green ammonia, but we can dream. We can decarbonize our fertilizers, we can decarbonize our steel, and be one of the biggest gas stations for the electric transition fuels in maritime transport. And this concept that Brazil can dream more than being just like a simple ammonia export interests us. So here we have like the full thing, like energy, industrialization, agriculture, and the ports. And now I've been talking a lot about all the port congress. We must change our mind frame, not only being like entering and leaving, but being an industrial ecosystem capable of bringing all this scope of opportunities. Thank you. Very interesting what you said. And I also would like to say something to Joanita. So linked to this, the transition of and safety of food and energy. So all the electric capacity will come from renewables. This is one of the important axes. And by means of the electricity for everyone, the new PAC is going to officialize a service to the Northeast and begin the universalization of isolated areas in the legal Amazon. So, Joanita, in the long run, so the country cannot stop investing in its roads and railroads. I would like to ask you a question. So, talking about logistics, more complex in the Amazon, how we could implement solutions to enable scaling like cattle raising in a low emission mode. So thank you very much for being here, and especially for having this space in the event of fertilizers and industry to talk about this different Brazil, which is the Amazon. So we say that Amazon is formed by many different Brazils. And when I was listening to Daniel and Firmo, I said, well, who knows, if we could have all this infrastructure that we are talking about, like to take to this Amazon frontier, because the Amazon is a place where more than 80% of all properties in agribusiness are with small producers. It's a little bit different from the profile in the Midwest, South, and Southeast. So I'd like to give a little bit of context of what is the JBS Fund for the Amazon, and then address the question that Susanna asked me. 2 years ago, in the sustainability platform that the JBS has, it was important to address the Amazon. And then the fund was created, which is one of the biggest private funds. We are an organization, non-profitable. And when we began working in projects, who came from the industry, I've worked for more than 30 years in agro with grains and cattle, and integrating like agro and swines. And when we got to the Amazon, we had to understand what the challenges were, bring solutions to the small producers. So the focus of the fund is work with 3 pillars: work with science and technology, to think on innovation in terms of infrastructure and using the forest in a different way with all the raw materials, work with organizing the chains. And in the chains, we have many levers to be worked on. I like to talk about like non-bottleneck because what Brazil has ahead of us, like to create and deal with the Amazon issue, and also bioeconomy. So what we try to identify projects, and then we look at the scenario as a whole. Important was to see all the levers and opportunities that we had. Logistic, obviously. When we talk about like an energy matrix, as Firmo said, like need 2% in Brazil. And then we see all the water in the Amazon, and we do not take advantage of it. And today we have an electric efficiency in the 9 states in the Amazon. And the conditions are very different among them. So we have Pará, like with a capital called Belém, that is super developed compared to the others. But when we look to the other, to the opportunities, we see, and we have to begin with basic stuff that agro has already addressed in other regions. We're talking about credit, like small producer, that in spite of being public institutions as Banco da Amazônia and Banco do Pará, this small producer doesn't have access to it. Due to like environmental regulation and land. So when we talk about Brazil and the agro that is so strong, and then we look at this opportunity, we have to put private initiative along with the government and public sector to address these issues. It's not only solving. We have projects in the fund that are addressing this, and I like this sentence that says that a problem like this, a complexity like this, you have to do it like installments. And then when we look in the long run, So the credit issue, due to all these basic things, is very important. There is another thing that it's well resolved in other regions in Brazil, because private sector has developed an important work, is technical assistance. We do have an opportunity, and we talk about like the strength of the agro when we talk about profitability and production. When we talk about agriculture of low carbon emission, it's just like a number to share with you. Like today, productivity of like cattle raising is 0.8 heads per hectare. With a simple move with fertilizers together, and this is an invitation that this industry of fertilizers see this market as a future market and also very promising. So maybe we can do it like 4 heads per hectare. So check the opportunity. So when we have like the agroforestry system, there is a project in the fund that is implemented like cocoa with livestock, also with carbon kidnapping, sequestration, and also there is a productivity above the state of Bahia that is impressive. But once again, we must work with basic conditions to give the small producers this condition of access. Then we have technology and other aspects as well. And last, the logistics. Because when we look at all this infrastructure, when we think about credit and technical assistance, we can't call everything logistic. But when we say that the income per family, that they increased 40%, that they make goes to diesel for the electric generator, for transportation of the family or their subsistence. If we look at it, so check the opportunity we have, especially like to generate more social inclusion. We are talking about 9 states in the country where we have 27 million people living there, one of the lowest IDH in the world. So what are we going to do? So when we think about the PAC aspect that Susanna mentioned, when we talk about the energetic transition and safety, it's already being solved in most areas of the region, but in the Amazon, it's not a reality. So when we look at the PAC, be it like for inclusion or solution, I expect and I hope that there is an execution that is efficient. It's already addressing all these issues for the inclusion, because what we need is to know how do we work with the private initiative to do it faster. So we cannot do it in sole payment, but we can do it in installments, because we have the opportunity to make the Amazon a little bit more profitable. There is an article considered in the world one of the most important ones related to tropical forests, maybe one of the 3 countries that can still develop. The way we did it until now is not the best way that we are going to generate development in the Amazon region. But what we see is as we begin looking at cooperative and associations, we have an opportunity of the private initiative to bring knowledge and experience for this transformation.
So the energy transition is mandatory. Today, we could be making business with forest chains like nuts and benefits and cupuaçu, but it's also very scarce. We can think about scale and replication if we don't have this structured infrastructure. And one of the main projects that we have that is Restaura Amazonia is a combination of the agroforest system of cocoa with manioc and banana, with the increase of productivity generating an income that is 5 times higher than livestock for the families and producers, combined with low carbon livestock. So can we do that? Yes, we can, but it can't be waiting for the result as we wait in 3 or 5 years. It's a little longer. But today we have the proper environment analyzing the ESG and sustainability and what we are discussing. So we can attract investors, whether they are funds, the private sector, to develop these abilities, the logistic ability, the technological ability, to give this infrastructure. When we are talking about connectivity, there was a survey with the youth in the Amazon, and we asked what would make them stay there, because there's a problem there that families are losing their young generation. They are coming to the city, so the first answer is connectivity, internet. With the internet, you have education, you have healthcare, and the opportunity of making business. So in the science and technology, we are analyzing an energy project, how to substitute the diesel matrix with the sun or the wind energy, and also connectivity. So we have more than 4,600 communities in the many states in the Amazon, in the countryside that have no access today. And we are testing now with the 34 communities, with the Starlink, taking a station with sun energy, and it's working now. We have to multiply. This is the challenge, because we need more than $100 million in investments. But this scenario would make me invite the industry in the sense, I mean, how can we develop? And without the fertilizers in the chain, it doesn't work. When I'm talking about intensifying the livestock, it's also with the use of fertilizer and technical assistance for the management. And this is the only way for us to deal with that. Talking about cocoa and the opportunities we have in Brazil, Brazil now imports 60,000 tons of cocoa. The greatest importers are Ghana and Costa do Marfim. And there is a problem in the matrix in Europe, so that they cannot buy from these countries if they don't follow sustainability and avoid slavery and child labor. So look at the opportunity of Brazil today. Ferroá in Pará is one of the best producers, and someone was just awarded the second best almond of the country. So we do have conditions. We need to address these bottlenecks when we analyze logistics in a more comprehensive way with the regulations in logistics and so on. It makes sense. So PAC is addressing that, and we hope it is contemplated with the good work, as Gama mentioned. So thank you very much. We still have some time, and I would like to make a question, maybe to Danielle, talking a little about the road models, because this is a point of concern mainly to the transport companies, that is the long hours of the truck drivers. Thinking about it and knowing that the agribusiness is mainly dependent on the roads, how can we transport and take all the agricultural production with dealing with the hours of work of the truck drivers? Well, good questions. I mean, the roads are mandatory to the country. We need to keep investing, especially because we have very efficient trucks that are quite productive. And we even need to understand that our roads are as modern as our trucks. So we can't forget that. Brazil has a lot of roads, but considering what we still need, we need to develop much more, and the roads are mandatory for the whole connection from the origin to the railroad terminals and ports and so on. Knowing all that, we need to remember that our country is also a continental country, and when we talk about the road transportation, especially this discussion that we are having here, I think that it comes, but it has to be placed to the context of the Brazilian economy. I think we are missing a little of how the Brazilian economy is and how we depend on the roads. And I think we should think about this, and we should discuss that maybe in this Congress, about how to ensure all the security conditions. And this is the first point. We cannot forget that. It's important to emphasize that first we have security and health of the driver. This is a point that I brought here. even when we discuss the unsafety work that they have on the roads. And the labor working hours control, it has to respect the interest of the driver and the transporter, if they are autonomous workers or not. They all have to be part of this debate so that we can build and create the adequate rules for this mode of transport, respecting everything. I think the decision, the way it comes, is still bringing a lot of unsafety and a lot of doubts to everyone, especially to the drivers. We see the representatives of the many categories of autonomous and transporters manifesting concern on the impact that it will have. So maybe now it's time for us to discuss on how to regulate that according to the law and observing all the conditions, and also complying with everyone's interest, even the interest of the transporters. We cannot forget the road transportation in Brazil. It's mandatory, and we need to make regulation to be here for the good. Thank you, Danielle. And I would also like to bring a question that we received via YouTube. And it is also to you about, it comes from Vervetan from Minas. And he says that next year, Brazil will be the hosting COP30 in Belém. Which projects we can take to discussion to promote the development of the policies regarding this topic? Well, I think on the side of Biov, we see that this is a huge opportunity for Brazil to invest more and more on the energy transition, and we see that in the case of diesel and how much the Amazon population spend on diesel. So we have a huge opportunity of substituting diesel to biodiesel. And for example, the Amazon area has a lot of offer of oily seeds, and even with the guidance of the federal government of directing the investments on agriculture, investments that are made for family agriculture with the social biofuels, so it can foster the increase in productivity and the production of biodiesel in the area. But we are talking about a huge region with a whole potential of agriculture, livestock, and I believe that Brazil has a lot to show about it. And just to finish, to conclude this part of the Amazon, I think that we still need to overcome this point that I saw a lot in the discussions there when we started talking about soybeans and so on. They have to break this idea that improvements and investments in logistics and improvement of the Amazon necessarily bring environmental problems. No, we need to invest in the income of people in the Amazon, increase productivity and opportunities, and it's not with poor roads or lack of warehouses or lack of ports that will make the region to change to an economy for some segment. No, we need to transition to a modern economy, but we need to bring income. So I think these are three opportunities that should be thought for investments, even with a good use of the water roads that we have in the Amazon area that could have more attention. Thank you, Danielle. There's also a question to Joanita that is related to what Danielle mentioned about the Amazon. That is, what are the difficulties in scaling solutions of bioeconomy and livestock to the small producers in the Amazon? I know you mentioned a little during your presentation, but if you want to summarize in 3 points what you identify are the three greatest difficulties to scale the bioeconomy. Thank you, Susanna. Well, Danielle, I have to talk about the Amazon as well. This is the big opportunity that we have to talk about income increments, and many points that are not addressed now can be solved. And when we analyze the small producers, I think the whole point of being successful in this development is what I mentioned, and access to credit, and that maybe with opportunities of biodiesel, we could take solutions to improve this economic issue of the family. So giving access to credits today that public banks have available with a very competitive cost. When we talk about PRONAF, that is the National Program of Family Agriculture. If we analyze the rates today, almost 60% are the ones on the market, but for that, we need to have environmental regulation and land regulation and technical assistance that is mandatory because the countries, the peoples there have no access to this knowledge. So there is this need of development, and we see opportunities with the creation of cooperatives, and Brazil is so strong in this sense in terms of this model in the South and Southeast. How can we take it there and teach them that? And the third is logistics. Logistics has everything to do with the energy matrix, and we have to address that. Due to transportation, we need to take something different from the use of diesel, and maybe solutions where we should think about industrialization of the product, because if we don't start thinking about taxes and leaving more money there, and everything is living there as a raw material, and not even taxation is according to the organizations. For example, cocoa produced in Pará, all the seeds are processed in Bahia, but there are no processors there. So maybe the opportunity is to create the supply matrix to comply with the demand and have more added value when living in Amazon. Thank you, Joanita. Well, I would also like to comment on what FIP brought about some projects that are here in Brazil in terms of clean energy. And I would like to mention about Santa Quitéria project from Santa Quitéria Consortium, created by Galvani Fosnor and ILP, the nuclear industries in Brazil, producing phosphate elements and calcium elements. And how can we have a lot of tons a year? And what units are used in Brazil and worldwide in terms of nuclear plants producing 80 gigawatts of clean energy with a high power of substituting non-clean energy sources like thermoelectrics and charcoal, giving an important contribution to clean the atmosphere of our planet. This is one more example of how the fertilizer segment is adapting to this energy transition, bringing new investments. And Firmo also mentioned about investments in pre-salt that will expand the capacity of producing derivatives and low-cost fuels in Brazil. Today, Porto do Açu is the only private port. Now, looking at the port sector, do you believe that more investments in ports or privatization of ports can come in the next years? And this is something that we discussed last year, and I'm bringing this question now because you are now responsible for a private port. So what do you believe will be the market for the privatization of ports?
This is a question that brings me problems, but I will share my beliefs with you. So Brazil definitely needs efficiency. As we do not have an abundance of money, the United States used like 3 trillion reais of incentives in the renewable industry and green hydrogen. So when you have a national treasury capable of creating an incentive program of a couple of trillions, then you can work with under sub-efficient programs. But we do have this need like to work with a maximum of efficiency. So the idea of privatization in ports in Brazil is anchored in this idea to increase efficiency and also increase the speed which the private capital can expand. So considering this factor, if the privatization happens and reaches this objective, we will have a big advantage. And Brazil has this normative capacity. There is a legislation that enables private investment. So the number of TUPs, like private terminals in Brazil, is huge. So there is a private infrastructure, very competitive, in the ports that already work in Brazil. So the fundamentals here is to continue discussing and advancing in the pursuit of efficiency. This is a way to say if we can have efficient privatizations in some ports capable of attracting new investments, that would be great to speed up the process. If we have money to build new private ports and can attract, these are huge amounts in terms of investment. ASU, between our investment and our customers' investments, went over 20 billion reais in investments, and the plans are for 22 billion more. So we are talking about investments in infrastructure that demand a lot of capital, and this money must come from somewhere, like from the government or the private initiative. So this is a long way to say that I do not know exactly what is going to happen under privatizations, but I believe that this search for efficiency and the need of the expansion of the Brazilian agro will continue attracting capital. And Brazil has, under its legislation, the capacity to move forward with private capital, even though we've chosen to diminish the speed of our the privatization of our ports. Some people ask me, are you afraid of privatization? Does it offer competitiveness for ASU? However, I don't think we are going to have a problem with the excess of ports for the next decades. I believe that with everything that we must do, our infrastructure will always be running after opportunities. And reinforcing what I said in the first part of my speech here, this energy transition, and then saying what should we do in COP when it comes to Brazil, we have the opportunity to show projects during COP, because the potential, it's something interesting. We already live this story that Brazil must show its potential. Potential that doesn't have projects is still potential for the rest of its life. During COP, we have an opportunity to show to the world our projects in terms of energy transition, and therefore attract more the interest of foreign investments. And what we do have, the biggest world potential to take advantage of the transition beyond the alignment with the society and do a lot of business. I have no doubts about it, but projects must be executed. So just getting a little hunch from the last talk. Perfect, and this is it. As you said, Firmo, what we need mostly as a sector and looking at the agribusiness is to show where we are good and show the projects that we are currently running. Along this Congress, we heard many speakers showing projects that are being implemented here in Brazil. Already with a vision of energy transition, and I am sure that more investments will come as the consumption market and the attention from the private initiative and the consumption market that will demand an agriculture that is more sustainable. And Brazil has all the proper conditions and is already one of the countries that produces in a more sustainable way. I think that the big challenge is to be more and more efficient in terms of infrastructure and begin to have an integrated system to use different logistic models and then enable a better discharge of our grains and our commodities and a better logistic of our fertilizers that come from the ports to the countryside of the state. Thank you, Joanita. Thank you, Danielle. Thank you, Firmo, for your contribution. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Congratulations for this excellent panel, explanations, contributions. Thank you all very much. So I would like to invite you. Then we can watch the video of our master sponsors, NaqGlobal and Yara Fertilizers.
Welcome.
Hello everybody, I'm Avdesh, President and CEO. I take great pleasure in introducing NaqGlobal to you. NaqGlobal is the world's most unique organization working solely for fertilizer quality improvement all over the world using our green technology products. That is the beauty of NaqGlobal. Today the world needs clean, green and sustainable fertilizers. We have to reduce carbon footprint, eliminate fertilizer quality problems and avoid any harmful effects if there are because of overusage of fertilizers, and at the same time increase the nutrient use efficiency and reduce fertilizer costs. NaqGlobal's research and development, which started in Brazil about 15 years back, has brought various innovations to the fertilizer industry for environment-friendly mining chemicals, nitrogenous, phosphate and potash processing, granulation improvers, and multi-purpose coating agents for almost all types of fertilizers. Working with more than 200 fertilizer companies in 40 countries worldwide, we take pride in offering the latest technology customized solutions supported by prompt logistics and expert dedicated technical services. So let us embrace and adopt the technological innovations for everybody's benefits. The fertilizer industries are benefited because of operating at higher efficiencies, reduction in their losses, and then earning more profits. The farmers are benefited as they get higher efficiency fertilizers at lower costs. And we are able to reduce the carbon emissions for our environment and control the climate damage for our earth. Thank you.
O Yara também é.
Did you know that Earth has a pulse? That every 26 seconds, a beat runs through our planet. Like the heartbeats of living creatures. But the rhythm is fading. Species are disappearing. Farmland and natural habitats are drying up, burning, flooding, and vanishing. The soil feeding humanity is exhausted. What happens if the pulse suddenly stops? We must challenge the habits of how we grow and bring food to the table. Farmers, food companies, supermarkets, consumers and agricultural companies like us. Everybody must respond now. At Yara, we know we have a responsibility to lead this change. But we cannot do it alone. find the courage to grow a nature-positive food future. Earth has a pulse. Let's keep the beat going.
Perfect. Thank you all very much that stayed here in the plenary. So we have one more coffee break. So enjoy the networking and also like go to Alphamar. You who want to be in the 7 p.m. event at the launch of a new product in Alphamar, you can like put your name there and get more information about the transfer that will leave this place to the event. And after 6 p.m., there is a cocktail offered by NaqGlobal. So 2 events that you are invited right after the Congress. So at 6 p.m. at NaqGlobal, here at the sponsors room, and at 7 p.m. at the Petra House, where we are going to have Alphamar event. So have a wonderful networking moment. Half an hour.
processos inovadores, impactando positivamente a produtividade das culturas. prazer. Somos a Campo Forte, uma empresa 100% brasileira, que já nasce forte e tem o DNA JBS de fazer negócio. O futuro da nutrição começa agora. Produzimos mais que fertilizantes. Contribuímos para o meio ambiente através da reciclagem dos nutrientes essenciais de fontes orgânicas das nossas operações, agregando valor e tecnologia no desenvolvimento, a fim de proporcionar alta produtividade e rentabilidade através de fertilizantes especiais, orgânicos e organominerais que promovem equilíbrio nutricional para as culturas, sempre com qualidade e respeito. Campo Forte. Nosso forte é fazer você produzir mais. Forte abraço.
Nas próximas décadas, o mundo tem um grande desafio: dobrar a produção de alimentos para atender à crescente população, ao mesmo tempo em que atua em harmonia com o meio ambiente. Nós, da Mosaic Fertilizantes, entendemos e abraçamos esse desafio para aumentar a produtividade no campo, a disponibilidade de alimentos no mundo e melhorar a realidade das comunidades onde atuamos. Mosaic Fertilizantes, ajudando o mundo a produzir os alimentos de que precisa.
levanta cedo no campo e na cidade. Da gente que planta arroz, que colhe feijão, que come arroz com feijão, de quem investe no futuro e de quem investe pro futuro. É da gente do campo, da cidade. O agro é de todos. Banco do Brasil, para tudo que você imaginar. Governo Federal, União e Reconstrução.
Pensou em câmbio? Pensou Brasa Bank. Pagamentos globais? É Brasa Bank. Brasa Bank, o banco de câmbio que te leva daqui pro mundo.
Somos a Euroquem, um dos líderes globais na produção dos 3 macronutrientes, nitrogênio, fósforo e potássio. Impulsionamos o desenvolvimento de soluções inovadoras e o compromisso com uma agricultura sustentável. Referência mundial na produção de fertilizantes. Possuímos 5 minas, sendo uma no Brasil. O Complexo Minero Industrial de Serra do Salitre, localizado no estado de Minas Gerais, que contribuirá com 15% da produção brasileira de fertilizantes fosfatados. Da mina à mesa, nossas fórmulas suprem as demandas de todas as culturas com eficiência e alta produtividade. Somos a Euroquem.
O agronegócio está na sua vida desde pequeno. Com ele, você vive jantares especiais em família. Você cuida da sua saúde, cria memórias com aromas únicos. O agro é vida, o agro é cuidado, o agro é movimento. É por isso que o agro também é Brasa Bank, o banco de câmbio que leva o importador e exportador do campo daqui para o mundo. Pensou em fertilizantes e outros insumos para o agronegócio? Pensou Brasa Bank. Acesse o site e fale com nossos especialistas.
Hidrovias do Brasil. Nascemos em 2010 como uma startup e em pouco tempo de existência transformamos o cenário logístico da América do Sul ao oferecer soluções logísticas integradas mais competitivas, eficientes e sustentáveis. Atuamos em importantes corredores logísticos de norte a sul. Corredor Norte, a rota que mudou o fluxo das exportações de commodities no Brasil. Construímos 2 novos importantes terminais portuários na região norte do Brasil. E adquirimos ativos de navegação de alta tecnologia, criando um sistema logístico integrado que cobre uma área de 1.200 quilômetros de Itaituba a Vila do Conde, ambos no estado do Pará. Em 2017, abrimos um novo capítulo em nossa história, com o início da operação de cabotagem para o transporte de bauxita. Em 2020, marcamos presença no maior e mais importante porto da América Latina, com celebração do contrato de arrendamento do terminal portuário em Santos. Nos consolidamos como uma das melhores operadoras logísticas da América do Sul, garantindo excelência para nossos clientes, sempre com ética, segurança e sustentabilidade.
Nós, da ICL, criamos soluções impactantes, utilizando nossos recursos exclusivos, nossa capacidade tecnológica, espírito inovador e disruptivo. Fornecemos matérias-primas e soluções para as indústrias de fertilizantes de solo e foliar. Na linha de fertilizantes foliares, contamos com um amplo portfólio de matérias-primas, com mais de 30 produtos. Somos o maior produtor de micronutrientes para aplicação via solo. Dispomos de soluções e tecnologias inovadoras para sua granulação, mistura de grânulos e recobrimento. O nosso maior objetivo é agregar valor aos seus negócios.
O Brasa Bank zerou as tarifas para as suas operações globais no agronegócio. O Brasa é o maior banco exclusivo de câmbio do Brasil, segundo o Banco Central, e está sempre ao lado do empresário do campo. Vem pro Brasa e conheça a liberdade de verdade.
sabemos que os produtores ainda encontram desafios como diferentes perfis de solo, clima, entre outros que solicitam uma dedicação grande do produtor. O uso da tecnologia auxilia e garante a demanda nutricional da cultura de forma sustentável. O fertilizante é a grande esperança quando falamos de nutrientes essenciais para o desenvolvimento das culturas. A adubação, bem como a aplicação da matéria orgânica, vem ganhando força devido à sua grande eficiência, mas de difícil acúmulo durante o ciclo da cultura. Por isso, os fertilizantes inteligentes estão crescendo através de processos inovadores, impactando positivamente a produtividade das culturas. Foi pensando em você, produtor, que tem entre seus desafios realizar uma adubação forte, racional, sem perdas, acertar o momento ideal de adubação, ter mão de obra disponível e eficiente, é que nos apresentamos. Muito prazer, somos a Campo Forte, uma empresa 100% brasileira, que já nasce forte e tem o DNA JBS de fazer negócio. O futuro da nutrição começa agora. Produzimos mais que fertilizantes. Contribuímos para o meio ambiente através da reciclagem dos nutrientes essenciais de fontes orgânicas das nossas operações, agregando valor e tecnologia no desenvolvimento, a fim de proporcionar alta produtividade e rentabilidade através de fertilizantes especiais, orgânicos e organominerais que promovem equilíbrio nutricional para as culturas, sempre com qualidade e respeito. Campo Forte. Nosso forte é fazer você produzir mais. Forte abraço.
Nas próximas décadas, o mundo tem um grande desafio: dobrar a produção de alimentos para atender à crescente população, ao mesmo tempo em que atua em harmonia com o meio ambiente. Nós, da Mosaic Fertilizantes, entendemos e abraçamos esse desafio para aumentar a produtividade no campo, a disponibilidade de alimentos no mundo e melhorar a realidade das comunidades onde atuamos. Mosaic Fertilizantes, ajudando o mundo a produzir os alimentos de que precisa.
Has a pulse, but the rhythm is fading. The soil feeding humanity is exhausted. We must challenge how we grow and bring food to the table. At Yara, we know we have a responsibility, but we cannot do it alone. Together, we can find the courage to grow a nature-positive food future. Let's keep the beat going.
levanta cedo no campo e na cidade. Da gente que planta arroz, que colhe feijão, que come arroz com feijão, de quem investe no futuro e de quem investe pro futuro. É da gente do campo, da cidade. O agro é de todos. Banco do Brasil, para tudo que você imaginar. Governo Federal, União e Reconstrução.
Pensou em câmbio? Pensou Brasa Bank. Pagamentos globais? É Brasa Bank. Brasa Bank, o banco de câmbio que te leva daqui pro mundo.
Somos a Euroquem, um dos líderes globais na produção dos 3 macronutrientes, nitrogênio, fósforo e potássio. Impulsionamos o desenvolvimento de soluções inovadoras e o compromisso com uma agricultura sustentável. Referência mundial na produção de fertilizantes. Possuímos 5 minas, sendo uma no Brasil. O Complexo Minero Industrial de Serra do Salitre, localizado no estado de Minas Gerais, que contribuirá com 15% da produção brasileira de fertilizantes fosfatados. Da mina à mesa, nossas fórmulas suprem as demandas de todas as culturas com eficiência e alta produtividade. Somos a Euroquem.
O agronegócio está na sua vida desde pequeno. Com ele, você vive jantares especiais em família. Você cuida da sua saúde, cria memórias com aromas únicos. O agro é vida, o agro é cuidado, o agro é movimento. É por isso que o agro também é Brasa Bank, o banco de câmbio que leva o importador e exportador do campo daqui para o mundo. Pensou em fertilizantes e outros insumos para o agronegócio? Pensou Brasa Bank. Acesse o site e fale com nossos especialistas.
Hidrovias do Brasil. Nascemos em 2010 como uma startup e em pouco tempo de existência transformamos o cenário logístico da América do Sul ao oferecer soluções logísticas integradas mais competitivas, eficientes e sustentáveis. Atuamos em importantes corredores logísticos de norte a sul. Corredor Norte, a rota que mudou o fluxo das exportações de commodities no Brasil. Construímos 2 novos importantes terminais portuários na região norte do Brasil. E adquirimos ativos de navegação de alta tecnologia, criando um sistema logístico integrado que cobre uma área de 1.200 quilômetros de Itaituba a Vila do Conde, ambos no estado do Pará. Em 2017, abrimos um novo capítulo em nossa história, com o início da operação de cabotagem para o transporte de bauxita. Em 2020, marcamos presença no maior e mais importante porto da América Latina, com celebração do contrato de arrendamento do terminal portuário em Santos. Nos consolidamos como uma das melhores operadoras logísticas da América do Sul, garantindo excelência para nossos clientes, sempre com ética, segurança e sustentabilidade.
Nós, da ICL, criamos soluções impactantes, utilizando nossos recursos exclusivos, nossa capacidade tecnológica, espírito inovador e disruptivo. Fornecemos matérias-primas e soluções para as indústrias de fertilizantes de solo e foliar. Na linha de fertilizantes foliares, contamos com um amplo portfólio de matérias-primas, com mais de 30 produtos. Somos o maior produtor de micronutrientes para aplicação via solo. Dispomos de soluções e tecnologias inovadoras para sua granulação, mistura de grânulos e recobrimento. O nosso maior objetivo é agregar valor aos seus negócios.
O Brasa Bank zerou as tarifas para as suas operações globais no agronegócio. O Brasa é o maior banco exclusivo de câmbio do Brasil, segundo o Banco Central, e está sempre ao lado do empresário do campo. Vem pro Brasa e conheça a liberdade de verdade.
acúmulo durante o ciclo da cultura. Por isso, os fertilizantes inteligentes estão crescendo através de processos inovadores, impactando positivamente a produtividade das culturas. Foi pensando em você, produtor, que tem entre seus desafios realizar uma adubação forte, racional, sem perdas, acertar o momento ideal de adubação, ter mão de obra disponível e eficiente, é que nos apresentamos. Muito prazer, somos a Campo Forte, uma empresa 100% brasileira, que já nasce forte e tem o DNA JBS de fazer negócio. O futuro da nutrição começa agora. Produzimos mais que fertilizantes. Contribuímos para o meio ambiente através da reciclagem dos nutrientes essenciais de fontes orgânicas das nossas operações, agregando valor e tecnologia no desenvolvimento, a fim de proporcionar alta produtividade e rentabilidade através de fertilizantes especiais, orgânicos e organominerais que promovem equilíbrio nutricional para as culturas, sempre com qualidade e respeito. Campo Forte. Nosso forte é fazer você produzir mais. Forte abraço.
Nas próximas décadas, o mundo tem um grande desafio: dobrar a produção de alimentos para atender à crescente população, ao mesmo tempo em que atua em harmonia com o meio ambiente. Nós, da Mosaic Fertilizantes, entendemos e abraçamos esse desafio para aumentar a produtividade no campo, a disponibilidade de alimentos no mundo e melhorar a realidade das comunidades onde atuamos. Mosaic Fertilizantes, ajudando o mundo a produzir os alimentos de que precisa.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our session for the last panel of our Congress on Fertilizers. And I thank you all for being here on the audience. And also, if you are watching us via YouTube, thank you for watching us. We have a strong presence online on this 10th edition. Thanks to all our sponsors, journalists, supporters, media, everyone who is making this event happen. At this moment, we would like to thank all the sponsors to the master sponsorship of Adufert, Alfamar, Campo Forte, Mosaic Fertilizers, NaqGlobal, and Yara Fertilizers. Our thanks to the gold sponsors, AGI Fertilizer, Armac, Banco do Brasil, Brasa Bank, Eurochem, Hidrovias do Brasil, ICL. And also the silver sponsors, Cesare, Arbor, Master, Porto do Sul, Rocha Terminais, and Williams. Please remember that we'll have a cocktail after this panel, after the Brazilian Fertilizers Congress here in the sponsors room at 6 p.m. and Alfamar launch at Casa Petra. You can go by taking the transfer to the event, a special transfer that we are offering. For more information, please go to Alfamar's stand, booth at the sponsors room. Okay, the fourth panel now will discuss the topic of the National Fertilizers Plan and the opportunities to investments. Once again, we ask the questions of the participants present here to be made in writing and sent via the receptionist of the room. And if you wish, you can use the question form that was in the backpack that you received. And if you're watching us via YouTube, you send your questions via chat. Please do not forget to write your name and the city you are talking from and to whom the question is. And to coordinate this panel, we are honored to invite now Mr. Antônio Josino Meirelles, Director of Governmental Affairs and Sustainability of Mosaic Fertilizers. Let's have a round of applause to him. As debated, Mr. Leonardo Durans, Director of Development of the Input and Intermediate Materials Industry of the Ministry of Development, Industry and Services. Mr. João Peroni, Superintendent of Productive Development, Innovation and External Affairs of BNDES. Foreign Affairs, I'm sorry. Mr. Marcelo Silvestre, President of Galvani. Mr. Bruno Fonseca, Analyst of Research and Sectorial Analysis for the Inputs Market of Rabobank, Brazil. Okay, I wish you all a wonderful panel. Now I pass on the floor to Antônio Meirelles for his words. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. We are now getting to the last panel of the Brazilian Fertilizers Congress. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. I would like to thank Anda, Ricardo, Eduardo, and all the panelists here for being here with us. And thanks to you online, if you are watching us so far and debating with us. The last panel has the benefit of us hearing previously many discussions and conclusions and issues that we have to solve when we are talking about public policies as the National Fertilizers Plan. It comes most of all to bring solutions thinking about the development of this sector. And we've talked a lot about the challenge of volatility and commodities, and we've talked a lot about the ability to respond to the agribusiness in such a way that is an advantage here in Brazil. And we know we are living in a context of instability since the beginning of the Ukraine war. Despite Brazil has not faced any supply problem, we are always in a situation that is fragile when we analyze the external dependence of the sector that is quite critical when it goes over 85%. And when we talk about the National Fertilizers Plan, we see a long-term scenario demanding our homework that has to be done today to reduce this dependence, but also to structure the policies and the business environment so that what is being produced here and what is here in terms of production and distribution efforts in Brazil is competitive from the point of view, international point of view. So in the domestic field, we have problems that are known in the sector since the tax regiment and logistics. And we also see a bunch of opportunities in the horizon that are quite related to the tropical agriculture, that is the good jabuticaba that Brazil plants and produces, and that brings us the global responsibility in the food system and regarding the ability that Brazil has to provide food to the world. So we see this connection, and it has to do with the work of the National Fertilizers Plan, that we know that the plan has the access of improvement of the business environment, competitiveness of the productive chain, and all the science and technology and innovation part that brings to light the opportunities that we have in the Brazilian agribusiness and the participation that it has in the world. So we are quite well supported today to discuss this topic. And without any further ado, I will pass on the floor to Leonardo Durans from MEDIC, that is the Ministry of Development, Industry and Foreign Affairs, that today is the body managing the National Fertilizers Plan with the participation of other ministries. And MEDIC is the one working as the Secretary of Confert, and Leonardo will tell us how this work is going on so that we can start the debate. Thank you, Leonardo. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like to thank for the invitation of Ricardo Tortorella to participate here. I was very happy to be part of this event, especially at this moment that MDIC in the federal government takes the leadership in guiding and updating the national plan, fertilizers plan. So to us, it's very important to have this participation. I would also like to greet Antônio Meirelles, the coordinator of our panel, my colleagues of panel, João Peroni, Bruno Fonseca, and Marcelo Vestre. It's a pleasure to share this event and this panel with you. And as I said, this event is quite important to the Ministry of Industry, Commerce and Services, mainly because this May, there was a new decree published restructuring the National Board of Fertilizers, and in the past it was led by the Secretary of Strategic Affairs in the Presidency of the Republic. Vice President Geraldo Alckmin understood that this is an important topic, and he said, well, we need to develop our industrial chain of fertilizers, so he brought to the ministry this coordination. We've already had the first Confert meeting in this new configuration. On June 14th, we had some discussions. And I'll emphasize some points, like, for example, we've talked a little bit about the problem of credits and the purchase of agricultural and livestock input. So in the first meeting, they approved a resolution to start dealing with the National Congress to support the discussions and the Bill of Law 138 of 22. And Covenants 26 was another topic debated, and the board understood that we should start a discussion with the states so that it is internalized in a standardized way by all states in such a way that we don't have the existing problems in the implementation of this Rule 26. And maybe I'll emphasize the first discussion of this most important point of this meeting, that was the demand on an update of the National Fertilizers Plan. We had 90 days that could extend to 90 more. And as the Vice President, Dr. Geraldo Alckmin, said in his first words in the event, that until November we'll have this update of the plan, and we need to agree the wonderful guidance of the plan updates that is being guided in MDIC by the General Coordinator, Bruno Caligalis, that unfortunately was not here, and by Washington Morini, that is part of the team. And they are having a wonderful work by hearing all the representatives, entities, and governmental bodies, and fostering agencies, BNDES. So this is a very democratic word. We've been hearing everyone, and it's been guiding wonderfully by our technical team, as I said, besides Bruno and Washington, and with the sponsorship of Minister Geraldo Alckmin and Secretary Wallace Monteiro. And I would also like to emphasize the recreation 7 years afterwards. Then the federal government recreated the Council of Industrial Development, and we published the 6 missions that are guiding the development of the industrial policy. It's not a taboo anymore to talk about industrial development and industrial policies in the federal government. BNDES is a great partner and is more and more, is stronger and stronger in this mission, and we understand that state and government can guide well the private sector and the industrial chains. So I also emphasize the recreation of CNTI that is working in the National Policy of Industrial Development that will have an interface in this new National Fertilizers Plan. And this is a concern that is mandatory in the government because we always have the risk of having many policies and they don't deal with each other. So we are relating all our initiatives of sectorial policies, and somehow we are making this connection with the work of the National Board of Industrial Development as well. So until November, there will be the new policy, and as I said, dealing with the PNF interfaces. And the natural gas agenda, maybe you know, even with the discourse of the minister and Secretary Wallace and all the team of MDIC, the natural gas agenda is a priority. About 1.5, 2 months ago, they created GT Gas, and it was a CNPE resolution this March that was, in fact, effectively with efficacy with the publication of the presidential decree. So about 2 months ago, it was created, and the meetings of this working group had already started. MDIC is part of it, so we've been studying the reinjection of natural gas that some people mentioned this problem here today. In 2022, about 52% of the natural gas produced in Brazil was reinjected. And the world average is not even 30%, so it's quite clear to us that it is possible to go deeper on this topic and define possible strategies to reduce this level of reinjection and therefore reduce and increase, the offer of natural gas, even as an input to the chemical industry, the fertilizer industry, and the ceramic and glass industries. In CNDI, as I said, we are worried about connecting policies and creating synergies and empowering results. And we also create a specific group for natural gas because we believe natural gas must have a concern on the new industrial policy, mainly as a raw material to the industry. So we've already started this work of GTGE that is coordinated by the Ministry of Mines and Energy, and to the industry related to CNDI, coordinated by MDIC, but we are guiding this work so that we don't double efforts nor decisions that don't deal with each other. So we are guiding both works in parallel and jointly. So in the end, we'll have a document and action plan in GTGE and in GT gas for the industry that may have some concerns, but the main difference is to whom to send the documentation. So we should send to the National Board of Energy Policies to assess the resolutions that can come from this GT work. And in gas to the industry, we'll send the recommendations to CNDE, the National Board of Industrial Development, that will also assess the recommendations. And I'm pretty sure it will incorporate some of them to the new industrial policy. If I'm out of time, please tell me. So thank you, Antonio. So going on, I think victory that we have to the sector in the recent industry was the publication of the regulation of the special regimen of the chemical industry. It was last Friday, with what we call the Hague, that gave back the competition conditions to the chemical sector, and even the nitrogen fertilizer industry. There is a paragraph in Law 14374 saying that it regulates that everything that is set forth here is also valid to the industry using natural gas as an input. So the fertilizers, the fertilizer industry with nitrogen is one of the beneficiaries of this this publication of the decree to regulate Hague, that besides taking the previous tax conditions, now open the possibility of additional credits to the companies in the industry that have plans to spread their industry and to invest in new points. So it also is valid to the nitrogen industry.
So it's worth mentioning that recently the federal government, now under the leadership of the Mines and Energy Ministry, duplicated the goals of the national program of hydrogen and focusing on hydrogen with low carbon. And we understand that Brazil has this huge potential to develop this chain, and not only to produce green hydrogen and export it, we want to enlarge our productive chain, use this cleaner source of energy for the siderurgy and fertilizer sector. We want to use hydrogen to make our industrial chain more robust, as we've been saying in the federal government. And now we know that I see that it's been incorporated by the productive chains. And then to close, we'll talk about one piece of tool that the federal government that has, and not all the industry knows how to activate it in a more effective way, like the Foreign Affairs Commerce Chamber. We talked about like export rates, and the federal government has a tool that the private industry may activate it if it understands that there is some import with a high tax for imports. You can talk to the chamber, and the CAT, which changes like tariffs, it will analyze, and in case it analyzes that this is legitimate, this aliquot is going to be adjusted depending on the request and the case. And I've noticed that most of the industries don't know much about this tool, so that's why I've decided to mention it. This important institute, which is coordinated by the MDIC and also the Executive Secretariat. It resides in this industry ministry, and you can activate it in case you feel that there is some disproportionality on the import fees in your chains. So to close, reinforcing that MDIC has been conducting Confert, and the main attribution that came from the first meeting is the National Plan for Fertilizers. It shall be concluded by the end of November. This is the mission that was given by our minister. So CNDI has also conducted the elaboration of the new industrial policy, which is going to be linked to the PNF. So the government has prioritized the natural gas agenda. We've been studying the offering of natural gas, reducing the price of this input for the industry. This is in our agenda, and we will advance on that. And then I want to reinforce the publication of the decree, which was an important achievement for the industry and also for the fertilizers industry. So I would like to thank you all. And once again, thank you for the invitation. It was very important for us to participate in the event, and I will be here available to answer any possible questions. Thank you very much, Leonardo. So we have like an initial manual that is very broad of initiatives that we may discuss. Obviously, you can count on the support and all the associations that are part of this segment during this contribution process that we call a plan. But moving on, and in our panel, we will now pass the floor to Marcelo Silvestre, CEO of Galvani, bringing a perspective of the investors in the realm of this policy. Thank you, Marcelo. Good afternoon, everyone. So Galvani, just like as a brief introduction, Galvani has more than 50 years of age in the market. It's a domestic capital company, and we have a lot of experience in the productive chain of the fertilizers. We began an operation. The company began 50 years ago in logistics and storage, and then it expanded to a logistics center, and then a factory plant, and expanded to mining and another mining. And another mining company, IRC, and a plant in a fertilizers plant in another city, and mining, Chico dos Dias, and some other projects. An important project that Galvani also developed was the Serra Solitre. Between 2014 and 2019, Galvani had Yara as a partner. And this project after 2019 remained with Yara. And after 2019, Galvani is a Brazilian company and operates two productive units. One is Luiz Eduardo Magalhães, a fertilizers plant, 700,000 tons per year, and a mining unit in Bahia. In this scope, commercially, we are the leader in the west of Bahia, and we also have like many different projects related to ESG. We have for more than 20 years, we have an Institute Lina Galvani, and we are present in communities where we operate. We have more than 30,000 people directly impacted by the project, and we have a park close to Luiz Eduardo Magalhães, which is called Parque Vila Cerrados, and invest in the recovery of the fauna and flora of the region. So I wanted to say all that to give you some context and say that we have 2.5 billion reais in investments for the next 5 years. So this introduction is just to say that we've been in the market for quite a while, and we have experience in fertilizers and mining. So our plan, 2.5 billion in investments, it foresee like to duplicate the plant in Luiz Eduardo Magalhães and increase our participation in the region, the north and northeast of the country. And we also have a new mining phase in IRC, Bahia, and there is a huge investment that we are about to make in Santa Quitéria in the state of Ceará, and investing more than 1 million tons of fertilizers, phosphate, and also a project for animal nutrition. This is an important project that has 99.8% of phosphates, and it has 0.2% of uranium. So this technology is well known, and very safe. And this 0.2% of uranium that we are going to produce very safely, below the limits of the more restricted regulations that we have in the market. The 0.2% of uranium might produce 80 gigawatts hour of energy per year. And this, considering what Rodolfo always says, that the planet is one, you will replace the energy produced in charcoal in some place in the world by this energy produced by this uranium. Just for you to have an idea, it would we could produce like 3 plants, Angra plants, like 3 times the volume. So it's a lot of energy, and it's a very positive carbon footprint for the country. So when we talk about clean energy and with all this discussion, this project is aligned and conceptualized in this purpose. Obviously, we have a very positive environment for investments when it comes to fertilizers, BNF, and bringing, it's a catalyst of projects. So project has problems and challenges ahead of us that we have to overcome. There is a positive environment in the company. When it comes to the market, we have a very broad market. So 80% of fertilizers are imported. So Alckmin said 85, so we are between 80 and 85. So we have a very broad market in Brazil. So in Galvani, we have a very evolved governance. We have a committee for management, and we have like 2 independent counselors that participate in our board, and we have committees as well. And it brings us a lot of competitiveness in terms of investments. We have technology with all this history in mining and fertilizers. And we also have this whole positive scenario for this investment. Obviously, we have challenges in this sector, and to grow in this sector, we depend on mining. And mining in Brazil, due to the federal constitution, so the underground belongs to the government. So the Article 176. So you may have grants and authorization for research to develop a research project, and then you have another one for the operation. And in our case, you can do that via investments in research or public bids. There are some companies that bid, and also by means of contracts, the companies that are authorized to explore in a specific area. So our project, we have our own mine, and we have 2 contracts, one with INB, with Santa Quitéria, and the CBPM, which is the EDC project. Besides having like this mineral reserve that is competitive, we also have the tech route to develop and transform what is in the mineral deposit, and also like a good that you can be competitive and concentrate and become fertilizer in the future. So at home, we have lots of technology in the engineering and process route we developed at home. And our 3 mining projects, the current process, EDC, and Santa Quitéria, the 3 processes are dry processes, meaning that it doesn't use like dams. This is something that we developed internally. And concentration of a dry phosphate, we are one of the very few companies in the world that can do that or is doing it, giving us a huge competitive advantage. So we do have challenges in licensing that could be federal level or state level. In our case, Santa Quitéria federal and EDC state level. But we've been seeing that this issue always brings like a lack of previsibility for the investor. This is the main point. We may change the scenario. Now we have PNF, But if it takes too long for the licensing, scenario might change. But we've been seeing lately, Ministry Favreau, like the most positive scenario in the interlocution of the competent bodies, where we can understand what level of depth and cover that we must evolve in our studies to have a more assertive study and have more celerity to our projects. Another important point that is important as well is capital. In Brazil, we know that the capital cost is very high, and we always have a benchmark in the sector, which is the infrastructure. It has its debentures incentivized. We do not have like income tax, but it's the market that buys the debentures. That could be a benchmark for our sector, bringing more speed and investments, so we could do more and faster our projects and have more access to resources that are incentivized to help with the investments. And then when it comes to the challenges, we had a huge challenge up to 2021, which was the Agreement 100 related to fiscal tax for import, zero ICM for the national product. So that was bringing an imbalance to the sector and for the investments of the domestic industry. 2021, it was resolved, this problem, with Agreement 26, and now we have an isonomy federal tributes that helps the internal investment in the domestic industry.
So we need to ensure in this scenario that the tax discussion is also approved in this tax reform with new balances that would also disturb the investments in the national industry. And lastly, the investments and everything brings some benefit, a lot of benefit to the areas where the work will be installed, like regionally into the city and also to the state, because it will bring employment, development, and income to the cities. And also sustainability brings a huge gain in terms of the carbon footprint and the reduction of carbon footprints, because we have less freight, we are closer to the consumers. And lastly, totally in line with the PNF, that is to produce more, to reduce the dependence on the imported fertilizers, and to increase the food security. And our goal in the company is to change the ground into life, from the ground to the final consumer. And I think this is the legacy that we have here to leave to Brazil. Thank you. Thank you very much, Marcelo. Well, we discuss, and always come back to this strong point that is licensing and the tax system and logistics and capital. So it is very important that the efforts in public policies also follow the needs that are claimed by the productive sector, because in fact we have an opportunity to have a specific look on the sector of fertilizers and the PNF. This is one of the main legacies brought. And everything starts with mining. I mean, without the adequate geological knowledge, we won't be able to improve the domestic production of the sector. And we have a lot of points, just like the one you mentioned, Marcelo. So I think we could bring problems of many issues that we need to respond and start responding today to have the results tomorrow. But anyways, let's hear a little bit of what are the market trends and what they have shown. And I think it is very important for us to understand also what is the appetite that we must have in terms of opportunities for investments, and where PNF has to be guided to, and the opportunities that we see in sustainability as well. Well, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thanks for the invitation to participate in this Congress. In the Harbor Bank, when we have this study analysis on fertilizers, we analyze the National Fertilizers Plan, and we talk to experts that we have in Brazil, and saying that the National Fertilizers Plan is important is unnecessary, but we have to analyze the need of the agility for the plan to bring products to the national market, national producer. When we analyze the demand and we see, like, for example, when we analyze the soybeans, that is the mandatory here in Brazil, and it has a lot to do with the consumption of fertilizer in Brazil, we are finishing a crop of almost 150 million tons, and in 2030 we'll get to even more. Let's use 2030 just to give the sense of urgency to the national plan to be ready and become something active to bring products to the national producer. But in 2050, if we think so, 2050 is quite close. It will be soon here. But let's analyze 2030 just because of the sense of urgency. When we analyze 2030, our forecasts talk about more than 200 million tons in the soy production, what is something quite high. So if we think about the stable national production on about 7 million tons of fertilizers internally, we are saying that to comply with all the demand of all the tons of soybeans plus corn, cotton, sugarcane, coffee, everything that comes all together with soy, we are saying that we need to increase the fertilizers in 20% in a more optimistic scenario. It would be 15% in a non-optimistic scenario. So besides being quite a huge amount that we have to add to the fertilizers imports, we have some challenges that we need to consider on top of everything. And one thing is the logistics to bring all fertilizers to Brazil and all the ports capacity besides the internal logistics that we have to put into this account. And another thing that we have to analyze is that for us to consume 15-20% of fertilizers and import more fertilizers in 2030, we see that the rest of the world is also growing. The world must grow about 15%, including Brazil, in the fertilizer consumption until 2030. So Brazil plus the rest of the world is growing strongly in the fertilizers consumption, and we'll have a huge production of fertilizers. And we also have to remember that we don't have so many projects to work, and they take a while to become a reality, and they are started, but until they are operational, it takes some time. So this fertilizer in 2030 maybe is a little more scarce, and the fight for fertilizers will be stronger. So when we take everything into account, we see all the sense of urgency that we mentioned here for the fertilizers, so that they can become something effective and practical, and we have to bring the fertilizers to the national production. This is the numbers, but when we talk about opportunities, as we were mentioning, we have all the parts of sustainability that come all together. This morning we were discussing about being the world champion in the production, but we can also consider the sustainability, ESG, that is stronger and stronger in the companies and so on. So the national plan, along with the need that we see for the offer of fertilizers in the country, is also a huge opportunity for Brazil to be more energetic and more and greener. We are tired of showing that we are greener, but it's one more opportunity to show how green we are, and we are always searching for that. So we understand that we also have the side of the demand, the urgency that we have for fertilizers, and we also have as an opportunity to reinforce more and more the Brazilian side of the carbon footprint reduction, and show that we can respond to the production in the future as well. Thank you. Thank you, Bruno Fonseca. And without any further ado, I think this is an opportunity for us to talk to João from BNDES to understand a little bit of the instruments that the government also puts into practice and that will support the agencies that are working in the PNF. So thank you, João. Thank you, João. I thank for the bank for the invitation, and I thank Anda and everyone, and I greet the colleagues in the panel. So, Antonio, I would like to start here by saying that first, going from the general to the specifics, we are facing a moment of rebuilding and retaking many public policies in Brazil. I think BNDES is inserted in this context. BNDES is trying to take their role again and the protagonism of the bank with the Brazilian industry. So just for you to have an idea, the bank and the push of BNDES that historically has a participation of 40% in the bank, that is quite relevant in the industry. It would be below 20% to the industry. So the industry was losing its relevance in the bank strategy, and I think this is a moment to retake this participation, and that's why the presence of BNDES in many forums and business world and the participation, more active participation of public policies. And Leo mentioned that a great part of that in the National Fertilizers Program, or CNDI, and it's a very nice partnership of BNDES and MDIC and the many ministries. So the first message is BNDES retaking its role of being closer to the industry and hearing them and adequate the conditions as soon as possible so that we can leverage more the sector. At this moment of reconstruction, I think we mentioned CNDI and the fertilizer sector. In the 6 missions, I would say that at least in 3, it appears in a clear way, especially with regard to the sustainable agro-industry, in which we look at the chain and we see how relevant we are and how we can reduce our dependence and the opportunities that we have to foster investment. So I think BNDES is helping in the creation of CNDI in partnership with the industry. And I hope that to the end of the year, we can have more adequate conditions so that we can foster investments. I believe that we could divide our work here in this context in 3 points. The first one is to contribute to retake the projects that were stopped in terms of fertilizers in Brazil. So the bank is close to Petrobras, and we created a mixed commission and a strategic partnership with Petrobras to discuss the most relevant projects of fertilizers and density of the chain. So this is a relevant agenda that we have not only with Petrobras, but with other companies and institutions that are rediscussing the retake of the fertilizer plants in Brazil. This is an agenda that BNDES can contribute in articulation and in the funding. A second agenda in the case of infrastructure is our participation in all the fundings that the infrastructure of new gas pipelines and other pipelines to generate energy so that we can have cheaper costs and bring more competition to the industry. And the most recent example of alternative sources is that BNDES supported the biogas plant, and we are about to support other biogas plants. And I think this is an interesting movement that we can diversify the sources and bring more competition to the industry. And the third point is a little bit more towards the future in terms of research, development, and innovation when we analyze emerging technologies with the National Fertilizers Program and when we see the bioeconomy. And here, if we take the 3 blocks of big categories that BNDES can contribute, what could we progress in terms of instruments along the first months? I mean, we are not in the first month as already. This is August, almost September. So we progressed a lot in the sense here. And what was this progression? I think we can emphasize 3 of them. First, BNDES now has, after a broad discussion in the National Congress, it has a very interesting and competitive funding for technological development. So we work with costs that are close to the market conditions since 2017. But for innovation, we can work with a TR condition, and TR today is about 2% a year in the last 12 months, plus the cost of the bank and so on. But it's much more competitive so that we can induce in the CNDI missions the activities of innovations of the companies. We were waiting for the regulation by the National Monetary Board, and it was done last Thursday. So in the next 15 days, BNDES will become operational. I mean, this line will be operational in BNDES. It's a 5.5 billion reais a year line, so that we can support innovation processes and even pioneer technology plants that Brazil still has in a very weak way, so they can be supported with a more competitive cost. And this is the first relevant point to bring to you.
The second is a huge configuration and expansion of the climate fund. The climate fund is a resource that Brazil is being operating along with the Environment Ministry, and BNDES is this fund operator and reimburse when it comes like to loans, but it's very timid, around like 500, 600,000 reais per year in the climate fund. And it was announced last week in a very important negotiation that involved the Ministry of Environment, BNDES, and also like the Treasury Ministry. In the announcement of a foreign captation of title bonds, this around like $2 billion, and this in the international market is going to be used, like this cost is going to be passed to BNDES so we can refinance this green transition in Brazil, be it in the energy sector or in the green industry, and in everything that we've been talking about, fertilizers and other technologies could be supported with the same competitive source in terms of like timing. And so this climate change, once it's expanded, it can become operational by the beginning of 2024. We are working in this framework of this bond that is going to be emitted in the international market. And if everything runs well during this semester, and then from 24 on, we'll scale this climate fund. So I invite all the companies that have projects to discuss with the BNDES team, because we are going to have a whole array of opportunities to begin the green transition. And to close, the third, I don't think that you saw the amounts in the journal NaqGlobal. There was an announcement that we are working in the creation of an investment fund for minerals, critical and strategic minerals. So a fund for research, for minerals that are crucial for the energy transition, such as lithium, but also is strategic for the country. So the idea at this moment, we are hearing all the different players and potential investors, and then by the end of the year, we may have So BNDES will become like the main player, but we will have other players, but the main investor in this fund. So we can fill the gap in the market in terms of like research of the relevant source in the pursuit of the diversification of all minerals researched and developed in Brazil. And we can make this chain a little bit more robust for this energy transition and sustainability. So these are the three main tools that I would like to give more clarity and information for you. And then once again, the bank is yours. So thank you very much. So we came to the end of the first stage of our conversation. I would like to remind you, those who want to ask questions, so the team is collecting questions and also our online team so we can begin our debate. But we've talked about a lot of issues that are part of this discussion of the National Fertilizers Plan. And above all, what we've saw during the day is this immense ambition. And you know that ambition, the agribusiness responds at the same speed. And when we talk about goals like 40 million hectares and fertilize the pasture for the next 10 years, record crops after 200 million tons. So we know that agro is going after like the input when it needs. And we have this huge pressure on the logistic structure. And that places us, like the word, like to define some priorities and some practical priorities, what can be done in an immediate way. So I would like to begin with a provocation. So bring the floor back to Leonardo from MEDIC to understand a little bit more on how you feel that Confert's governance is aiming some short-term agendas, very practical, when we have issues that have already been identified in the National Fertilizers Plan. Even though it's under revision, we know that we have practical things that may be connected to public policies discussions, even before the review talk is finished. Thank you, Antonio. So before that, I would like to talk about like the strategic minerals project. This is a topic that MEDIC is involved. All the strategic minerals with a role in the energetic transition. We have the lithium, and Brazil is the 7th largest lithium reserve. Basically, we extract the mineral, and then we have like a concentrate, send it to China, and then the refinement of where they have the technology becomes like lithium carbonate, and then we have the cell, which is a very complex technological process. It happens in China, and then it comes back to us to assemble batteries. So this plan of strategic minerals interests us because we see an opportunity for Brazil to make this chain a little bit more robust, like electric cars and System 10 batteries for electric cars. So it's an industry that Brazil has a lot of potential, not following the logic of exporting the mineral and then returning the cell with an added value and only assembling the battery. So this is an invitation to João, like to involve MEDIC in this discussion. And answering Antonio, we've identified many practical cases that can be easily solved. So I don't know if it's easy, but it's articulating with the different players. So the act to make it feasible would be simple. So we know that all processes for licensing, you have many different agencies, and sometimes the processes do not talk to each other. One agency asks for one document, and the other one asks for the documentation that comes from the other agency. So the first CONFERT meeting, we had this discussion of a unified electronic process, and then we have all the process centralized, and then we don't have like a double effort. So one entity asking for one document that is issued by another entity, and the other one asking for, then you block the whole process. Another thing is that we do have some projects of law that if we have a good articulation, we may move faster. It's related to some projects in 2023, and we may solve not to accumulate a credit when we acquire inputs. And then in our national fertilizer plan, there's measures that may be realized faster. Excellent. Anybody else would like to add anything? Otherwise, we move on to the next question. So I do have a question here that came from the audience. Joe Pieroni. If BNDES may finance like storehouses. Yes, we can. Well, in fact, we finance a lot of storehouses via Plano Safra. This is an important demand that we could think for the sector, or PCA, which is the program for the Safra plan that could be financed for the fertilizer sector in a broader way. So this is a discussion that all the sector has, like entering the Plano Safra somehow. So this is a legitimate discussion, but independently from the resources of the Plano Safra, BNDES may finance with their own extraordinary funds. I have a question here that I will bring to Bruno Fonseca. How can Brazil balance the need of high production with agriculture sustainable practices, even facing like the climate change? Excellent question. So we see when we have this kind of conversation, so we see the agricultural practices that many producers are adopting. So we see on the biodefensives, but we also see some products that are gaining a lot of market. So solubilizers, and we see other practices that are complementary, gaining a lot of space in the market. And everything that we see in terms of like direct planting, that helps in terms of like gaining productivity in the soil. So actually taking the numbers that we mentioned this morning, like biofertilizers, we see that there is a practice that helps. We do not understand that these practices will solve or replace the investment in the mineral fertilizer, but we believe that these are practices, as we have in the question, as we see them as practices that help in supporting availability of nutrients for the plants, and also the sustainability aspect that may eventually help. So one more point of the biofertilizers that we mentioned as 6 million, they do not solve, but they help. When we get like a sugarcane plant and they adopt the biofertilizers, it help with the CBIOs, which is the decarbonization credit. So a plant that adopts it, it reduces its carbon footprint, it increases its score and gains. So practices that will help. We know they don't solve, but it helps. So only like the maximum of like 6 million tons of fertilizer potentially, but practices that help not only bringing that, but other gains as CBIOs. I would like to take the opportunity to link this with another question. Under the perspective of financing, do you see like the diversification of products, and also like the health of the soil. Beyond like the plant nutrition, if BNDES has also looked for policies in this segment. No, absolutely. Everything that is related to sustainability, it has a strength. Generally speaking, with the ecological transition, but in this new planning. So these measures, when we talk about new industrialization, it's a different word, but the main motto here of this new industrialization is to think of an industrialization under a more modern perspective, more innovative, more sustainable. And I would add something else that I was in the export area, much more of focusing like exports, much more competitive. I could say that these are the three pillars that imprint this modern profile. So this is reflected in the tools. So for sure, everything that we've been looking for and providing support to projects, we have this variable of sustainability. It has more adequate solutions, be it in credit, especially in credit, and reflect the priority of the financing and public policies and the financing. And this is reflected on it.
Perfeito.
Okay, perfect. So I would also like to bring a question to Marcelo. Marcelo, how is it in practical terms the experience of the investor and exploring also the new regions where agriculture is going to? And in your experience, how is the investors exploring new markets, and what does it bring as a message to the National Fertilizers Plan of what can be done to improve this business environment? Well, Antonio, it's a good question. We are in Alto Piba with a unit there for 30 years, and we were pioneers in that area. We've always had our own products and made for the region. So we have macrons that are specific for the region, and in this context, we also participate as the creators of the soil of the area and productivity along with our clients. And I think in the sense of investments, PNF brings a huge visibility to investments and to the national policy of fertilizers and investments in fertilizers in the national scenario. And also a discussion, because many times we miss this discussion. We have a series of doubts and challenges, and we have nowhere to discuss, to search for solutions, to search for support. So PNF brings this competitive advantage to the industry, and on the side of the investor, the entrepreneur, it brings to us safety and brings agility to the projects, and will also bring a competitive advantage to the national industry, bringing all this discussion with the government and the many players involved in this whole scenario. So do you want to comment on something? Well, just to reinforce something that Marcelo explained quite well in his speech, that CONFEST is a forum that, beyond creating the new fertilizers plan with goals and commissions and projects and concrete actions and quite clear goals, the board comprises 6 more thematic chambers, one for the use and application of fertilizers. It is under the leadership of the Ministry of Agriculture. There is a second related to the production of fertilizers, so the Ministry of Mines and Energy guides the discussions. There is a technical chamber for specific agricultural discussions, one for science, technology, innovation, and sustainability with MEDIC, one for regulatory, tax, infrastructure, logistic discussion that MEDIC coordinates. So the complementary bill of law is discussed there, and Covenant 26 that some states didn't internalize. So we use this technical chamber to promote discussions in this sense with CONFIs and eventually with the state secretaries. So it was to reinforce that, and it's not only the national fertilizers plans and the monitoring of the projects that are produced there. We have a big forum, a big board there that is divided in 6 technical chambers. And in the first meeting, we created 2 specific working groups to update the national fertilizers plans and to structure a center for excellence of fertilizers in Brazil. So it is a big forum of discussion in which the main topic, the main discussion is fertilizers. No matter the point of view, whether it's use of application, science and technology, regulations, taxes, and this is an open forum to anyone wondering to participate in the discussions. Obviously, we have members that are entitled to vote, but we have a great concern on guiding the meetings in a very open way, inviting and giving voices to all the players that are interested in participating. Wonderful, Leonardo. Now we have here one more question, and I believe it will be the last one, given the time. And I will make this question to João, but Leonardo and anyone else, you are free to comment. The question from Marcos Stelder, because we've discussed fostering the return of Petrobras in the production of nitrogen. It has happened in the past without solution to the problem of dependence. So what will be different now? So, Marcos, we are at this moment discussing with Petrobras. In fact, we got closer to Petrobras in the bank in different agendas, especially in the agenda of energy transition. I think this is the main umbrella. And then we are discussing some strategic changes, especially fertilizers, and it is Petrobras' decision as a company to assess the investment, but I think that the main point of this partnership is BNDES being available so that along with Petrobras, they discuss the market and bring the issues to MEDIC and to Confetti and bring eventually funding if necessary. So I can't tell you exactly what will be the difference because this retaking of the market is happening, but I think in all institutions we have learnings from the past, so they are taken into account to redefine the strategy. Wonderful, João. Does anyone else want to comment? Well, I would just like to reinforce a point that I discussed in my initial speech, that BNDES is a very important asset in Brazil as a state to develop their own industrial chains. So I don't know what will come from this discussion with Petrobras, and obviously the company is to decide what to invest with the bank and following the compliance and analysis processes. But I'm happy to see that BNDES is again open to discuss with all industries and eventually, as I said, depending on the decision of the company and the procedures and analysis of the bank, help strengthen our national industry. Wonderful. Well, I will go now to the final considerations, final words of any panelists, and bringing some thoughts based on the questions, because in Brazil we have more than 5 million rural producers, and we know that the majority of them have no access to inputs, fertilizers, and other technologies that are available today, and most of them, Brazil is the leader. So besides the final words, if you want to leave a final message on how we can change this reality and democratize it to producers of many ports, even the small producer, with the use of these inputs, and how we can follow this pathway and connect that to the plans and national policies that the country is fostering, and your final considerations as well. Thank you. Can I answer this one? Yes, and your final consideration so that we keep track of time. Okay. I think that an important point here is something that is quite well known about the big projects. And in fact, we are a bank of attacking, as we generally say. We attack big projects, but 50% of the money of BNDES for a while is for micro and small and medium companies. And how do we do that? We don't have big agencies, we don't have capillarity, so we use the financial institutions that repass BNDES resources so that we, in fact, get to the small and medium companies. So currently, we are searching not only for commercial banks, but also fintechs, cooperatives. So we have now more than 70 agents in the bank to give resources to BNDES. And these are the institutions that can get there to the other end. And especially thinking about the rural producer and Plano Safra, this is how we connect to public policies, because BNDES may finance machines and equipment or inputs, provided they are accredited in the bank as a national producer. So this is the link that we may have with what we support in the development of the equipment or the material, the input that is produced in Brazil, and the demand in the end of the small ones. And the way of getting there is with those repasses. And we are spreading little by little this work. So 10 years ago, it was about 30% of BNDES, and now we are reaching 50% in the search for diversification and with this idea of public policies. Okay, these are my final words, just to thank once again for UNDA. It's a huge pleasure for the bank to be here discussing such a relevant topic to the country. We are aware on the importance of the topic of fertilizers and the opportunity Brazil has to have such a strong agriculture and to bring fertilizers and machines and equipment, and how we can get this chain denser from this important demand and have BNDES in this retake of the bank in this process of hearing and making partnerships with the industry and along with the government in a more comprehensive way. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, João. Bruno? Well, first of all, I would like to thank for the opportunity to be here talking about the national plan. That is something that, as we mentioned, is quite important as well. And my final words are just to tell you that besides important, this is something that we need to put into practice. 2050 is there, so we can't wait too much on that. So we need to create a plan, and this is very important. So we need to see that we do not simply create a plan. We create a plan, and it's being put into practice, and this is very important. Thank you very much. I would also like to thank UNDA for the invitation to participate in this panel. Someone mentioned here previously that we have a potential and we need a plan to put it into practice. And we are seeing that with PDF and BNDES getting stronger to the game to help entrepreneurs to put the projects into practice. Everything needs support and investments, and we are seeing that happening. Even we saw this during this day. So thank you very much for the invitation. I thank you for the the participation. Well, I would just like to thank once again for the invitation to participate in the event and reinforce that this agenda, in fact, has gained a level of urgency and priority in MDIC that is important. And MDIC, as I said, has a minister that wanted to coordinate the National Board of Fertilizers. So, in fact, this is a priority agenda in the ministry, not only to the big producers, but also to the medium and small ones. And taking the words of Antonio's question, in MDIC, we have the Secretary of Micro and Small Companies that we can support the small producer to access some programs or to teach them and guide them how to talk to BNDES and how to reach some programs of the federal government, or even how to get to some programs that are guided by MDIC to have a more productive Brazil with a potential for the small producer to be there and to be fostered by governmental guidance. And that's it. The small producer, I mean, the small industry as a whole, whether agricultural or technology or startups, they have space there in MDIC. And in this agenda, fertilizers and agricultural topics, it couldn't be different. So I finish here by thanking once again Dr. Evie for the invitation. It's a pleasure to participate. So thank you. Have a nice evening.
Thank you, Leonardo. So to all of you who followed the debate until now, thank you all very much. On behalf of Mosaic Fertilizers, a special thanks to UNDA for this event and the invitation. And we wish and we will work along with the government so the plan more and more reflects in practical measures. And good that here in Brazil we have a national plan for fertilizers that evidently became a state policy and has a proper governance, which is it's pluridisciplinary. And we have the safety, that a structure like this one, and a way of looking at things this way, and looking at all the policies that may favor the environment for the production of fertilizers. For sure, we'll tackle and solve some of the problems that affect this high dependence, the external dependency. Thank you all very much. So please stay on stage. I will call Eduardo Souza Monteiro, the president of UNDA's board of directors, that will speak at the end of our Congress. So meanwhile, we'll inform that we will send to your emails the assessment survey, and the participation certificate may be requested when you answer the survey. It's very important to have your opinion. So now, this is our closing ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you all very much for the speakers, not only the panelists and debaters from this last block, but all the others. It was very positive debates. And we came to the end of the 10th Brazilian Congress, Fertilizers. And our program and repercussion and reach showed the importance of the agribusiness. We are very happy with all the results and the success of this edition, and we want that next one is even better. And we will work for that from now on. I would like to salute and thank everyone, like from the Board of Administrators and our Executive Director on behalf of the market, and Ricardo for the organization, the structure, wonderful. Ricardo and the team that was with him, and especially to all of you, more than 700 people who were here, and thousands of people who followed us on YouTube. You added an incredible value to this event. Our gratitude to the speakers, debaters that I've mentioned, and experts that we had here today. High level, we were awarded with classes about crucial topics related to fertilizers in the agribusiness. And I'd like to take this opportunity to express our thanks to the sponsors because without them, we wouldn't be able to organize an event of this magnitude. So we from UNDA, we are honored and happy because the fertilizer sector is driving the industry in Brazil. That is more of our domestic economic base and the growth of our GDP and our commercial trade. So we are an important player when it comes to food production. We are an energy power, and the fertilizers amplify and expand our potential and everything that is related to this nature and the potential of the Brazilian soil. We believe in the resilience potential and all our entrepreneurs and workers. And when we put it all together, we believe that Brazil is going to be breaking records every year and taking on this protagonism. So we have everything to harvest, like from our earth, in a productive process that is more sustainable. So let's do it together. So in our next Congress, we will celebrate one new record and advancements that today we've mentioned along the day. So see you soon on the August 27, 2024. Thank you all very much. So thank you, Mr. Eduardo. So once again, the invitation for the cocktail offered by NaqGlobal in the sponsors room. We ending now the 10th Brazilian Fertilizer Congress, and on behalf of UNDA for the diffusion of the fertilizers. So all the sponsors, Campo Forte, Alfamar, Mosaic Fertilizers, NaqGlobal, Yara Fertilizers, and the Gold GI System Fertilizer, Armark, Banco do Brasil, Brasa Bank, Eurochem, Hidrovias Brazil, and ICL. And the silver, Cesare, Arbor, Porto do Sul, Forja Terminais, and Williams. We also would like to thank you all for being here, participation in the plenary and online with us. And for me, it was an honor being here with all of you, presenting this edition of the Congress. And then in 2024, we have more. August 27th, the 11th edition of the Brazilian Congress of Fertilizers. Success to you all.